the Strongest Sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 751. This fire attracts all moths. Jun Changxiao really didn't care about the martial emperor level elders of the first class sect. He was abused, but he had to take possession of the spiritual stone veins that were about to be unearthed in the valley, because it was related to the subsequent development of the sect. Now, the strange phenomenon has spread over the valley and has been discovered by outsiders. It is impossible to hide like in Tegu Mountain. The only way is to make battle deployment in advance. As the elder of Jun Changxiao said, things are not owned by whoever discovers them first, but by whoever has the ability to get them. Today, Jun Changxiao wants to tell the world, our sect not only discovered the spiritual stone veins first, but also has the ability to get them. Anyone who gets involved will pay a painful price. Swish, swish. Around the valley, flags were planted one by one. As the layers of thunder arrays were arranged, Zendejan's smile gradually became ferocious. His two greatest pleasures are to eat the food made by Liu Wanxi and to interpret the art of explosion with arrays. Since comprehending the 32 arrays of Kimen, Zendejan's understanding of arrays has reached a new high, and the thunder arrays he created are more powerful. If this explodes, it will definitely be as exciting as eating grilled gluten. Come on, come on. Zendejan covered his face and said with a strange smile, come on. The highest point in the valley, Ziozuji was wiping the muzzle of the field artillery, and it was shiny in a short while. He did not practice swordsmanship, but under the cultivation, leading, of the sect master, he has deeply fallen in love with this powerful hot weapon. Although Li Qingyang and Yi Xingchen have been using system props to become stronger, they are still normal aliens in martial arts. Ziozuji is definitely a combination of Earth civilization and alien martial arts. Jun Changxiao sat on the stone, looking at the stream of light that kept gathering in the sky, and said, Zuji, replace the shells with the highest level crystal cores. Lingxiao veins are a must-fight resource in Xinjiang continent. There will definitely be many sects coming at that time. He wants to shock the heroes with one shot, so that they know how to advance and retreat and know how to make choices. Yes. Ziozuji took back the power of the crystal core gathered in the field artillery, and then took out dozens of crystal cores comparable to the peak Martial King, by sacrificing the rocket launcher. Jun Chang smiled and said, if you dare to fly over the thunder pool, you will be bombed immediately. Swish. Ziozuji waved his hand, summoned the god-modified RPG rocket launcher, and then began to charge it with crystal cores. There were thunder arrays around the valley. At the highest point, there were field artillery and god-modified RPG rocket launchers. This luxurious defense is not inferior to the level of vigilance of the beasts when they attacked the Eternal Ancient Sect to save the Purple Ridge Demon King. That time they fought with the beasts. This time they have to face the forces of the major sects. For the upcoming unearthed mineral veins, Sect Master Jun is not afraid and dares to be an enemy of the whole world. Of course. The premise is not to come with so many people, and not to come from too strong a sect. If you can choose, it is best to have some. Well, the requirements are not too high, just 4 or 5. This guy's not stupid. He knows that with the current strength of the sect, it is not enough to be an enemy of the whole world. Swish, swish. The Ning brothers, Jelao, the 5 absolute evil saints and the Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace came from the sect one after another, in order to obtain the spiritual stone veins and not allow others to get involved. Jun Changxiao mobilized the sect's strongest fighting force. I'll tell you. Zio Lang Lang lay on the stone, glanced at the humanized little magic fairy, and said lightly, when the fight starts later, don't get in my way. You. The little magic fairy was so angry that she grabbed the psychic cat and smashed it to the ground. The latter screamed and roared in her heart, she brought me here to vent her anger. However, there is a little bit of comfort. The spiritual energy here is about to revive. With human nature, they will definitely come here. Zilin Demon King held his chin and thought to himself, he asked so many disciples to be on guard. Is he going to fight with the major sects? This guy was wearing red underwear as always, and the rest of his body was exposed. With a head full of purple hair and a tall body, he stood in the crowd like a dazzling big sand sculpture. "Junior brother," Li Fei whispered, "you are naked all day long, which is really against morals. I have a set of school uniforms in my ring. How about putting them on first?" Zilin Demon King said lightly, "No, it's comfortable this way." Li Fei's mouth twitched slightly. "You are comfortable, but there are many junior sisters here. Can't you pay attention to your image?" Huh. A stream of cold air filled the air. Zilin Demon King shuddered involuntarily and turned his head hurriedly, just in time to meet Lu Kaiyan Qian's eyes. The woman said, "Put on your clothes." Only 5 simple words, but the air was extremely cold. Zilin Demon King shivered with cold. "No. You will get typhoid fever." The purple Demon King looked at Li Fei and said lightly, "School uniform. Bring it here." "Here." After putting on the school uniform that fit her well, Lu Kaiyan Qian took back the coldness, and the purple Demon King also felt the warmth, and said vigilantly, "This girl must be no ordinary girl." After joining the Eternal Ancient Sect for a while, he gradually realized that, although the disciples seemed to be at a low level, the aura they exuded was very strong, especially in the shaping of the physical body, which was not inferior to the beastmen of the same level. It was very strange and weird. "I will just stay in the Eternal Ancient Sect and explore it carefully." Stupid human. Remember, this king is not for that meal. Hoo hoo. Fluorescence continued to rise in the valley and then gradually gathered in the sky, allowing warriors in distant areas to see it clearly. A sign of spiritual energy revival. A spiritual stone vein is about to be unearthed. Let's go. For a moment, all the forces in various states and counties that saw the natural phenomenon gathered their men and rushed over. Among them were not only 3rd and 4th rate sects, but also 7th and 8th rate sects. Of course, the 7th and 8th rate sects were just here to watch the fun, hoping to get a small bargain unexpectedly. Swish, swish, swish. From the more distant Heoguang Holy Sect, streams of light flew out, flying at high speed towards the place where spiritual energy was revived. The middle-aged man who was knocked down by Jun Changxiao's punch had used a secret method to notify the sect when he was thrown into Firan Mountain, so they acted so quickly. Kangshan Sect, Ma Yunteng, Wang Donglin and others also set off. Myopia Palace. Elders such as Changsan Fanghe and Leng Xingai also went down the mountain one after another. Sects in other states and counties also sent warriors to rush over as quickly as possible. The dazzling light flickering in the sky above the valley seemed to contain infinite magic power, causing all forces to rush over without thinking or considering. This fire. Looking at the light that had reached its peak in the sky, Jun Changxiao murmured, "It attracts all moths." As if realizing that they were about to face all forces, the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect became excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Swish, swish. An hour later, more than 10 emperor-level strongmen from the Heoguang Holy Sect flew over through the sky, but when they were about to approach the valley, they stopped one after another. Because there were layers of formations visible to the naked eye in front, and they exuded a violent thunder aura. It was also very arrogant to arrange the formation so openly. The Peak Martial Emperor in the lead said in a deep voice, "Thunder formation." The faces of the others changed slightly. This formation set up around the valley made them smell danger immediately. Everyone. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting on a huge rock, picked up a loudspeaker and said, "This place has been occupied by our Wangu sect. No one can cross it, otherwise they will bear the consequences." Wangu sect? The leading Peak Martial Emperor frowned. At this moment, a weak voice from a middle-aged man came to his ears. After listening, the leading strong man flashed with anger and said, "Master Jun, you have to give an explanation for hurting the elders of our Heoguang Shangzong." Jun Changxiao held the loudspeaker and said, "You are not happy with him. Are you satisfied with this explanation?" Chapter 752. How can he be so capable? Why doesn't he go to heaven? He is not happy with this explanation. Are you satisfied with it? Judging from the anger in the eyes of the strong men of Heoguang Holy Sect, they are obviously not satisfied. Jun Changxiao, an elder, said angrily, "Do you really think that you can run rampant in Xingai continent just because you defeated 2 first-class sects in the Dragon and Tiger contest? Don't talk nonsense. Jun Changxiao said impatiently. The spiritual stone vein is favored by my Wangu sect. If you want it, come and grab it. Simple and direct. Don't care about life and death. Just fight if you don't accept it. But more than a dozen emperor level strong men of Heoguang Holy Sect did not dare to rush over. After all, there are too many thunder arrays arranged. If they are trapped in them and detonated, they will definitely die or be injured. The strength of the array master is reflected here. I can't fight, but don't let me put out the array, otherwise I will be 10 people alone. This is nothing. The real fatal blow is the cannon. Ziozuji had already put the modified rocket launcher on his shoulder, with one foot on the field gun rack. If anyone dared to cross the line, he would definitely fire at the first opportunity and blow him up. Swish, swish. Several more streams of light flew over from a distance and hung near the thunder array. There were 4 people in total, wearing clothes with gold trims and the words Aoshi written on their chests. Aoshi Shengzang. Jun Changxiao grinned and said, it's quite predestined. Jun Changxiao, the elder headed by Aoshi Shengzang, took a look at the thunder array arranged in the valley and said in a deep voice, what do you mean by this? Although the dragon and tiger battle has always emphasized that competition is second and friendship is first, Ao Washang is still lying in bed after being abused by Yi Xingchen. Aoshi Shengzang must be very angry. Now he meets the leader of the eternal ancient sect and his disciples in the place where spiritual energy is revived. Dry wood and raging fire ignite at a touch. Jun Changxiao said calmly, this valley has been occupied by our Wangu sect. You can go back as you came. Arrogant. The elder of the Aoshi Sheng sect said angrily. Elder Yi, the martial emperors headed by the Heoguang Sheng sect said calmly, the natural treasures are born without an owner. What qualifications does his Wangu sect have to occupy them? Winning the Dragon and Tiger Championship, he really thinks he is a big shot. A martial emperor said disdainfully. It is undeniable that the Wangu sect was able to win the championship and set many records, but it was still not taken seriously by the first and second rate sects, because no matter the overall strength or the foundation, it could suppress it. Jun Changxiao also understood. So it is necessary to improve the strength and foundation. This spiritual stone vein that is about to be unearthed must be taken down no matter what. Whoever grabs it, I will rush with him. Elder Yi of the Aoshi Shengzang said coldly, Master Jun, the signs of the revival of spiritual energy this time will surely attract various sects. Your Wanguzang wants to take it all for itself, and my Aoshi Shengzang agrees, but they may not agree. He was not stupid. He could hear that the Heoguang Shengzang was deliberately instigating him to escalate the conflict with the Wanguzang, so he always restrained his emotions and did not lead anyone to rush forward. Whoever disagrees can go forward. Jun Chang smiled. The thunder array and cannons were in place, and the 5 absolute evil saints and the grand elder of the extreme cold palace stood on both sides. He really didn't dare to be afraid of any sect. What's more, it was only the martial emperor who came. Even if the martial emperor came, I would run away immediately without my disciples, and the former head of the sect would write his surname backwards. Elder Yi's face gradually became gloomy, but he just suppressed his anger and didn't rush over. The Heoguang Shengzang was anxious. The head of the martial emperor said, Elder Yi, is your young sect master okay? Damn it. Can you not be so obvious? Or is it that our Aoshi Shengzang, who practiced the Ao Shianju, is the kind that will charge forward with a stupid face when instigated? Swish, swish. More emperor level masters flew over from all over the world. Seeing the masters of Heoguang Shengzang and Aoshi Shengzang hanging outside the valley, they hurriedly braked. No way. The spiritual energy in such a remote place has revived, and it actually attracted first and second rate sects? When they learned that the Wanguzang occupied the valley and set up many thunder arrays, they immediately became angry. It's not that there are no spiritual stone veins on the Xinjiang continent. According to the rules of the rivers and lakes, everyone rushed over. No matter who discovered it first, no matter whether they wanted to grab it or not, they had to discuss it calmly first. This behavior of blocking the area and not letting others in as soon as they arrived was simply thinking of themselves as a first-rate sect. The most amazing thing is, a fifth-rate sect also blocked the first-rate sect outside. How can he be so capable? Why doesn't he go to heaven? The powerful men from various sects who came to the outside of the valley one after another had a lot of opinions about Jun Changxiao, but no one dared to cross the line and could only give strong condemnation with their eyes and words. An hour later, there were already dozens of sect forces gathered outside the thunder array, and the number of warriors reached several thousand. Ma Yunteng, Wan Donglin and others also rushed over. Knowing that the eternal ancient sect occupied the valley and confronted so many first, second, third and fourth rate sects, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Master Jun, you are really tough. Shangwen Fanghua stood in the distance and said speechlessly, is this guy crazy? This time, the spiritual energy has revived, and many first and second rate sects have been alarmed. He occupied the valley, which is equivalent to being an enemy of all the sects. Leng Xingaiu said. While speaking, the spiritual thoughts always permeated the valley, looking for the man's figure, but he didn't find it, and a sense of loss rose in his eyes. Who are you looking for? Looking for Wei Qingfeng. It's a pity that in this case, Elder Wei, who is in charge of medicinal materials, will not come, and he is not needed, because Jun Changxiao and the disciples can handle it. Today's Wangu sect has the ability to compete with the world. Jun Changxiao saw Ma Yunteng and others, but did not let them in, because he was now confronting dozens of sects. Letting them in would be equivalent to dragging them into the water. Zendegen stood behind, feeling itchy in his heart. He could detonate the thunder array at any time, but the strong men from the various sects would not take action, and could only wait anxiously. Of course, Zendegen also knew that this seemingly calm situation would be broken after the anomaly disappeared and the spiritual stone veins were unearthed. At that time, he could show off his explosive art to his heart's content. Time passed slowly, and more forces from all sides rushed over. The next day, the number of people has reached more than 100,000. The first echelon closest to the formation is the first and second rate sects, the second echelon is the third and fourth rate sects, and the fifth rate and those sects are at the outermost edge, just to watch the fun. At this moment, the warriors of the lower level sects were full of admiration for the eternal sect. It takes a lot of courage to occupy the place where the spiritual energy is revived and fight against so many powerful sects. The light is weakening. Suddenly, someone shouted. The warriors outside the valley looked up and saw that the stream of light gathered in the sky began to dissipate and disappear. At the same time, they could also feel a weak vibration. Hoo-hoo. After a while, the ground inside the valley cracked, and a stream of pure heaven and earth attributes filled the air. This means that this place has officially entered the stage of spiritual energy recovery. According to experience, as long as you dig deep along the location where the spiritual energy is emitted, you will definitely find the spiritual stone vein. When the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth weakened, when the valley emerged with pure heaven and earth attributes, the strong men outside became restless. Everyone. The peak martial emperor headed by Hao Guang Shengzong shouted, the spiritual stone vein is in the valley. Follow me to break the thunder array and go there. Unable to persuade Daoshi Shengzang, he finally couldn't help but planned to force his way out. After all, the sect was in urgent need of spiritual stones recently and needed new veins to replenish. This guy's also very smart. Let's go, and we have to drag other sects with us. Elder Daoshi Shengzang was relatively calm and said to himself, whoever wants to go can go, but I, Aoshi Shengzang, will never go. Others thought so too, mainly because they were afraid of the thunder array. Oh, they are not on the same page. If they rush forward together without hesitation, they will definitely be able to torture Jun Gaosheng and run away. After the elder of Hao Guang Shengzong shouted, no one followed and responded. A gust of wind blew, and he suddenly looked quite lonely and embarrassed. A bunch of cowards. He cursed in his heart, then turned into a stream of light and flew high into the sky, obviously going to cross the thunder array. For safety reasons, he flipped his palm. Whoosh, whoosh. A prop similar to the 5-element and 8 diagrams appeared out of thin air and gathered layers of defensive barriers in front of it. 5-element universe cover. This is infinitely close to the holy product. Bang, as everyone was discussing, a deafening roar suddenly came from the valley, and a stream of light swirled and shot away, and then hit the elder of the Hao Guang Holy Sect with incredible accuracy, producing thick white smoke that covered the sky and the sun. The whole audience was silent. Whoosh. After a while, the elder of the Haoguang Holy Sect fell from the smoke. Zio who was standing on a high point, put down the rocket launcher and continued to charge the shells with crystal cores and transmitted a voice, "Sect Master, the target has been shot down." Chapter 753, Come if you are not afraid of death. Plop. The elder of the Haoguang Holy Sect fell into the forest outside the thunder array like a kite with a broken string, and the 5-element heaven and earth cover he summoned fell down with him, breaking into pieces after landing. The outside of the thunder array became quiet. All the warriors widened their eyes, and even rubbed their eyes subconsciously, to make sure they had seen it wrong. They hadn't seen it wrong. The peak martial emperor was indeed blasted down, and was bruised all over. He was blasted to death on the spot, and the treasure, that was infinitely close to the holy product, was also shattered. The expressions on the faces of several warriors who were shocked by the treasure before were extremely wonderful. The most tragic thing in the world is probably that passers-by like us are trying hard to show shock, and before the atmosphere is set, the person who came out has already finished the curtain call. The emperor-level strongman present suddenly felt cold behind them. They were sure that the elder of the Haoguang Holy Sect had fallen to such a state and must have been blasted by Liu Guang. What on earth was that thing that could ignore the treasure and the realm and blast a peak martial emperor so miserably? Elder he. Several strong men from the Haoguang Holy Sect flew over and lifted He Chuncheng up. Although he was injured and unconscious, it was not a serious problem. Fortunately, he carefully activated the defensive treasure, otherwise he would not be able to withstand the bombardment of the rocket launcher, and a minimum standard would be serious injury. The Purple Ridge Demon King shook his head. It sympathized with the elder of the Haoguang Holy Sect very much, because it not only tasted the taste of being bombarded, but also tasted it every day for a period of time. This is the end of those who cross the line without authorization. Jun Changxiao's voice came out, although it was very clean, but it was intimidating. The strong men from various sects who didn't want to rush over after seeing the elder of the Haoguang Holy Sect being bombarded also stood in place honestly. Although they wanted to enter the valley very much to find the spirit stone vein, the huge movement just now calmed the restless blood again and again. Calm down. You must calm down. That's very comfortable. Seeing that no one dared to approach, Jun Changxiao smiled. He didn't want to be an enemy of the whole world. He just wanted to occupy the spiritual stone veins to develop the sect. If the sects could retreat in the face of difficulties, everyone would be happy. In the valley, the ground was still cracking, and gradually gathered the most natural spiritual energy recovery array. Thinking back to the time when he was in Tegu Mountain, in order not to be discovered by outsiders, he manipulated the isolation array to support for 7 days, and Jun Zhangsu had the urge to cry. Sect Master, Li Qingyang whispered, it won't be long before this place will become a Feng Shui treasure land. Yeah. Jun Changxiao responded. He only cared about the spiritual stone veins and had no interest in the mountains and forests that were about to become Feng Shui treasure lands, so his eyes were always locked on the cracked ground. After about a period of time, the ground cracking gradually stopped, and Jun Changxiao immediately announced, dig out the veins. Yes. Li Qingyang rushed into the valley with his fellow disciples and started digging with either shovels or sharp blades. Because they were all strong, they dug pits very quickly. The masters from various sects outside could see clearly with their spiritual senses, and the desire to rush in became stronger and stronger. Master Jun, Elder Yi said in a deep voice, do you really want to take the spiritual stone vein for yourself? Yes. Jun Chang smiled. Elder Yi said, no room for negotiation. Judging from his clenched fists, he was always trying to control his emotions. The masters from other sects were the same. As Li Qingyang and others dug deeper and deeper, they could no longer suppress their strong impulse. This is what my Wangu sect discovered, and we have the ability to mine. Why do we need to discuss it with you? Jun Chang smiled. Master Jun. Elder Yi suppressed his impulse and said, everyone who sees it will have a share. My Aoshi Sheng sect is not greedy. I only want 30.50,000 spiritual stones. What do you think? He also saw that the Wangu sect was determined to occupy the vein today, so he could only take a step back and take a share of it. Ha ha ha. Jun Changxiao raised his head and laughed, saying, "This elder, I would like to ask, when you, the Aoshisheng sect, discovered a mineral vein in the past, did you also take out the ore and share it with others? No. You are a group of self-proclaimed and sanctimonious big sects, always talking about the natural treasures, which are originally ownerless. Who doesn't want to take it for yourself? Who doesn't think they deserve it? Why should the good things be given to you? Why should we, the low-level sects, have to endure the arrogance of your big sects? Why? Bah." Sect Master Jun was a little excited, especially when he said the word "bye," because of the emphasis on the tone. Saliva flew everywhere. Zendejin wiped his face with his hand and took 2 steps back to avoid being accidentally injured by the sect master again. Elder Yi was silent. The martial artists of the sect standing far away were excited when they heard it. If they were not here to watch the fun, they would probably not be able to control their emotions and shouted loudly, "Yes, why? It's a good answer. Stronger in strength. But today, the Wangu sect occupies the valley and makes you dare not cross the line. Why should you separate the ore? Your big sect has 2 mouths, and both are right." "Old man." Jun Changxiao pointed at Elder Yi and said coldly, "I'm going to say this today. Anyone who dares to cross the line will pay a heavy price." "Too arrogant." An emperor-level strongman shouted, "Everyone, this is just a 5th-rate sect. Even if we unite, we can't break the Thunder Array and deal with it." Yes. Someone supported. "The deeper the disciples of the Wangu sect dig, the mineral vein will appear soon. At this time, the strong men of the 1st and 2nd-rate sects can't suppress the idea of rushing over. He Chunsheng is still too impatient. If he could endure until now, he would easily pull everyone to rise up." Elder Yi said in a deep voice, "Jun Changxiao, your Wangu sect wants to take over the spiritual stone vein alone, but we will never agree. If you insist on doing it alone, you must be prepared to pay a painful price." "Who?" As he spoke, his cultivation burst out all over his body. The 3 martial emperors who came with him also released their elms. The Hao Guang Shengzang and other high-level sects were not far behind and fully opened their cultivation. For a time, the space outside the Thunder Array suddenly gathered a terrifying spiritual energy aura. "Everyone," Elder Yi shouted angrily, "follow me and charge forward." Whoosh. The explosive energy was released again. Jun Changxiao lowered his head, rubbed his fingers, and flames rose. He lit the cigar hanging in his mouth, took a deep puff, and said, "Fire." Bang, a deafening roar came. Boom. A mushroom cloud suddenly rose in the area outside the Thunder Array, and the entire ground shook violently. The warriors of the outermost sects were horrified and covered their buzzing ears and retreated wildly. Soon, the clouds dissipated. Looking down from above, the originally empty mountain forest had been blasted into a huge deep pit, and even the edge of the area was barren. Elder Yi and others who were ready to charge the array had their eyes wide open and their ears erect. "Ha." Jun Chang laughed and blew out a smoke ring, saying, "Come on if you are not afraid of death." "Master Jun." An emperor-level strongman suppressed the shock rising in his heart and said with a bow, "Sorry to bother you. Goodbye. Farewell. Farewell." Many emperor-level strongmen from 2nd and 3rd-rate sects left one after another, faster than when they came. Gulp. Elder Yi swallowed his saliva and hurriedly left with his 3 companions. Before leaving, he glanced at the deep pit that was blasted not far away, and his shock became stronger. Although the cannon was fired deliberately, it also shocked the heroes. All the major sects with ideas and impulses fled. The spiritual stone vein is certainly important, but life is more important. Moreover, with the destructive power just now, if it falls into the crowd, it will not be just one person who will die, but a large group of people. Sect Master. The vein has been dug up. Take it all away, not a single particle left. Yes. Sect Master, this vein is quite large. We may not be able to finish digging it out in a day or 2. Notify the sect and send more disciples to help. Yes. The warriors who were watching the fun and had no idea about the spiritual stone vein heard the conversation between Jun Changxiao and his disciples in the valley, and their eyes were filled with envy. P.S. The 4th update. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 754. 3 half-step martial saints arrive. The field artillery fired a shot and directly scared away all the powerful men from the major sects who had ideas. Most of them were at the emperor level. The explosive power and lethality were too great, and they didn't have the courage to force it. Without the obstacles, Jun Changxiao mobilized more disciples to start mining. Batches of authentic natural spirit stones were transported out and loaded into his space ring. The warriors from the low-level sects and schools standing on the outermost periphery could only watch. The first-class sects all suffered losses and left, so why are they still here? Do they really think they can get a bargain with good luck? Jun Changxiao, who has to ask for money from the casual cultivators when entering the Death Valley, would never leave anything for others to pick up. In fact, they are not waiting to pick up leaks, but waiting for the big sects that left to take the next step, especially the Haoguang Holy Sect. Their elders were knocked unconscious by the blast. Not to mention for the spirit stone veins, it is impossible to swallow this bad breath. How could the second-rate Aoshi Shengzang watch a spiritual stone vein being dug up by the fifth-rate Wanguzang? Wait. There will definitely be a wonderful show. Maybe soon, a stronger person than the emperor will appear. By then, will Wanguzang give in or fight hard? Jun Changxiao also knew that several major sects would not give up, so he ordered his disciples to hurry up and dig spiritual stones. For this reason, he did not hesitate to order the little magic fairy to transform into the black eagle form of the magic ridge and go to the sect to transfer the Langxiang excavator specialist, Wild Boar Pepper. Go down quickly. Jun Changxiao held the King Lang Yanyu sword, and his body was filled with a terrifying aura, as if he had turned into a demon god. Hurry up. Wild Boar Pepper drilled into the mine at the speed of reincarnation and dug spiritual stones with the disciples. To be exact, it was digging, and everyone was watching. Because after this guy released the earth-related spiritual energy, he quickly decomposed the soil and minerals, and spiritual stones flew out one by one, so fast that the disciples couldn't get involved at all. My god. Li Fei said with his eyes wide open, this digging is too fast. More than fast. It's super fast. In just half an hour, the natural spiritual stones dug out are enough for thousands of disciples to dig for a whole day. Those disciples who practiced the 5-element heaven-seeking secret and comprehended the earth-related attributes were ashamed because they had tried, but the digging speed was completely inferior to that of Wild Boar Pepper. The attributes that humans condense after birth or through martial arts cannot be compared with those that animals are born with. It's a pity that, after becoming Jun Changxiao's contracted beast, although the attributes of Wild Boar Pepper were stimulated to the extreme, its role was plowing and construction. Now it has unlocked a new skill, mining. Swish, swish. After an hour, Wild Boar Pepper dug out 200,000 pieces. At this speed, digging for a day and a night can obtain millions of natural spiritual stones. Great, great, great. Jun Changxiao's eyes became hot. This kind of resources that can help disciples improve their strength faster, let alone millions, even if it is hundreds of billions, he would not think it is too little. At this moment, Jun Changxiao looked into the distance, and 3 streams of light came from hundreds of miles away at a high speed. Under the heavy momentum, the space was shaking violently. Half-step Martial Saint, Wu Juzi Sheng said. The Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace looked solemn. Judging from the heavy aura, these 3 half-step martial saints are definitely stronger than himself. In fact, the Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace can break through to the half-step martial saint, although it is inseparable from his own efforts and talents. But the key lies in luck, because looking at the 4th-rate sects on the mainland, there are very few warriors who can reach this level. And because it was a breakthrough by chance, he could not be compared with the top 1st and 2nd-rate sects in terms of strength. Sure enough, you still don't give up. Jun Changxiao shook his head. He could guess that the 3 half-step martial saints flying over must be related to the Haoguang Holy Sect and the Aoshi Holy Sect. It's a bit troublesome. Zendejin frowned slightly. With his current thunder array, he can only blow up the emperor level and half-step martial saint, unless the opponent integrates into the central area. However, any strong man with a little bit of brains will not rush in, not to mention that with their strength, they can fly over directly, not to mention breaking the array directly. Be on guard. Jun Changxiao said coldly. The little dragon lying on the stone stood up, his eyes full of strong fighting spirit, his smooth skin became more and more red, and you can vaguely see a scale on his neck. The little fairy stood in front of his master, shaking his hands. The psychic cat flew around like a ball, and a circle of little stars suddenly appeared on its head. But it was also painful and happy. The two contracted beasts had already entered the combat state. Zyuozuji, who was standing on the top of the mountain, stepped on the field gun with one foot and carried the rocket launcher on his shoulder. Jun Chang smiled and said, "Start the special effect mode." Yes. Zyuozuji's spiritual thoughts merged into the rocket launcher and established a certain connection with it. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 light spots appeared in the sight instantly, and the sight kept shaking, frequently changing targets, as if waiting for the user to lock. Only Jun Changxiao can activate the automatic aiming and perspective functions of the magic modified 8-fold mirror, but any disciple of the Wongu sect can activate the special effects of the magic modified rocket launcher. Emphasize the key points. Wongu sect disciples, half-step martial saints have already initially mastered the power of space and have very strong perception. It may not be possible to hit them simply by rocket bombardment. It is still necessary to activate the precision strike special effect. Whoosh, a strong pressure permeated around the valley, causing the faces of the warriors from the lower level sects and schools who had not yet left to change drastically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, there was a vibration outside the thunder array. 3 old men with great momentum seemed to appear out of thin air. 2 of them wore the same clothes, and 1 wore a grey robe. Here they come. From the clothes, the warriors of all walks of life immediately realized that they were definitely the strong men from the Haoguang Holy Sect and the Aoshi Holy Sect. From the oppressive aura that permeated, their strength was definitely above the emperor level. So, they are half-step martial saints. My god. There were 3 of these strong men who belonged to the quasi-top level in the Xinjiang continent. Here they come again. Ma Yunteng's mouth twitched. Wang Donglin said solemnly, although Sect Master Jun has powerful magical powers that can improve his cultivation, the half-step martial saints of first and second-rate sects are by no means comparable to those of fourth-rate sects. Changsan Fanghua shook his head and said, at that time, we adopted the suggestion of the elders of the Aoshi Sheng sect and distributed tens of thousands of spirit stones to them. How could we alarm 3 half-step martial saints? Jun Changxiao. At this moment, a half-step martial saint of the Haoguang Sheng sect said in a deep voice, "You are very brave to hurt my sect elders." The pressure from his words shook the thunder array in the valley violently. Zendejin frowned immediately. The half-step martial saints of the big sects are really amazing. The power they carry when they speak can shake the array they have arranged. If they start to fight, it will probably be difficult to detonate. Stop talking nonsense. Jun Changxiao, who was standing on the boulder, stretched out his hand, hooked his index finger and said, "Come over here." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755. Every inch of your body is a treasure. The newly unearthed mineral vein is not small in scale, and there are a lot of spiritual stones stored in it. If all of them are dug out, it will definitely be a huge wealth for the Wongu sect, and the overall strength will inevitably increase a lot. Therefore, even if the Haoguang Holy Sect sends 2 half-step martial saints and the Aoshi Holy Sect sends a half-step martial saint, Jun Changxiao will never give in, and must fight them to the end. Fortune is sought in danger. If you don't succeed, you will die. Jun Changxiao imitated the deputy head of the Rolling Curtain sect, combined the one yang finger and the lion roar skill, and hooked his finger and said, "Come on." Everyone's mouth twitched. In the dragon and tiger battle, they saw Jun Changxiao's thick skin, and today they also saw thick courage. Those are 3 real half-step martial saints. They dare to provoke with such a mean look and tone. There may not be a second one in the entire Xinjiang continent. Jun Changxiao will not underestimate the 2 strong men from the first and second rate sects, but at this point, the momentum must not be weakened. In short, regardless of whether you can win or not, you should show off your strength first. Then, whether you squat and take the beating or run away, it depends on your own decision. Besides, there are only 3 half-step martial saints. Although my Wandu sect has only 1, we have 2 contracted beasts, the 5 absolute evil saints, rocket launchers, and myself, the 7th grade sword martial arts double emperor. If we really fight, we are still qualified to compete. This boy is so arrogant. The strong man from the Aoshisheng sect said with a cold look. Humph. A strong man from the Guangsheng sect said disdainfully, young people nowadays have a little fame in the world, but they don't even know their surnames. The half-step martial saint who spoke earlier glanced at the thunder array in front of him and said lightly, putting this kind of small things around, do you really think you can be fearless? I'll break it. The strong man next to him took a step in the void, and the strong pressure of the half-saint instantly spread around his body, and immediately pressed over like a tide. Buzz, buzz. The overwhelming pressure spread, and the thunder array around the valley was squeezed, and the barrier began to twist suddenly. Zendejan had been trying to stabilize the thunder array, but he could not compete with the overwhelming force. Sweat gradually oozed from his forehead, and his whole face was distorted. Boom. 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 Finally, unable to stabilize, the thunder arrays arranged around the valley all exploded, and lightning snakes splashed out, and rolled up dust. The warriors standing in the distance all stared with wide eyes. They knew that there was a thunder array in front of them, and they knew that they would definitely be blown up if they went in, but they didn't expect that witnessing the explosion from the perspective of a bystander would have such a strong visual impact. Puff. Zendejan spit out a mouthful of blood, covered his chest, and stepped back several steps. His face became extremely weak. Although the explosion of the array showed an artistic side, it was not directly detonated, and did not hurt the target, but was squeezed and exploded, which made him very unhappy and very unwilling. Damn it. Wait for me. After studying the 32 formations of Keeman more thoroughly, I will definitely create a more advanced thunder formation to blow away you half-step martial saints who are so high up. The dust was blown away by the wind, and a fist-deep pit formed on the periphery of the valley. The inside can be clearly seen with the naked eye. Jun Changxiao stood on the boulder. Some disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect used their weapons to guard the entrance. The most eye-catching thing was the field artillery placed on the high point and the rocket launcher on Ziozuja's shoulder. The smart warrior immediately thought that the elder of the Guang Holy Sect and the huge deep pit that was blasted out earlier must have been caused by these two things. It can severely injure the peak martial emperor and burst out such a great destructive power. It must be at least a holy treasure. Jun Changxiao, the half-step martial saint who broke the thunder array, said calmly, it is not easy for your sect to rise in a short period of time. Hand over the 2 items on the mountain and the spiritual stone vein. I, Guang Shengzang, will not pursue the previous grudges. When he came, he had heard He Chunsheng, who had awakened, say that he was hit by a strange big guy on a high point, so he determined that this item was definitely extraordinary, and it would be good if he could get it. Heh. Jun Changxiao clasped his 10 fingers together and said, spirit stones can no longer satisfy your first-class sect. Are you going to rob others' things instead? Don't hand it over. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and let your horse come. Not to mention that he didn't ride a horse. Just this tone made the half-step martial saint unbearable. Swish. He flew over and stopped at the explosion area of the thunder array. He raised his hand and said, if you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. Hoo-hoo. The vast spiritual energy instantly gathered in his palm and formed a cyclone. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in all directions was also driven and turned into streams of light. At that moment, the area of dozens of miles around the valley was filled with a murderous aura, which also made many warriors who were watching the excitement nervous. The fight has begun. That's a half-step martial saint. The power he unleashes must be earth-shattering. Although everyone was afraid and wanted to retreat, they were driven by the desire to witness the battle between the strong. They would rather stand where they were and ignore the possibility of being affected. Will you hand it over? The half-step martial saint asked again. After all, it was a big sect, and there were so many spectators watching. It was really cheap to bully a fifth-rate sect. If they could get the other party to admit their mistakes and hand over the treasure, they could also gain a reputation for being magnanimous. Ding. The side quest was triggered. A mission at this time, could it be? As expected, the system panel was opened, and the mission was, the host must personally defeat a half-step Martial Saint 0/1, elite mission, who came to rob the Spirit Stone Vein. What a shit. Jun Changxiao was a little frustrated. It was a bit difficult for him to defeat a half-step Martial Saint, and the appearance of the mission meant that he had to switch from passive defense to active attack, so the situation was different. Fuck it. Jun Changxiao stood up, spread out the armed wings behind him, and clenched his right fist suddenly. Buzz. A stream of light instantly lingered around his body, and then gradually gathered into a steel armor. The whole process was like wearing a holy garment. Hoo-hoo. Spiritual energy diffused from the body, and covered the steel armor, as if another layer of armor was put on the surface. Bang. The Azure Dragon Crescent blade appeared out of thin air, and the bottom of the blade hit the stone surface. The flight, combat, and defense modes of the mechanical armed wings were fully opened, and the spiritual armor was added, and the divine weapon was sacrificed again. At this moment, in order to complete the side quest, Sect Master Jun really went all out. Several half-step Martial Saints looked surprised. This one Goose Sect Master, no matter the armor he was wearing, or the weapons in his hands, even a casual glance would tell that he was not simple, and his whole body was definitely full of treasures. Of course. With the system in hand, Sect Master Jun was a Krypton Gold player. The three half-step Martial Saints standing opposite were strong, but they didn't even have the first charge, and at best they were Krypton Liver players. Since you don't hand it over, don't blame me for bullying you, a junior, in public. The strong man who was ready to go shouted coldly. In an instant, the cyclone gathered in the palm of his hand suddenly rippled with energy ripples, and a beam of light burst out from it, blasting towards the fully armed Jun Changxiao. This move gathered his own power and the power of heaven and earth, as if it had the power to penetrate space, and deeply shock the audience in the distance. Split ocean with all your strength. Jun Changxiao raised his Azure Dragon Crescent blade and slashed at the beam of light. With the blessing of his right hand's combat transformation, he immediately dragged out a dazzling and extremely heavy blade light. Swish, the blade energy, that seemed to be as cold as the 19 continents collided directly with the beam of light and tore it apart fiercely. Swish. Jun Changxiao rushed up with his blade, tearing the beam of light like cutting cloth, and with the blessing of the armed wings, he rushed to the half-step Martial Saint in an instant. Not good. Ding. At this moment, a crisp sound of weapons colliding came, and the powerful power contained in it directly shattered the space in that area. Swish, 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 swish. A half-broken sword flew out in a spiral, and then stuck on a huge rock in the distance. Under the sunlight, the word fan could be seen engraved on the edge of the broken part. This is the sword forged by Master Fan. Everyone looked up and saw that the half-step Martial Saint retreated dozens of feet, and the sword in his hand was broken in half. Chapter 756, Killing the Half-Saint. Although Master Fan has never appeared on the stage, the weapons he forged have a very high rate of being on the screen. Look, the half-step Martial Saint from the Haoguang Holy Sect is holding a broken sword in his hand, which he once forged. In terms of quality, it has reached the level of a holy product. However, he didn't even give his name, and he didn't even have the chance to shock the extras to set the atmosphere, and he had already completed his curtain call. My sword. The half-step Martial Saint held the famous sword that he had spent a lot of effort and money to get, and his hands couldn't stop trembling, his eyes full of sadness and anger. The sword forged by Master Fan not only represents excellence, but also elegance. The upper class can get one, even if the level is not high, it is enough to show off in front of people for a lifetime. The sword of the holy product level is even more treasured by collectors and users, so how can they accept the fact that it was cut off? Let's not talk about whether Master Fan is still alive, just the forged weapons were destroyed by Jun Changxiao again and again, creating a pretentious atmosphere for him, which is a super tragedy that only asks about the weapons, but not the people. Destroy my sword. The half-step Martial Saint raised his head, his eyes flashing with rage, and said, unforgivable. Hoo-hoo. In an instant, a strong aura surged from his body, pressing towards Jun Changxiao, obviously using the huge advantage in realm to forcibly restrain him. For a battle between a higher realm and a lower realm, this method is undoubtedly the simplest and most direct. However, the pressure of the palm print of the upper realm could not penetrate Jun Changxiao, so how could a half-step martial saint do it? Swish. He rushed up with the Qinglang Yanyu sword against the aura, and his armed right arm suddenly shone brightly, and an endless supply of power poured into the blade, causing the blade engraved with a green dragon to burst out with a momentum that shattered the space. Kakaka. He rushed forward, with lightning and sparks all the way. Jun Changxiao, with full firepower, was absolutely terrifying. At this moment, the entire blade exuded a green light, and a long-bearded green shadow gathered, and said in a voice like a bell, "I'm Guan Yu, the Marquis of Han," shouting. This voice exuded a sense of righteousness, shocking the hearts of the audience in the distance. Some warriors who came together even had the urge to kneel down and swear brotherhood with their friends under the witness of the green shadow. Phantom Soul? The two half-step martial saints were surprised. Swish. At this moment, Jun Changxiao rushed over with the blessing of the martial saint's soul and surpassed the strong man, angrily swinging his sword and slashing down. The sword energy spans 30,000 miles, and the sword light chills the 19 continents. The heavy green sword energy tore through the space from top to bottom and slashed down, and the whole world seemed to lose its color in an instant. It was as if everything was silent, leaving only Master Jun's sword. Kakaka. The space shattered, leaving behind knife marks. The half-step martial saint hanging below looked astonished. How could this guy ignore his own key domain? How could he burst out with such might? He didn't have time to think. His palms suddenly held up to the sky, and the strong spiritual energy burst out, instantly forming a substantial defensive barrier in the sky. Boom. A huge bang came, and the green blade slashed fiercely on the barrier. A strong destructive force instantly penetrated the inside, causing it to shatter on the spot with a bang. Swish. The half-step martial saint exploded backwards. Boom. The remaining might of the blade directly hit the ground, and he was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. With that kind of power just now, if he couldn't dodge in time, he would definitely be directly injured, or even cut in two. A young man at the emperor level can actually bring a sense of crisis to a half-step martial saint like himself. Then, his weapons and equipment are too awesome. Swish. Jun Changxiao ate the Qinglang Yanyu sword, stimulating the spirit of the martial saint to kill again. At this moment, he has obviously suppressed the opponent in momentum, and will definitely not give him a chance to breathe. Boom. Boom. The two of them instantly started a fierce battle in the sky that lasted for tens of thousands of words. About 10 minutes later, Jun Changxiao slashed again with a knife. Although the half-step martial saint avoided it with difficulty, there were still knife marks on his arm, and blood spurted out. Looking carefully, there were more than 10 knife marks on his body, which showed that he was slashed a lot during the 10,000 words. The half-step martial saint breathed a little quickly and roared in his heart, how can he still be so energetic? This kid must need to be blessed with top-level equipment. After a long battle, his physical strength will become increasingly exhausted. But after fighting for more than 10 minutes, he tried hard to avoid the knife light and was scratched so many times. He was obviously a little embarrassed, but the opponent became more and more courageous. Dual core drive makes men more durable. Swish. Jun Changxiao rushed over again. This time, he gathered his strength on the Qinglang Yanyu sword again, and slashed out a knife aura that tore through space. The power was only stronger than at the beginning of the battle. The half-step martial saint didn't dare to take it head on, so he could only retreat again, until he was parallel to the other two companions, and then he said breathlessly, if you don't go up, all the spiritual stones in the vein will be dug up. He was scared. He didn't dare to continue fighting. Ding. The side quest is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 contribution points. Ding. Contribution value 30,001/50,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and obtaining the task reward, a new seal talisman X1, and the right to purchase a genius treasure incubator X1. Jun Changxiao, who was about to attack, suddenly put away his knife after hearing the prompt and said in astonishment, is it done? The system said the guy was beaten away, and he also instigated his companions to take action. The system determines that you have defeated him. Is that so? Jun Changxiao suddenly realized, with ecstasy on his face. After completing the side quest, he was rewarded with a new seal talisman, which could be used to unlock the modified difficult to collect sword. The sword given by Xiaoyuan had been modified for some time, but because the old seal talisman could not be unsealed, it had never been used, so no one knew how powerful it was. Swish. Jun Changxiao returned to the boulder in the valley, with the Qinglang Yanyu sword standing in front of him. He said in a cold voice, if you can't beat them, let your companions do it. Is this the style of the first and second rate sects? With the new seal talisman, he straightened his back even more. Swish. Swish. The two strong men from Haoguang Shengzong and Aoshi Shengzong ignored him and flew towards the valley. The half-step martial saint just reminded them that they decided to take down the spirit stone vein first. Fight. Jun Chang shouted with a smile. Xiao Zuji, who had already turned on the special effects, controlled the sight, locked onto the powerful man from the Aoshi Shengzong who was flying in the front, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! White smoke spurted out of the muzzle, and the shell shook the space and burst out, and it was still spinning as it rushed past. Seeing this, the warriors in the distance were sure that the martial emperor elder of the Haoguang Shengzong must have been knocked down by this thing. The locked half-step martial saint caught the vibration of space, raised disdain at the corner of his mouth, and then seemed to use the flash skill, flashing to the sky above the valley. The vast spiritual energy burst out, and then spread wildly below. What he has to do now is to seal off the valley, not allowing the disciples of the Wanguzang to enter, nor allowing them to go out. Be careful. At this moment, the strong man from Haoguang Shengzong shouted behind him. The half-step martial artist's spiritual thoughts spread out, and he found that the flowing light force in the distance suddenly turned a corner and blasted towards him in the area he had just passed through. Don't panic. Don't rush. Just watch me continue to cross the space. Whoosh. The strong man from Aoshi Shengzong merged into the space unhurriedly, and then appeared in the position before the first flash, with a smile on his lips. Boom. Suddenly, there was an explosion in that area, and thick smoke appeared, like the traces left over from an oversized firework. A gust of wind blew, and the white smoke dissipated. The powerful man from the Proud Saint sect was suspended in the air, his whole body was blown into an extremely embarrassing state, and his tied hair was also messy and scattered. The power of the god-modified rocket launcher can knock out a peak martial emperor like Yi Chunsheng, but it cannot shake a half-step martial saint, so it only caused damage, and did not bring substantial damage. However, it was also embarrassing enough. After all, he dodged left and right in front of everyone, but in the end he still failed to dodge and was it. It was really embarrassing and humiliating. Swish. Swish. On the other side, the Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace and the 5 Absolute Evil Saints had already flown out and were across the valley, blocking another half-step martial saint. The two sides confirmed their rise and instantly fought each other. In terms of strength, the Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace could not beat such a powerful man from a large sect, but with the assistance of the 5 Absolute Evil Saints who had once been martial saints, he was still under no pressure. Boom. Boom. The three men fought extremely fiercely in mid-air, and the space was shattered as the spiritual energy exploded. Swish. Swish. Zendegen frequently waved the formation flags and inserted them inside the valley. An isolation formation from the 32 formations of Keeman quickly condensed to resist the remaining power so as not to affect the spiritual stone veins below. Xia Longlong, little magic fairy. Jun Changxiao pointed at the half-saint who had been bombed and said, this man is left to you too. Swish. Xia Longlong rushed over first. Whoosh. Hot flames filled the air, and then an innocent boy's face appeared, saying, I can do it myself. Bang. The little magic fairy pressed the face of the psychic cat on the stone and rubbed it hard. Is he looking down on me? Sister. I don't know whether he looks down on you or not, but I know that you are murdering me. Swish. The psychic cat was thrown out. Wings appeared behind the little magic fairy, and then she flew up at full speed. Boom. Xiao had already started fighting with the half-saint and shouted angrily, "Woman who is in the way, get out of the way. I won't." The little magic fairy flew high, wrapped herself up with black wings, and the space in front of her shook. Flies of glittering light appeared out of thin air, and she said, feathers flying all over the sky. Swish. The wings suddenly spread out, and the feathers instantly blasted towards the half-saint like sharp arrows. Xiao, who had just exchanged a punch with him, looked back, his expression collapsed and he roared, "Idiot teammate." Boom. 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 Dense explosions came, and the space was torn apart and spread in all directions. Seeing this, many warriors gasped in shock. This level of battle, being in the scene to watch, is indeed very shocking. Boom. At this moment, a loud bang came from the sky above the valley, and another half-saint was knocked out, then staggered to stabilize his body, with a hole in his chest close and a black palm print on his skin. Young man. The right hand of the 5 absolute evil saint was filled with black aura, and his eyes were cold as he said, "If it were the past, I would have made you feel so painful that you would want to die." The half-saint of the Heoguang Holy Sect used his spiritual energy to quickly dissolve the evil energy that had penetrated into his body, and said solemnly, "So you are an evil cultivator." Feathers flying all over the sky. At this moment, the little demon fairy on the other side seemed to be furious and went berserk. She folded her wings again, and suddenly spread them out, and dense feathers burst out like rain. Xiaolonglong's mouth twitched, but he dodged early and said angrily, "A woman who is in the way." Swish. When the feather attack ended, he condensed the strongest flame, and rushed towards the half-saint. Boom. Boom. The flames in the air were surging, and the fist marks and power were crazy and wanton. The half-saint was first blown up, and then hit twice by the little demon fairy. Although the injury was not fatal, it was still inevitably affected, and was immediately entangled by Xiaolonglong. One of the 2 half-saints was entangled by the contracted beast, and the other was entangled by the Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace and the 5 absolute evil saints. What about the other one? Naturally, he was entangled by Sect Master Jun. He only saw him fire at full power again, holding the green dragon crescent blade and killing him. Boom. Boom. In the valley area, 3 battlefields frequently staged fierce battles, making the audience in the distance not know which one to watch. Xiaozuji was also very entangled, because after refilling the shells, he didn't know which target to lock on and bombard. The 5 absolutes had already gained the upper hand, and the sect master was also chasing the opponent from the east to the west, so he had to continue to bombard the half-saint of the Aoshisheng sect. Locked on. But Xiaolonglong was entangled with his opponent all the time, and he had no chance to fire. Feathers flying all over the sky. At this moment, the little magic fairy used her killer move again. When Xiaolonglong heard the sound, he turned his head and moved away without saying a word, then roared, "Are you hitting him or me?" "Of course I'm hitting him. If you hit him, can't you find an opportunity? Why do you always bring me along? I'm happy. What's your business? I think you're itching for trouble." The 2 contracted beasts of the Jun clan leader stopped fighting the half-saint and started arguing in the air. Good opportunity. Xiaozuji seized the opportunity and hurriedly pulled the trigger, while the half-saint had just received the flying feathers, firing the second shot with precise strikes. Bang. Gorgeous smoke appeared in the air again. The half-saint of the Aoshi Shengzang was bombarded again, and the whole person became more embarrassed, and even his hair was blown up. Xiaolonglong and Xiaomarkson, who were startled by the sound of the cannon, stopped arguing and locked onto him, either using the flying feathers, or condensing violent flames to bombard him. The half-saint who was attacked repeatedly had his strength greatly reduced. He was immediately suppressed by the 2 contracted beasts. The more he fought, the more flustered he became. Because the disciples of the eternal ancient sect below once again set up a strange treasure to lock him. If he dodges, he will be bombarded. If he doesn't dodge, he will have to face the endless entanglement of the man and the woman. Bang. After a while, Xiaozuji seized the opportunity and fired another shell, and then bombarded the half-saint with great precision, blowing up his messy hair and emitting white smoke. He is strong and can withstand the bombardment of rocket launchers, but if he can do it once or twice, how can he continue to bear it? So, unfortunately, he dragged his embarrassed body down. Swish. Xiao Lang Lang rushed over with flames, and his hands suddenly stretched out, and shells blasted towards the falling target like cruise missiles. The little fairy was naturally unwilling to fall behind, and once again gathered the flying feathers in the sky and shot at the half-saint. Boom 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 boom. The area outside the valley was sunken under the bombardment, and finally a deep pit of hundreds of feet appeared. As for the half-saint of the Aoshi Shengzang, he was lying in the deepest part, and he was completely unconscious. After being bombarded by rockets 3 times, and bombarded by 2 contracted beasts for so long, he completely lost his fighting power. He had to stand up and give the most noble hat off. Boom. Boom. The 5 absolute evil saints at the other end used their evil magic to the extreme, and took advantage of the opponent's battle with the Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace to sneak attack from behind. He came dozens of times in a row, which broke the half-saint's mind. In the end, he had no choice but to drag his body with black palm prints on his back to escape from the back of the valley. When he saw the half-step martial saint of the Aoshi Sheng sect was knocked unconscious in the deep pit, he knew that the situation was over, so he sent a message, retreat. The companion who came with him had no time to reply, because he had already flown hundreds of miles away. Behind him, Jun Changxiao was chasing and slashing wildly with a knife, which seemed to be, like you are the wind and I'm the sand, lingering around the world. Damn it. Unable to wait for his companion to send a message, the half-step martial saint gritted his teeth unwillingly, and flew away without looking back. The Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace and the 5 absolute evil saints saw that the other party had slipped away, and did not chase after him, but fell on a boulder. The corner of the warrior standing in the distance twitched. One of the 3 half-step martial saints was knocked unconscious, one was chased all over the world, and the other ran away directly. It was incredible. No wonder Sect Master Jun dared to occupy the valley, and was not afraid of so many sects. It turned out that he was not courting death, but really had the strength to fight them. Swish. At this moment, Jun Changxiao flew over with his armed wings, and then panted, "Damn, you run so fast." Li Qingyang and others twitched their lips. The 2 contracted beasts and the 5 supreme seniors were able to suppress the semi-saints, because they were outnumbered. The sect master alone chopped a semi-saint away with a knife, which was really super tough. "Sect master," Li Qingyang said, "what should we do with the unconscious semi-saint?" Jun Changxiao put away his knife, took off his armor and said, "Seal the meridians and tie him up." "Yes." Li Fei and Shanqi ran over quickly. Plop. Jun Changxiao sat down, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "It's so fucking tiring. Although it's fun for this guy to chop the semi-saints all over the world, it consumes a lot of spiritual energy and strength. If the opponent doesn't slip away and persists for a while, he will be exhausted." The system said, "There is still a big gap between the host and the half-step martial saint. If there is no equipment to bless him with Jun Changxiao's 7th grade sword martial emperor level cultivation, he can only compete with the peak martial emperor and will be completely defeated when facing a half-saint. Of course, it is still worthy of recognition to kill the half-saint with cheating, because not everyone is qualified to cheat, and not everyone can still thrive in the other world without being banned after cheating." Everything returned to normal. The wild boar pepper in the mine was not disturbed and continued to dig the spiritual stone vein. The Heoguang Holy Sect and the Aoshi Holy Sect, which suffered losses, did not send anyone again. In just one night, the natural spiritual stones were dug up cleanly. Jun Zhangsu counted them, and found that there were at least 2 or 3 million. He said happily, "Go home." Yes. Xiao Zuji took back the field artillery and rocket launcher. Zendexiu removed the formation and took back the formation flag, and the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect rode the Hurricane Wolf and galloped towards the sect. Soon, this valley became deserted. The warriors in the distance saw the large army of the Eternal Ancient Sect evacuating and entered the mine cave with a fluke mentality. Seeing that there was nothing inside, the corners of their mouths twitched. The newly unearthed spiritual stone vein was dug up in less than a day. How did they do it? On the way back, Zilin Demon King looked at Jun Changxiao and others walking in front of him, and said solemnly, "This Eternal Ancient Sect, which is only at the 5th rate level, is very unusual. The 3 half-step martial saints all suffered at their hands. I have been sealed for so long, my cultivation and strength have been greatly reduced, and it is not shameful to be captured and become a prisoner. Thinking of this, Zilin Demon King straightened his back and walked away swaggeringly. Yi Xingchen, who followed him, said nothing all the way, but he was a little unhappy. Because from guarding the spiritual stone vein to fighting with the half-saint, I was just here to play soy sauce. No hurry, no hurry. When this emperor recovers his peak strength, I will be indispensable in any big scene. PS. The third update, a big chapter of 5,000 plus words. Please recommend votes. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 757 Genius Earth Treasure Incubator. A vein storing millions of natural spirit stones was dug up by Wild Boar Pepper in a short time, and the efficiency was quite fast. On the way back, Sect Master Jun secretly said, if I can buy the skill of exploring underground, or in the mall, and then use the Spirit Beast Pavilion, to give it to the little guy, it will be perfect. Wild Boar Pepper's earth attribute is simply a natural treasure hunter and miner. The system said, yes, I know. Jun Changxiao said, you must brush it, right? The system said, otherwise, give it to you for free. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, give it to me for free, I don't mind. Dream on. The system said. Jun Changxiao ignored it, opened the purchased items column, and locked on the Genius Treasure Incubator given by the task reward. It is introduced that this is an instrument for incubating genius treasures. The advantages that it can be quickly ripened, and the disadvantages that it can only incubate genius treasures. The medicinal materials planted in the medicine garden, whether ordinary or high quality, cannot be described as genius treasures, so they have no effect in it. This made Jun Changxiao a little disappointed. If the medicinal seeds can be nurtured, you can buy more for the medicine hall to speed up the maturity of the Wu Wang pill and other elixirs. 10,000 contribution points. Jun Changxiao continued to look and found the last price. His eyes widened. If it is a product that improves combat effectiveness, it is acceptable to be more expensive, but the price of an instrument that can only nurture genius and earth treasures is actually only available in high-level mals, which is a bit fucked. The system said, genius and earth treasures are hard to come by, and the growth cycle is extremely long. With this thing, they can be quickly ripened. If it were me, I would buy it for not only 10,000, but 100,000. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes. He had long seen that the value of this guy's existence, besides angering himself, is to instigate contribution points. I don't know if he has taken kickbacks from the salted fish author. Besides, the host also has the Pure Heart Holy Lotus. This thing fully meets the standards of genius and earth treasures. It can be planted inside to ripen, and let the 2 missing petals grow quickly. The system said. Yes. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. This genius treasure found in the tomb of the 100-faced medical saint. I would have almost forgotten it if the system hadn't reminded me, and the 5 absolute evil saints said that only by eating all the 9-petal Pure Heart Holy Lotus can one completely restore his cultivation. This time, I had a head-on fight with a first or second-rate sect for the spiritual stone vein, which was considered a grudge. They might come to cause trouble in the future. If this servant recovers his martial saint cultivation, he will undoubtedly be more confident. Bye. Ding. The host consumes 10,000 contribution points and obtains a Genius Treasure Incubator X1, which has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution value 20,001/50,000 point. The Genius Treasure Incubator is similar to an incubator, but it is relatively small in terms of specifications, and it is obviously impossible to plant genius treasures in large quantities. There is a groove at the bottom, which is used for charging according to the manual. This thing has the same function as an incubator. Planting genius treasures in it can use various energies to accelerate the incubation. Medicinal materials, ores, crystal cores, and even spiritual stones are all possible. Of course, in terms of effect, the best energy is undoubtedly crystal core and spirit stone, and the worst is medicinal materials and minerals, and the quality also determines the incubation speed. After reading the instructions, Jun Changxiao said speechlessly, "It's another product that costs a lot of money." That's not right. Do you want the genius treasure to grow tenfold? Do you want the genius treasure to grow 100-fold? Do you want the genius treasure to grow 1,000-fold? Come on, young man, recharge happily. Can you not spend money? Yes, this product is people oriented. As long as you buy it, you can enjoy 1.5 times the growth rate forever. 1.5 times is not bad, at least it is accelerated. But for the growth cycle of genius treasures that can easily reach hundreds or thousands of years, it has no effect. Hey. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, I'd better choose Krypton Gold. After returning to the sect, he first settled millions of spirit stones, and then went to the medicine garden to transplant the pure heart holy lotus into the incubator. After a moment, a faint breath filled the air, and then wrapped the pure heart holy lotus together. Ding. Suddenly, a projected display appeared at the bottom, showing digital content on it. The genius treasure is being ripened. The original time is 1000 years, and 1.5 times the acceleration is 666.666 years. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. He also listed the original time and the acceleration time. Isn't this forcing himself to recharge and accelerate? What's the difference between this and the money-making mobile game where you can reach level 999 with one sword and get a god-level outfit by beating a chicken? It's only 666 years. The system sang in a female voice. Come on, have fun. Anyway, there's plenty of time. Get lost. Jun Chang laughed. Not to mention 666 years. He couldn't wait even for 6 years. So if he wanted to make the medicinal materials mature faster, he had to greatly increase the acceleration rate. 100 times is not enough. At least 1000 times. Jun Changxiao took a deep breath, and his heart collapsed. It's just 2 petals missing, but it took 1000 years to grow out. If I had known it would have no effect on Zijingxan and Old Wei, I wouldn't have taken it off. So, the genius treasure incubator is your regret medicine, to make up for the mistakes you made in the past. The system said. Hey. Jun Changxiao shook his head, then took out a crystal core, and merged it into the groove. Ding. A light sound came from the monitor, only to see the time accurate to the second. As the crystal core energy was merged, it was instantly shortened by 60 seconds. Fuck. Jun Changxiao almost jumped up, holding his head, and said frantically, 1 crystal core speeds up 1 minute. The system said, the level of the crystal cores invested is too low. If all of them are used, 525,600 minutes a year, 666 years will require, well, not too many, only more than 300 million. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and collapsed. Let's not talk about whether there are fierce beasts carrying 300 million crystal cores on the Xinjiang continent. Even if we kill them, how long will it take to get them all? So, if the host doesn't want to waste time, just throw in a higher level crystal core. The system said. That's the only way. Jun Changxiao took out another crystal core comparable to the martial artist level, and the time was shortened to 2 minutes. Not bad. The system said, this only requires about 170 million crystal cores of the same level. What the hell? Jun Changxiao melted the high quality crystal core comparable to the martial master level into it, and the time was increased to 4 minutes. Reduce it by half. Jun Changxiao pulled his hair, and finally made up his mind to throw in the crystal core comparable to the martial king level, and the time was directly increased from 4 minutes to 60 minutes. The system said, if the host uses this level of crystal core, it only needs more than 5 million. Jun Changxiao collapsed directly on the chair. There may be hundreds of millions of martial apprentice level crystal cores on the Xinjiang continent, but there is absolutely no way there are more than 5 million martial king level crystal cores. I can't afford it. A martial king level crystal core only accelerated for 1 hour, which made Jun Changxiao desperate. The system said, host can try with spirit stones. Jun Changxiao was silent. The highest level of the crystal core he had was only the king of martial arts level, so if he wanted to test the acceleration, he could only start with the spirit stones. As for the medicinal materials and minerals, he didn't even think about them. After all, the crystal core couldn't carry them. With these, it was estimated that at least tens of billions of plants and tons would be enough to start. Give it a try. Jun Changxiao took out an artificial spirit stone. After integration, the time was reduced to 60 minutes, which was the same as the speed increase of the King of Martial Arts level crystal core. In this way, the cost was calculated. An artificial spirit stone cost 10,000 teals. 5.8 million of them could directly ripen the pure heart holy lotus. The money required was, Jun Changxiao squatted on the ground, covering his face, not knowing whether he was crying or laughing. More than 58 billion. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Don't cry. The system said, try to invest in natural spirit stones. Yes. Jun Changxiao stood up and said, I still have natural spirit stones. As he said that, he took out the natural spirit stone that Peppa Pig had just dug out, which was still warm, and then integrated it into the groove. Ding. The prompt sound came again. The time on the display was reduced by 10 hours. 10 hours. Jun Changxiao raised his head, his eyes moving, and said, calculate for me quickly, how many are needed? The system said, more than 580,000 natural spirit stones. This number is not small, but Jun Changxiao just dug out several million of them, so he can afford to burn them to ripen them. So he spread his hands, shook them in a wave shape, and sang in a female voice, come on, have fun. Anyway, there is plenty of time. Chapter 758, Elder When a Strange Disease is Cured. Although the cost of using hundreds of thousands of natural spirit stones to ripen the pure heart sacred lotus was a bit high, Jun Changxiao didn't feel bad about it. After all, it could restore the 5 absolute evil saints to the level of martial saints. In the era when becoming an emperor was extremely difficult and rarely seen, the martial saint was definitely the strongest fighting force. If the Eternal Sect had such a strong man in charge, it would not be inferior to the first and second rate sects. Not to mention hundreds of thousands. Even if all the natural spirit stones were thrown in, Sect Master Jun wouldn't blink an eye. The system said, a man should have courage, recharge it hard. It must be. Jun Changxiao waved his hand, and took out a large number of natural spirit stones, and began to infuse energy into it. A few days later, the countdown on the display was shortened from 666 years to a few seconds. He sat down and covered his chest and comforted himself with heartache. It's worth it. It's worth it. Ding. Ripening success. Hoo hoo. The diffuse properties lingering in the incubator gradually dissipated, and the pure heart sacred lotus gathered 7 petals again and was completely forcibly ripened. Recharging makes me stronger, Jun Changxiao said proudly. Sect Master. At this moment, Sun Buchan walked into the study and said, disciple found a prescription that make your elder way from the medical book of the 100-face medical saint. Really? Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. If the pure heart sacred lotus is successfully ripened, the 5 absolute evil saints will be able to completely restore their cultivation. If Elder Wei's illness is cured, it will be equivalent to having another martial emperor. However, when Jun Changxiao looked at the prescription, the corners of his mouth twitched, because it detailed the symptoms of the realm passing, but the aura still remaining. The main ingredient required is the 6-petal pure heart sacred lotus. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The system sang, come on, be happy. Jun Changxiao looked at the prescription carefully and said with a very serious look, are you sure you can cure Elder Wei's strange disease? Sun Buchan said, disciple has inquired about Elder Wei's symptoms in detail, and it is exactly the same as what is recorded here. As long as there are medicinal materials, there is an 80% chance that it can be cured. During this period of time, he has been studying the medical books of the 100-face medical saint, and his understanding of medicine has improved by leaps and bounds. He is definitely the strongest doctor in the Eternal Sect. When he entered the sect, he took out various badges of the heir of the emperor. Now he can really declare to the outside world that he is the medical saint, the heir of the next generation. However, when Sun Buchan finished speaking, he saw the sect master slumped on the table, so he was puzzled. Sect master, what's wrong with you? What else can he do? He is heartbroken. He just used hundreds of thousands of natural spirit stones to ripen the 5 absolute evil saints for healing, but it turned out that Mr. Wei's illness also requires this kind of natural treasure. The system comforted, it's okay, there are only 6 petals, at least leave 1 petal for the host. Get out. Jun Changxiao stood up, slapped his hand on the pill formula, and said, "Don't say 80%, even if it's 10%, we have to try it." Since joining the Eternal Sect, Mr. Welly has been in charge of the cultivation of medicinal materials. The rapid improvement of the disciples is completely inseparable from him, and he will definitely not hesitate to treat them. As for the 5 absolute evil saints, let's wait a little longer. Well, with the support of the sect leader and the 6-petal pure heart holy lotus, Sun Bukong began to boldly study the formula, but he could not forget the voice ringing in his ears. "Bukong, this medicinal material is precious, you must make it successful for me." Sect leader. Disciple will not let you down. In the study, looking at the only petal of the pure heart holy lotus left in the incubator, Jun Changxiao's nose suddenly felt sore, and then he looked at the 2000 years required for 1.5 times acceleration on the display, and his eyes gradually became moist. At the beginning, I was still thinking that, if I could let the 5 absolute evil saints recover to the status of martial saint, I would be happy, even if I used up all the spirit stones. But when it really came to this point, I was still very depressed. The system sang in a female voice, "Come on. Isn't it just a natural spirit stone?" Jun Changxiao stood up and said resolutely, "Why would I be reluctant to give it up?" Ding, ding, ding. Pieces of hot natural spirit stones were put into the incubator. It took 5 days and more than 1.8 million pieces of them to restore the holy lotus of pure heart to its former glory. Sect master. At this moment, Sun Bukong pushed open the door and rushed in. The expression on his face was very complicated, so complicated that he didn't know how to describe it. Seeing this, Jun Changxiao hurriedly lay down on the chair, covering his chest, breathing rapidly. "You, don't tell me you failed." "Yes." Swish. Jun Changxiao kicked his legs and fainted. Seeing this, Sun Bukong exclaimed, "Oh no, the sect master has fainted. Someone come and carry him to the medical hall for rescue." "Wait, am I not a doctor? Pinch the Renzang. Pinch the Renzang." Huh. Jun Changxiao woke up, but when he thought of Sun Bukong's failure and his hundreds of thousands of spirit stones going down the drain, he was about to get into a posture and prepare to faint again. "Sect master. I was so excited just now that I said something wrong. The medicine for treating Elder Welly has been successfully developed." Bang. The study window exploded. The disciples who were practicing in the inner courtyard looked over and saw Sun Bukong flying out like a ball, then rolling several times in the martial arts field, and finally sinking into the wall with a bang, forming an inverted T character. Medicine hall. Jun Changxiao sat in the upper seat, tapping his fingers on the table all the time, and his crossed legs were shaking. He was not showing off, but was panicking in his heart, because Elder Welly had already taken the medicine that Sun Bukong had just developed. It must succeed. Huh. After a while, Elder Welly, who was sitting in the lower seat, opened his eyes, and a complex look was revealed in his turbid eyes. "Old Welly. Hoo-hoo." Jun Changxiao had just opened his mouth when Old Welly stood up. His cloudy eyes became extremely sharp, and a heavy imperial aura emerged from his body. At that moment, he no longer looked old, nor decadent, giving people the feeling that he was still sharp and sharp. Swish. Old Welly clenched his fists, unable to suppress his excitement, and looked up and said, "Old buddy, my cultivation is back. Did you see it? Did you see it?" The tone of the last 2 sentences was much heavier, revealing sadness and pain, with tears in his sharp eyes, sliding down his cheeks. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The laughter rippled over the Eternal Sect. The disciples who heard it couldn't figure out whether it was a happy laugh or a sad cry. In the medicine hall, looking at Old Welly's mixed feelings, Jun Changxiao touched his chin and thought to himself, what unknown story is behind him? Old Welly's strange disease was completely cured by the medicine. In this way, the Eternal Sect has another emperor-level strongman. However, after Welly Leo recovered, in addition to planting, he would sit in the pavilion of the medicine garden every day and feel melancholy. "We're easy, leave here quickly, live well, and don't think about revenge for us." The man's voice came to his ears, making him hold the teacup tightly, his eyes full of entanglement. "What are you thinking about?" Jun Changxiao sat down and poured himself a bowl of tea. Wei Leo retracted his complicated thoughts and said, "Sect Master, the recovery of my cultivation is a good thing and a bad thing." Jun Changxiao took a sip of tea and said, "How do you say it?" Wei Lao said, when I didn't have cultivation, I could only survive like a stray dog. Now that I have recovered my cultivation, I have the urge to avenge them. Revenge? Jun Changxiao looked at him. Old Wei poured the tea and drank it in one gulp. Then, holding the teacup, he looked up at the sky and said, Master, have you ever heard of the Nishan sect that was short-lived a few hundred years ago? Puff. Jun Changxiao spurted out the tea in his mouth and said, Nishan sect? This name is quite awesome. Old Wei said, this sect, like the Wangu sect, rose from obscurity. It also gathered a group of young people with dreams, but later, I didn't defy the will of heaven, but was defeated by others. Jun Changxiao said. Crack. Old Wei crushed the teacup and said, Master, I was the deputy leader of the Nishan sect, and have survived until now. Now that my cultivation has been restored, should I continue to survive, or seek revenge on my enemies? Although these words were meant to solicit Jun Changxiao's opinion, from the tone of his voice, he had already made a choice, to avenge the brothers who had fought and struggled together back then. Is the enemy very strong? Very strong. Are there many? A lot. Jun Changxiao poured the tea and gently lifted it up, looking cold and stern. Don't waste time, keep hiding, and wait until you have absolute strength, then go and kill him, and turn the world upside down. Chapter 759 Dingxing Wangangs and Heyo Hei. The heaven-defying faction. A force that was short-lived a few hundred years ago. The reason why this name is so childish is that the creator is a young man with lofty ambitions. His name is Zeding. Puff. Jun Changxiao spurted out tea again, and his face was extremely exciting as he said, becoming stronger, but also bolder. Wei Lao said, his surname is Z and his given name is Ding. He later chose this word himself, which means standing tall and upright. I see. Jun Changxiao said. But, Wei Lao paused and said helplessly, people really become bald in middle age. So that's why. Jun Changxiao put down his teacup, turned his face to the side, looked at you in the camera, and said seriously, you must be careful when naming yourself. Master Z must be very strong, right? Not bad. Just a peak martial emperor. The word not bad, and also were used in a very coquettish way, which made Jun Changxiao's mouth twitch. But when he thought that he dared to use the word Nanshan, he was destined to be extraordinary. Old Wei. Jun Changxiao comforted him. In this world, where life expectancy is generally high, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. There is no need to rush. The head and deputy head are both emperor-level strongmen. The enemy of the anti-Sky faction must be strong. He does not agree with Old Wei to take revenge now, but to stay alive first. I can't wait. Old Wei said. This is what he is entangled with. In the past, he had no cultivation, and paralyzed himself by force, and lived in a muddle. Now that his realm has recovered, he thinks of the brothers who fought together, to conquer the world and fell, and the impulse of revenge is difficult to suppress. Jun Changxiao said seriously, give the sect some time, and when we have enough strength, I will help you to take revenge. No. Old Wei said firmly, this is my hatred, how can it involve the sect? For the sake of his brothers, he can fight the enemy now, even if the battlefield is stained with blood, even if his soul flies to the sky, he has no complaints. But the Eternal Ancient Sect is not allowed to participate, because this is his personal grudge, and it should be resolved privately. Old Wei. Jun Changxiao stood up, put his hands behind his back, and looked up at the sky, saying, this is your own revenge. Logically, I shouldn't help you, but since you are the head of the Wangu sect, and have contributed so much to the sect, how can I sit back and watch? Sect Master. Stop talking. Jun Changxiao said with a determined mind, I'm not helping you to avenge, but to repay the debt you owe for your contributions to the Wangu sect over the years. There was no doubt in his voice, so Old Wei had to shut up, clenched his fists tightly, and said, I understand, Sect Master, I will continue to hide, until I have enough strength, and then I will go to seek revenge on them. Jun Changxiao said, you can go to the training tower or the secret realm to train. Yes. Old Wei nodded. Brother, what happened to Senior Would you? In the outer courtyard martial arts field, Li Fei looked at the 5 absolute evil saints standing on the mountain in the backyard, and asked in a low voice. Li Qingyang said, I don't know either. Ever since the sect master had come to him, he had been standing on the mountain with his hands behind his back, not saying a word, and with no expression on his face. Is he sick? Li Fei said. Don't worry about it. Li Qingyang said, let's go practice. Yeah. Everyone started to get busy as usual. Occasionally, when passing by the martial arts arena, subconsciously looking at the mountain peak behind, you can definitely see the old man posing. The disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect could not understand the 5 absolute evil saints, because they had not experienced the pain of being trapped in the cemetery for thousands of years, their cultivation being suppressed for thousands of years, and the kind of loss and recovery Xiao Zuji had experienced it. But compared to a martial saint, it was still far behind. The 5 absolute evil saints stood on the mountain for 3 days and 3 nights before walking down, and then came to Jun Changxiao's study, bowed and said, "Thank you, Master. I thought there was no hope of regaining the status of martial saint in this life, but I didn't expect Jun Changxiao to directly give me the 7-petal pure heart holy lotus." At that time, Wu Zisheng was not thinking about how the 2 petals he had taken came back, but was thinking that he could finally, completely recover his cultivation. If he had not been calm enough, he might have burst into tears a long time ago. After all, it was not easy to get it back, after losing it for so long. Jun Changxiao clasped his hands and said, "Are you willing to join the Eternal Ancient Sect?" Wu Zisheng's soul origin was controlled, which was equivalent to a servant, but not a member of the sect. Now that his cultivation has been restored, he has the intention of accepting him as his disciple. As long as the master does not despise me for being an evil cultivator, I'm willing to serve the Eternal Ancient Sect. Wu Zisheng said seriously. If it was when he first came to the Eternal Ancient Sect, he might be reluctant to join the Eternal Ancient Sect, because his soul origin was controlled, but now even if his soul is returned, he is willing to join. It's not for the meal. It was during the time he lived in the Eternal Ancient Sect that he felt the taste of home, which he had never experienced in his entire life of practicing evil ways. Name: Dingxing Wang. What does this name mean? My parents gave it to me. They hope that I will have many children. Snap. Jun Changxiao stamped the sect master's seal and said, "From now on, you are a member of the Wangu sect. If you behave well, the origin of your soul will be returned to you." "Yes, master. Call me sect master." "Yes, sect master." Old Wen's strange disease was cured. The Wangu sect had one more martial emperor. Dingxing Wang recovered from his injuries, and the Wangu sect had one more martial saint. The top power has made great progress. Not enough, not enough. Jun Changxiao called the Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace over again and said, "It seems that your palace master has forgotten you. Why don't you join my sect?" It's not that he forgot. It's that he doesn't dare to come here to ask for it. Especially, Lu Qian also inherited the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Until now, the palace master of the Extreme Cold Palace is still cursing the other sects behind their backs, saying that they didn't inform the matter early, which offended the sect with the Ice Emperor's inheritor. You have the right to refuse, but Jun Changxiao pointed to the distance and said, "It's best to think about it before answering." The Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace turned his head and saw Lu Qian leaning against the door of the hall, her face as cold as ever, so he shuddered and hurriedly said, "I agree." During the time he was sweeping the floor, he also figured it out. This woman who inherited the Ice Emperor's mantle is equivalent to the Ice Emperor. If there is an idea of integrating the forces in Northeast Luzhou in the future, his own Extreme Cold Palace and the Shanghan sect, Zuanling sect and other sects will not be able to escape. She is now a disciple of the Eternal Ancient Sect, and is in the growth stage. If she joins the assistance department early, she may be able to be reused in the future. Name: Gongsun Heohei. The Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace, who had been sweeping the floor in the Eternal Ancient Sect for so long, was finally moved by the author to give him a name. This was a happy thing. After accepting Gongsun Heohei, the Eternal Ancient Sect had another half-step martial saint, and its strength was improved again. It is hard to imagine that a fifth-rate sect would have a martial saint, a half-saint, 2 martial emperors, and Jun Changxiao, a 7th-grade sword and martial emperor. In terms of top strength, the Eternal Ancient Sect is absolutely not afraid of any second or third rate sects now, and the backbone strength is also not inferior, because the Martial King level disciples have long exceeded 3 digits. The only weak point is the grassroots strength. Especially in terms of numbers, it cannot be compared with other sects. Creaky. The cell opened, and Jun Changxiao walked in. Jun Changxiao, the tied-up half-saint of Aoshi Shengzang, said angrily, "How long are you going to keep me locked up? Until your sect sends me spirit stones." Jun Changxiao said. He had long ago sent a letter to Aoshi Shengzang, asking the half-saint to return with dignity, and he would pay 1,000,000 spirit stones for ransom, but it has been almost half a month, and there is still no news. "Humph," the half-saint said angrily, "you, a small 5th-rate sect, can't bear the anger of a 2nd-rate sect. If you know what's good for you, let me go." Bang. Jun Changxiao suddenly rushed over, pressed him to the ground with one hand, and said coldly, "Old man, don't put on airs, now that you have become a prisoner." Jun Changxiao. At this moment, an angry shout came from the sky outside. "Get out quickly." Ha. Jun Changxiao's spiritual thoughts spread out. Then he saw 4 warriors standing in the sky outside Tigu Mountain, 2 of whom were the half-step martial saints of Heoguang Shengzang who had been beaten away at the entrance of the valley. "Here they come again," Jun Changxiao said with a cold smile. But, above the Wangu sect, the great array for protecting the sect was instantly activated. It was not Jun Changxiao who activated it, but Liluo Qiu, because she realized from the shout that the other party was definitely here to cause trouble. Swish. Ding Xingwan was the first to fly out of the sect and hovered above the great array for protecting the sect. He looked at the 4 warriors, especially the half-saint he had fought before, and said with a cold smile, "Young man, you still dare to come?" The half-saint said angrily, "Despicable guy, if you have the ability, fight alone, instead of using despicable means behind your back." Previously, in the sky above the valley, he could have defeated Gongs and Heohei, but this evil cultivator kept attacking from behind, and it was really difficult to distract himself from the enemy, and in the end he could only flee in embarrassment. "Fight alone." Ding Xingwan tilted his head and said with an evil smile, "Are you sure?" Chapter 760, The Terrifying 5 Evil Saints. Recently, the Jianghu has been talking about the fact that the Wangu sect occupied the newly unearthed spiritual stone vein and repelled the 1st and 2nd-rate sect masters. As the news spread, it also caused a great shock. In the Dragon and Tiger contest, this new generation of sects has strength, but it is a bit unexpected that they can compete with the old and senior sects. After Mu Changhong, Yi Xiangxing and others learned the news, they gave Jun Changxiao's evaluation that this guy's getting bolder and bolder. That's not right. Among the many sects, forcibly swallowing up the veins is simply awesome. Of course, they are also worried that the Heoguang Shengzang and Ao Shisheng, who have suffered a great loss, are willing to admit defeat and have no next move. Of course there is. It's just that they have always been considering whether to send out the martial saint to deal with this sect with various treasures and equipment. After a period of entanglement, the Heoguang Shengzang decided to go out, not only for the spiritual stone veins, but also for the face of their own sect. So the old man with white hair and a youthful face hanging in the air is a genuine martial saint, and his cultivation is not inferior to that of the city Lord Han of the great imperial city. He is still very stylish, always with his hands behind his back, and his eyes are filled with indifference. This is definitely not the kind of arrogance and domineering that a playboy deliberately shows, but the pride and momentum that a strong man second only to the emperor level should have. As for the other person, he is a strong man from the Aoshi Sheng sect, and his strength is still at the level of a half-step martial saint. He met the Heoguang Sheng sect halfway, and the purpose of coming to the Wangu sect is to rescue the captured half-saint. The current situation is, there are 3 half-saints, and 1 martial saint hanging outside the Tigu mountain, and the Linup can be described as super luxurious. In the past, this level of strong men would not be seen even in the remote southwestern Yangzhou. However, Ding Xingwan was alone on the protective formation, confronting 4 strong men. Not only was he not afraid, but he tilted his head and looked at the half-saint who had been tricked by him before, with a sinister smile on his face. Jun Changxiao sat outside the main hall and drank a cup of tea leisurely. He would not show up for such matters and gave full authority to Ding Xingwan, who had just joined the sect. Sure enough, it was very wise to spend millions of spirit stones before. Who fainted because of heartache? The system added. The half-saint of Heoguang Holy Sect saw Ding Xingwan's extremely annoying look and said angrily, without the help of others, "Do you think you can trick me?" Thinking of the things that happened some time ago, he was furious. This evil cultivator's strength is only at the emperor level. If he hadn't been distracted to fight Gongsun Heohei, how could he have been repeatedly defeated and embarrassed? Come on. Ding Xingwan flew out of the sect and hung in a relatively open area below, saying, "Today, I won't look for help, and I will have a good fight with you." Really? The half-saint sneered. In his heart, he was muttering, will this guy play any tricks again? If it was a decent opponent, he would not be afraid, but an evil cultivator would have to think seriously. Elderkin, the martial saint said calmly, since he wants you to fight, why should you refuse? Elderkin, who was considering whether to go or not, twitched his mouth when he heard this, and finally had to bite the bullet and fly over. It's okay, it's okay. It's just an evil cultivator at the emperor level. As long as no one helps, even if there are any despicable means, what do I, a half-step martial saint, have to fear? Thinking of this, Elderkin stopped more than 10 feet away and said with a cold look, old guy. Huh. As soon as he started to speak, a burst of cold and gloomy wind suddenly came in front of him. Ding Xingwan had appeared out of thin air, and his skinny palm gathered the evil spirit and blasted straight over. Bang. There was a loud bang, and the evil spirit was rampant. Boom. The empty area outside Tegu Mountain suddenly sank down and formed a huge 5-finger print. The elderkin of the Heoguang Holy Sect was lying in the center of the palm print. His whole body had sunk several feet, his clothes on his chest were corroded, and his skin showed a dark palm print. He had fainted with a hideous look on his face, but the black palm print was still releasing evil energy, like lines moving around his body, slowly eroding his meridians. Little kid. Ding Xingwan was suspended in the air and said, when I was wandering in the martial arts world, you were still wearing open crotch pants and using urine and mud. A palm directly knocked the half-step martial saint unconscious. This former strong man of the old generation was really very domineering. Awesome. Li Fen's eyes widened. The eyes of the disciples of the Wangu sect were also full of admiration. Obviously, they did not expect that the strength of the 5 supreme predecessors was so terrifying. TSK. Yi Xingchen snorted coldly. Although the evil martial saint was very powerful, he was just trash in front of him back then. Ding Xingwan knocked Elderkin unconscious with a palm, leaving the 2 half-saints of the Heoguang Holy Sect and the Aoshi Holy Sect dumbfounded. This gloomy old man, whose strength seemed to be only that of a martial emperor, how could he have such terrifying fighting power? Did he hide his cultivation from the beginning? It must be. As a genuine evil cultivator, he never relies on his imposing manner to bluff people in a fight. If he can hide, he will hide, and then seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The martial saint, who had always been calm, showed a rare solemnity between his brows, and then said in a deep voice, this is the 5 absolute palms. What is your relationship with the 5 absolute evil saint? 5 absolute evil saint? The faces of the 2 semi-saints suddenly changed. This was the evil martial saint from more than 3,000 years ago. He was violent and bloodthirsty. There must be at least 8,000 decent masters who died in his hands. Later, the 100-faced medical saint took action to subdue him, and he disappeared from then on. The famous martial arts of the 5 absolute evil saint is the 5 absolute palms, which is powerful and extremely vicious. If you are hit, you will be disturbed by 5 kinds of evil spirits and eventually die in agony. Hehe. Ding Xingwan laughed strangely. I have retired from the martial arts world for more than 3,000 years, and there are still people who remember me. Not bad, not bad. The martial saint was surprised and said, are you the 5 absolute evil saint? If he was just serious just now, he was obviously a little nervous now. After all, more than 3,000 years ago, he had just entered the level of martial emperor. In terms of seniority alone, he was far behind the 5 absolute evil saint. Little kid. Ding Xingwan said with an evil smile, my 5 absolute palms are a secret that cannot be passed on. What do you think? The corner of the martial saint's mouth twitched slightly. The other two semi-saints gradually broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads. It was obvious that they had already determined that this gloomy guy should be the 5 absolute evil saint from more than 3,000 years ago. Wasn't that guy solved by the 100-face medical saint? How could he still be alive and in the eternal ancient sect? Elder Ding, Jun Changxiao, who was sitting outside the hall, smiled and said, since they have come from afar, you should treat them well on my behalf so as not to lose the courtesy of hospitality. Yes, sect master, Ding Xingwang said. The martial saint and the two semi-saints immediately understood that this old strong man was the elder of the eternal ancient sect. No wonder he dared to ignore all the sects and forcibly occupy the spirit stone mine. It turned out that there was an evil martial saint hidden in the sect. 3. Ding Xingwang smiled and said, do you want to come one by one, or together? The corners of the three people's mouths twitched slightly. Swish. At this moment, the space shook. Ding Xingwang appeared in front of the half-saint who was chopped away by Jun Changxiao earlier, and said, if you don't go up, I will. Boom. The half-saint was directly knocked down like Elderkin, and fainted in the sunken pit, with a dark palm print on his chest. The half-saint of the Aoshisheng sect was frightened and panicked, and was about to flee in a hurry, but before he turned around, he felt the whistling wind coming, and then fell to the ground with a boom. In the blink of an eye, the 3 half-step martial saints all fainted under Ding Xingwang's 3 palms. This strength is really extremely terrifying. Chapter 761. Can we talk calmly? Outside the Iron Bone Mountain, 3 half-saints were lying unconscious in 3 deep pits with palm prints. Although they were not from the same family, they lay neatly in a row, even in the same posture. Too awesome. The disciples of the eternal ancient sect stared with wide eyes. Although they had never fought with half-saints, they knew from their aura that they were definitely awe-inspiring beings, but now they were easily defeated in seconds. Junior brother Yi, Li Fei said with envy, when can we be as awesome as senior would you? Yi Xingchen had a blank expression on his face, but he was thinking in his heart, a saint-level person shocked you. If you saw an emperor-level person taking action, wouldn't you be scared to death? Our Emperor Yi has a stable mentality. However, the desire to quickly return to the peak became stronger and stronger. In the past, Yi Xingchen thought that returning to the martial emperor's cultivation level would be one step closer to revenge, but now he thought, I don't want to be a soy sauce, I want to show off in front of my fellow disciples. The more eager he was to show off, the more it showed that his mentality had completely changed, and he had already identified with the sect. The 3 semi-saints were killed in seconds, and the happiest person was naturally Jun Changxiao, who was completely relieved from the knot in his heart caused by the millions of spirit stones that died. Worth it. Great value. Ding Xingwang looked at the martial saint in the distance, and said with a smile, little boy, let me see your strength. The strong man of Heoguang Shengzong had beads of sweat on his forehead. After the briefest thought, he bowed and said, there is a long way to go, let's fight again someday. Buzz. The space shook and disappeared. Ran away. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched and said, this is too cowardly. It's not that he is cowardly. It's that the 5 absolute evil saints are too strong. What's more, they are old strongmen who broke through the saint level more than 3,000 years ago. The strong men of Heoguang Shengzong are naturally afraid. They may fight with a serious martial saint, but they are afraid that this evil martial saint who does whatever it takes will play dirty tricks, and they will definitely be tricked. How can you leave? Ding Xingwang frowned, and immediately used the power of space to chase him. He would not let that guy get away. After all, his strength had just recovered, and he wanted to find a strong man of the same realm to fight, and stretch his aging muscles. The 2 martial saints left one after another, leaving only a slightly vibrating space. Come here. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, tie up all 3 of them. Yes. Li Fei, Shanqi and others took action. Not to mention, tying up 3 half-saints at once. It was quite a sense of accomplishment. The cell. The half-saint of the Aoshisheng sect lay weakly, wondering in his heart, why can't I feel the breath? Could it be that elder who came to save me is talking to the Wangu sect? Talk about it. In this case, he must be tortured directly, to let him know the consequences of offending a first or second-rate sect. Crack. Suddenly, the cell door opened. He tried to turn his head to the side and saw 3 figures flying in and then fell beside him like a dead dog. Elderkin. Who? Elder who? Seeing the appearance of the 3 people clearly, the half-saint's eyes almost popped out. How did they get captured too? And their whole bodies were black and purple, as if they were poisoned. Hey. Xiao Dao shook his head and said, 3 more poor people have come. As a resident prisoner in the Wangu sect's cell, he has witnessed too many people being sent in, and he has long been able to treat it with a normal mind. Of course. This is unknown. Counting the 3 who just came in, all 4 are half-saints, otherwise he would definitely shrink into the corner again in shock, biting his fingers, and saying in surprise, I'm actually a cellmate with so many big guys. Master Li. Jun Changxiao sat in Xiao Hall, tapped his hands on the table for a while, and said, send a letter to Haoguang Saint Sect and Aoshi Saint Sect, asking them to use spirit stones to redeem 4 half-saints. 1. 3 million per head. Since the 2 first and second-rate sects are so enthusiastic to send people to themselves, they must not let them down and extort more. Yes. Li Luoqiu took action immediately. On the same day, members of Xiaotang sent kidnapping letters to the 2 sects in various ways. Damn it. In the main hall of Haoguang Shengzang, the deputy sect leader angrily smashed the table with the palm and said, what the hell is He Qingxuan doing? He Qingxuan is a martial saint who was scared away by Elder Ding. In theory, there is no problem in handing this matter to him. Why are the other 2 semi-saints who went there captured by the Wangu Zhang and sent kidnapping letters? Swish. At this moment, He Qingxuan flew in from outside and then sat down on the chair and panted with sweat on his forehead. Seeing this, the deputy sect leader and others were stunned and said, what's going on? Don't mention it. He Qingxuan said, the 5 absolute evil saint who has been missing for thousands of years is an elder of the Wangu Zhang. He chased me for tens of thousands of miles and almost couldn't come back. What? The deputy sect leader was shocked and said, 5 absolute evil saint? No, wasn't that old evil creature solved by the 100-face medical saint? How come he is still alive? An elder said in disbelief. The deputy sect leader said in a deep voice, are you sure it's the 5 absolute evil saint? This question made He Qingxuan very upset. I'm also a martial saint after all. If I hadn't been hunted down by the old and famous strong men, how could I end up in such a mess? He used the 5 absolute palm to injure Elder Qin and Elder Sun. It must be the 5 absolute evil saint, he said firmly. What? Elder Qin and Elder Sun were injured by the 5 absolute palm. The deputy sect leader was immediately anxious. After all, he knew that this kind of martial arts was very vicious, and those who were hit would definitely live a life worse than death. Guessed right. The 3 semi-saints imprisoned in the cell had woken up from their coma at this moment, but their skin was black and purple, and then they hunched over and trembled violently. And that kind of evil energy was madly disturbing the meridians in the body, and broke through the sea of consciousness all the way up, and began to eat away at the deeper soul. Weak and painful screams rang out in the cell, and the sound was like the howling of evil spirits in the dark night. Oh my god. Xiao Dao huddled in the corner, looking at the 3 newcomers with hideous faces and black hair all over their bodies. He was so scared that his teeth chattered, and his scalp exploded. Master. Outside the cell, Ding Xingwang said proudly, if you are hit by my 5 absolute palms, you will be tortured to death by the 5 kinds of evil energy within 3 days, and the process will be painful. I can see it. Jun Chang smiled. Grandpa Ding. Yao Mengying blinked her eyes and said expectantly, can you teach me the 5 absolute palms? This. Ding Xingwang shook his head and said, although this move is powerful, the practice process is extremely painful. You'd better not practice it. I'm not afraid. Yao Mengying said. Jun Chang smiled and said, old Ding, since the little girl wants to learn, you should teach her. Ding Xingwang said, okay, I'll teach you tomorrow. Thank you, Grandpa Ding. Thank you, Sect Master. Yao Mengying left happily. Ding Xingwang said seriously, Sect Master, this girl has an innate demon body. Let her contact the evil sect's skills without restraint. Aren't you afraid of any trouble in the future? As long as she doesn't do anything that harms the people and kills innocent people, I will help her cover any trouble. Jun Chang smiled. This is his founding concept. On the premise of not doing anything that harms the world, disciples have the right to choose the path they want to take, even if it is martial arts, swordsmanship, evil ways, or magic ways. The next day, Ding Laoan called Yao Mengying over and patiently taught her the 5 absolute palms. The little girl had an innate demon body and was very fast in practicing the evil sect's skills. He was amazed by her understanding in just half a day. In the afternoon, Elder Ding felt a strong spiritual energy coming from the outside world and shook his head and said, "It's coming again." Swish, swish. Not long after, the deputy leader of the Haoguang Holy Sect brought He Kingxuan to the outside of Tigu Mountain and said, "Sect Master Jun, can we talk calmly?" Jun Chang laughed and said loudly, "If your sect is willing to talk with a reasonable attitude, I warmly welcome it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 762 Negotiation. Tigu Town, a mansion. Li Qingyang and others stood outside to impose martial law. In the hall, Jun Changxiao sat in the main seat at the round table, his hands clasped together, with a harmless smile on his face. Ding Xingwang behind him folded his hands, with a faint evil aura around him, as if telling the world that he might take action at any time. The deputy leader of the Haoguang Holy Sect and He Kingxuan sat on the opposite side. The expressions of the two were very serious, but they were more angry in their hearts. They had never thought that one day they would sit down and talk with the leader of a 5th-rate sect. This is simply too embarrassing. You two, Jun Changxiao said seriously, if sitting down can solve the problem, I have never liked to use violence. Who would believe this? Then let's have a good talk, the deputy leader said. Jun Changxiao said, since we are talking, we must talk about reason first. What do you two think? The corners of the two people's mouths twitched slightly. If we are not reasonable, how can we sit down? Jun Changxiao knocked his hand on the table and said, as the old saying goes, natural materials and treasures are ownerless things, and those who are destined to get them can get them. Do you agree? I agree, the deputy sect leader said. Jun Changxiao said, the spiritual stone vein that appeared in the valley was originally ownerless. What's wrong with my Wangdu sect occupying it? That's right, the deputy hall master said. Of course. Jun Changxiao leaned back and said, I occupy the vein. You can attack, because that is your right. The deputy sect leader and He Kingxuan looked at each other. But, Jun Changxiao suddenly slapped the table and said, you can't take the vein away, which only shows that you are incompetent. Why do you still have the nerve to come to my Wangdu sect to make trouble? His tone was heavy and his speed was fast, and his saliva was flying everywhere. Fortunately, he was far away from the deputy sect leader and others, otherwise he would definitely be splashed in the face. Sect master. Old Ding whispered, calm down. Calm down. What the hell? Jun Changxiao stood up, pointed at the deputy sect master, and said, I want to ask you today, if your Haoguang Holy Sect occupies the mine, and other first-class sects fail to snatch it, will they come to your door to cause trouble again? This? No. Jun Changxiao said with spit flying, because they still have face, then your Haoguang Holy Sect, if they can't snatch it from others, send stronger warriors. Although he said it a little excitedly, it was absolutely reasonable. Many spiritual stone mines were discovered, and many sects fought for the mining rights at that time. Even if they were bloody, as long as one side was defeated, they would give up, and would not go to the sect to cause trouble again. This is a tacit understanding and an unwritten rule. Otherwise, it would be very boring to fight me, and I fight you, because of the mine. Master Jun. He Kingxuan said in a deep voice, you were the first to hurt my sect elder. This sentence was telling Jun Changxiao that our Haoguang Holy Sect was not looking for trouble for the mineral vein, but for personal grudges. Please. Jun Changxiao said, all this is based on the seizure of the mineral vein. Can't we sit together and play rock paper scissors without taking action, and whoever loses will slap himself? To put it bluntly, he added. You just think that my Wangu sect is easy to bully and a soft persimmon that can be squeezed at will, so don't make excuses to cover it up. This hit the point. If other first-class sects occupied the mineral vein, the Heoguang Holy Sect would not be able to snatch it. Even if they were unhappy, they would not come to ask for it, because it was not in line with the rules of the martial arts world. I have already explained the reason here. You can continue to argue if you are not satisfied. Jun Changxiao said. His reason is that my Wangu sect has the ability to occupy the mineral vein, and you should give in if you lose, and you should not rely on the status of a first-class sect to entangle again and again. In fact, this is the law of the jungle. But today, the weak of the Wangu sect is not necessarily food for the strong. He must change it to the weak eats the strong. Fight? You can't do it? Reason? You can't do it even more. What Sect Master Jun said is very true. The deputy sect master compromised and said, it was my Heoguang Shengzong who was a little reckless. Today, I came to the Wangu sect not to reason, but to bring back the two trapped semi-saints. It is a great virtue to correct mistakes, as soon as you know them. Jun Chang smiled and said, I'm not a person who cares about trivial matters. In that case, the deputy sect master smiled and said, I wonder if the two elders trapped in your sect can be released. Yes. Jun Chang smiled and stretched out 3 fingers, saying, 3 million spirit stones for each person. Of course, no natural ones are needed. Artificial ones will do. The deputy sect master frowned and said, Sect Master Jun, my Heoguang Shengzong really can't afford so many spirit stones. I can afford it, but I'm reluctant to give it up. The two people add up to 6 million, which is an astronomical figure in silver. It is definitely a big loss for a first-class sect. No fight, no acquaintance. Jun Chang smiled and said, how about this? Let's give a discount. 5.99 million for the two of us. Ding Leo's mouth twitched. It's only 10,000 less. This discount is really fucking generous. Master Jun. He kinks and said with a serious face, we are here to negotiate sincerely, not to joke. If it weren't for the 5 absolute evil saints standing behind him, he really wanted to stand up, press this guy to the ground, and rub his face against the floor. I'm also very sincere. Jun Chang smiled and said, 5,980,000 spirit stones for the two elders of your sect, not a single one less. Sect Master, say 10,000 less. Elder Ding reminded. Give them another friendly price. The faces of the deputy sect master and he Kinkso turned ugly. Jun Chang smiled and shrugged, saying, you two should know that this elder of mine has practiced a martial art called the 5 absolute palms. Huh. Elder Ding raised his hand very cooperatively, and 5 kinds of gloomy air filled his entire palm, instantly making the atmosphere in the room unusually cold and weird. The deputy sect master frowned even more tightly. If he didn't know about this vicious palm technique, he would definitely not put down his airs and come to the Eternal Ancient Sect to discuss it in person. Jun Chang smiled and said, I think your sect should be able to accept 5,970,000 spirit stones in exchange for the lives of 2 semi-saints. Why is there another 10,000 less? Elder Ding muttered. Of course. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, you don't have to give it to me, and I won't kill them. I'll give them 1 more palm every 3 days, to extend their lives until the end of time. The system crashed and said, this is not a 5-step snake. If you get bitten, you will take 4.5 steps, then you get bitten again, and take 4.5 steps, and it will go on in an infinite loop. The deputy sect leader and he Kinksoen were so angry that their hands were shaking. They knew that Jun Changxiao definitely didn't have the courage to kill their elders, but it was not a solution to have the elders detained and tortured. Oh, by the way, Jun Changxiao said with a smile, I'm going to start a newspaper recently to report some small news in the martial arts world. The fact that your elders are trapped in the Eternal Ancient Sect should be the headline. When it spreads throughout the continent, it may damage the reputation of your sect. The deputy sect leader didn't understand what the newspaper meant, but he could tell that this guy wanted to spread the news. Sect Master Jun. After a psychological struggle, the deputy sect leader gritted his teeth and said, my Heoguang Holy Sect can only take out 4 million spirit stones. You deal. Jun Changxiao said with a smile. The deputy sect leader was stunned. Jun Changxiao said, pay the spirit stones now, and I will release you immediately. The deputy sect leader's mouth twitched violently. Did I say too much? Should I stick to the principle and continue to say 2 million? Outside the cell, Elder Kin and Elder Sun tried to walk out. The sunlight was too dazzling, so they closed their eyes, temporarily unable to adapt. Jun Changxiao walked up to them kindly, patted the weeds on their shoulders, and said, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. If you have the opportunity in the future, please be sure to come and visit. The door of my Wangdu sect is always open to you. Just like that, the Heoguang Holy Sect paid a ransom of 4 million spirit stones and happily took away the 2 semi-saints. Not long after they left, the delegation of the Aoshi Holy Sect sat at the negotiation table in the lobby of the mansion. Chapter 763. No one is normal when they enter the Eternal Sect. Creaky. The cell opened again, and the 2 semi-saints trapped in the Aoshi Shengzang dragged their weak bodies out. After adapting to the sunlight, they suddenly felt mixed emotions. They had fought through the 9 Bends formation in the southern wasteland state, and fought against peerless monsters in the northern desert state. The 2 were veterans who had experienced many battles. They had never thought that one day they would become prisoners and be redeemed by ransom. Oh, a lifetime stain. You too. Jun Chang smiled and said, come and play often in the future. The 2 semi-saints left the Eternal Ancient Sect under the guidance of their companions. As for coming to play often, only the hell would come to play. Creaky. The cell closed again, blocking all sunlight. Senior prisoner number 1 Zhao Dao Dao huddled in a corner alone, secretly wiping tears from the corners of his eyes. His cellmates changed batch after batch, but he was the only one who was still holding on. It was too bullying. If time could go back, Zhao Dao Dao would rather pretend to be a martial emperor or a martial saint, and would never dare to pretend to be Jun Changxiao again. Master, that kid is quite pitiful, why don't you let him go? Li Qingyang said reluctantly. Jun Chang smiled and said, okay, no, I won't leave. In the cell, Zhao Dao Dao hugged the iron window and cried, I want to stay here, I want fried rice. Although being imprisoned was not pleasant, Liu Wanxi's fried rice had completely eroded his stomach and soul like an illegal thing. As long as he could eat something in this life, he would be happy to spend the rest of his life in prison. There's no hope. Li Qingyang walked out. At this moment, he saw the psychic cat with its tail up, following the little magic fairy, with its eyes flashing with the expression of being picked up, lifted high, and thrown hard. Ah. Li Qingyang shook his head helplessly and said, no one who enters the Eternal Sect is normal, including small animals. What a brilliant summary. The Aoshi Sheng sect spent 2 million spirit stones to redeem the person. The main reason was that they brought a negotiation expert. Sect Master Jun didn't talk anymore, and finally gave in step by step. From 6 million to 2 million. 1 million per head was a price that had been set long ago, and asking for 6 million was just to give the other party room for bargaining. As for the deputy sect master of Heoguang Shengzang, it was obvious that he didn't know how to do business. He was fooled by Sect Master Jun and asked for 4 million directly. Who else could he cheat? Speaking of bargaining, Jun Changxiao once met a street vendor selling leather shoes on Earth. They were real leather and cost 1,000. Sect Master Jun asked if he would sell them for 20. He said yes. So he spent 20 yuan to buy leather shoes, but they started to break after wearing them for 2 days, and he also got athlete's foot. This is a sad story. Ah. Recalling the past, Jun Changxiao sighed and said, when can I go back? Although he didn't have many relatives on Earth, he could surf the internet, watch movies, and watch beautiful women walking around on the busy streets. Moreover, with his current cultivation level, he could find the readers who gave bad reviews along the internet cable and return the blades in person. If you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. The system said, as long as the host keeps developing and refreshing, maybe a spaceship can be created to travel through the universe and return to the Milky Way. Jun Changxiao knew that this guy was deliberately instigating him to spend contribution points, but he still looked up at the sky and said, I hope this day will come. The millions of natural spirit stones dug out from the mines were all used to restore the cultivation of Wei Lao and Ying Lao, but they also earned another 6 million artificial spirit stones, so the loss was not too big. Swish. Jun Changxiao put the treasure incubator into the space ring. Only the lonely root of the pure heart holy lotus inside was left. Even with 1.5 times the acceleration, it would take thousands of years for it to mature. If the time-space secret realm can have no time limit, putting the incubator in it can at least save a lot of time. Simple. The system said, swish out a higher level secret realm, and the problem will be solved. Jun Changxiao asked suspiciously, you instigate me to spend contribution points every day. Did you take kickbacks? Hey, I thought I was hiding it very deeply, but the host still found it. The system said helplessly. Jun Changxiao's expression was petrified. Brother, with your unremitting instigation, the ghost is hiding very deeply. In that case, I can only be honest. The system was silent for a while, and said, in fact, every time you spend contribution points in the mall, I can take a small part of the rebate, to improve the system function. In other words, I can exist forever, because the host keeps consuming. What if you don't consume? What will happen if the battery is not replaced for years? No power. If the host doesn't consume, it can't provide power to the system, and I will disappear, or even, disappear completely. I see. Jun Chang smiled. The system said, if the host dies, the system will die. If the host doesn't consume, the system will also die, so I have my own difficulties. Every family has its own problems. Jun Chang smiled and said, I can understand your difficulties. At that moment, the shadow standing in the sunset seemed to be divided into two. One is his, and the other is the system's. The two are interdependent, and share the same suffering. If the host still needs me, if you want to continue to cheat, buy something quickly, the power will be low soon. Okay. Jun Changxiao opened the high level mall and randomly clicked on a mall. When he was about to confirm the purchase, he suddenly shook his head and said, you want to trick me? Dream on. System. It feels like I just acted in vain. Buy it. Buy your uncle. Every word I just said is true. If there is a lie, the former head's surname will be written backwards. Fuck you. 6 million artificial spirit stones are definitely not as good as more than 2 million natural spirit stones, so Jun Changxiao was very willing to throw them all into the spirit stone machine. Disciples can receive them regularly every month, or they can exchange them with contribution points. As a result, the task pavilion was crowded with disciples, scrambling to exchange spirit stones, to make themselves break through faster. This also greatly stimulated their enthusiasm for doing tasks. After all, the spirit stones allocated each month are limited. If you want to have more, you can only exchange them with the contribution points of completing tasks. Monk. One day, Jun Changxiao stopped in front of Dunan, who was cleaning the inner courtyard, and said, have you figured out what I said before? Amitabha. Dunan clasped his hands and said, I have been meditating for a while, but I still can't understand what you said about cultivating the mind first and saving others first. If you can't understand this, don't even think about saving others. Jun Changxiao said. Shame on you. Shame on you. Dunan said. Jun Changxiao said, my Wangu sect is short of Buddhist practitioners like you. Are you interested in joining? Food and accommodation are provided. Sorry. Dunan said, I have already entered the monastery. Okay then. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, my Vajrasutra can only be kept, waiting for the destined person to comprehend it. Wait a minute. Dunan's face changed in shock and said, what Mr. Jun said just now was. Swish. Jun Changxiao took out a yellowed secret book with the words Vajrasutra written on it, and introduced it seriously to the camera. The Vajrasutra is one of the most superior Buddhist teachings in Buddhism. There is only one copy left in the entire Xinjiang continent. It is truly a must-read, must-learn, must-practice, and indispensable thing for Buddhist disciples. What did Mr. Jun say in the previous sentence? Okay then. One more sentence. My Wangu sect is short of Buddhist practitioners like you. Are you interested in joining? Join. Here. Jun Changxiao threw the Vajrasutra over. Dunan hurriedly caught it, and then carefully opened it, and saw that it was written on it, when you truly integrate into the eternal ancient sect and sing with me, I will grant you the great Diamond Sutra. PS. The fourth update. Please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 764. Some things cannot be changed by hard work. Name. Gao Fugi. Jun Changxiao raised his head and looked at Dunan. Should I call you Fugi from now on? Or by your Dharma name? Dharma name. Okay, Fugi. Pa. Jun Changxiao stamped the seal, and the sect had one more disciple. And this was very meaningful, because the person recruited was a Buddhist cultivator. So far, the Wangu sect already had the sword art, the knife art, the evil art, the magic art, and the Buddhist art, which can be said to be all-encompassing. Sect Master. Dunan, this great Diamond Sutra. No hurry, no hurry. Jun Changxiao said, when you make a great contribution to the sect in the future, I will definitely give it to you. What counts as a great contribution? Dunan said. Jun Changxiao handed the broom to him, patted his shoulder and said, your fellow disciples are all rough and can't do fine work, so the sanitation of the inner courtyard is handed over to you. Can you refuse? We still need someone to clean the toilet. Okay. Duji took the broom and said seriously, disciple will work hard. So, such people are the easiest to fool. As long as you lead him into the trap, he won't even call himself a poor monk, but directly call himself a disciple. Look at the Zilin Demon King who wears red underwear all day long. Until now, he still calls me my master, and he hasn't even called me the sect master. However, this guy has also changed recently, and has a sense of identity with the Wangu sect. It's not because of his family, nor for food, but it's incredible that a small 5th-rate sect can make a 1st-rate sect suffer. Recalling the human-demon combination that Jun Changxiao had told him about in the cell, he couldn't help thinking, it should be easy for me to cooperate with such a promising sect and make great achievements. Swish. Jun Changxiao lay on the chair in the study, opened the Gangfa pavilion, locked on the Great Diamond Sutra, and murmured, although this kind of Buddhist martial arts can be exchanged for only 66 copies, it is not easy to find. It turned out that he was not fooling around. There really is such a supreme Buddhist mind method. It's a pity that you can only look at it, not buy it. As the level of the disciples increases, it's time to buy some more advanced martial arts. Jun Changxiao said with his chin in his hand. For now, the 5-element Jian Shenju, Chixiao Lianzhen and Kixuan Zhaguangpiao are the 3 strongest martial arts of the Eternal Ancient Sect, which are not inferior to the first-class sects with rich heritage. However, Sect Master Jun thinks it's too little. Because there are many disciples, there must be more martial arts, so that it can be diversified. Jun Changxiao didn't want tens of thousands of disciples to only know 1 or 2 advanced martial arts, and to repeat the same scenes when fighting with others. That would be boring. The system said, you want to change the number of magic water characters. Get lost. Jun Changxiao's detention of 4 semi-saints from 1st and 2nd-rate sects was not spread, so the outside world was still focusing on the fact that the Eternal Ancient Sect occupied the spiritual stone vein. This matter gradually faded, and the martial arts world became peaceful again. On the one hand, Jun Changxiao considered enriching the sect's martial arts library, and on the other hand, he organized his disciples to prepare to challenge the difficult mode of the life and death secret realm. One day, the inner courtyard was filled with the momentum of promotion. Jun Changxiao, who had just come out of the training tower in the back mountain, grinned and said, Brother Ning, you are finally going to break through. Yes. Ning Duxing and Ning Duzu, who had been stuck at the peak of the Martial King for a long time, finally found an opportunity to touch the level of the Martial Emperor. The momentum of promotion is just like that, so there is no need to write about it. In short, the 2 of them have long been qualified for promotion, and it is normal to break through the Emperor level. At this point, Jiangzi was the only one left from the former F4 of the Eternal Ancient Sect. He was so anxious that he banged his head against the wall all day. Why was it the former F4? Because the Eternal Ancient Sect had 2 more elders, Dingxing Wang and Gangsan Heo Hei, and now they could be called the 6 Great King Kongs. Don't worry, don't worry. Elder Jack comforted him, it's a matter of time. As the 4th elder, he had the cultivation of Martial Emperor when he joined the sect, which was easy to say. Jiangzi felt uncomfortable and wanted to cry. He was not so eager for the realm, but as the 1st elder of the Eternal Ancient Sect, his realm was actually inferior, which was really unworthy of the cultivation of the sect master. What's more, Only when the realm is higher can he go to find his lost sister. Jiangzi will not forget the original intention of joining the Eternal Ancient Sect. Whether Jun Changxiao has forgotten this matter or not, he is also vigorously developing intelligence agencies. At present, the sect is already stronger than the demonic evil sect in obtaining intelligence. Master Li. That day, Jiangzi came to Xiao Hall again and asked, "Any news?" Li Luoqiu shook his head and said, "The clues you gave are too few. It is too difficult to find them in such a huge crowd." Oh. Jiangzi left in frustration. Since the intelligence agency was established, he would come to inquire every day. Although he knew there was no hope, it was at least a hope. "Master." Li Luoqiu walked into the hall and said, "I have something to report to you." "Tell me." Jun Chang smiled. Li Luoqiu said, "I have found some clues about Elder Jiang's sister, but she may no longer be here." "Didn't you tell him?" "No." Li Luoqiu could see that Jiangzi cared about his missing sister very much, so even though he knew there were clues, he didn't dare to tell him on his own initiative, fearing that he couldn't bear the blow. Jun Chang smiled and said, "Confirm it carefully. If the information is true, tell him. After all, life is full of joys and sorrows." Well, Li Luoqiu withdrew. But just as he walked out of the hall, he saw Jiangzi walking down the stairs dejectedly, like a walking corpse. Hooah! The dark clouds covering the sky above the Eternal Sect finally couldn't hold back any longer, and began to pour down a line of heavy rain. Jiangzi walked in the outer courtyard with his shoulders drooped, letting the rain wash over his body, letting the raindrops flow down his cheeks, and the touch with his lips was a little bitter. Unconsciously, he walked to the peak of the back mountain, and then sat on a stone with his whole body wet, his hands clenched tightly, his fingernails deeply embedded in the flesh, and a trace of blood splashed down with the rain. What happened to Elder Jiang? Li Fei, Shanqi and others who went to the training tower were all surprised. Over the years, Jiangzi gave them the impression that he was very free and evil, and he had never been so depressed and decadent. The information obtained by Xiao Tang is that your sister has been gone for many years. At that time, you should still be practicing martial arts, so. Jun Changxiao walked over and said, "Some things cannot be changed by working hard." "I understand." Jiangzi made a slightly hoarse voice. He really understood, but he never wanted to face it. He used repeated inquiries and repeated losses to force himself to comfort himself that his sister was still alive, but it was difficult to find her in the vast sea of people. He wove a picture for himself in his heart. In the painting, there is Jiangjia town, his own old house, his sister and his parents. That was a beautiful wish, but until it was broken, all the wishes were shattered. Jun Changxiao used his momentum to block the rain, then put a jar of old wine on the stone and said, "Although drinking to relieve sorrow will only make you more sorrowful, at this time, men should drink to their heart's content and vent their oppressed emotions." Pa. Jiangzi slapped off the seal, grabbed the jar and drank it. The rain and tears on his cheeks mixed into the wine, and the taste was sweet and sour, bitter and spicy, and it was also about joy and sorrow. Jun Changxiao slapped off the seal, raised the wine, and drank with him. At this time, all he could do was to accompany Elder Jiang to drink to his heart's content and get drunk. After a jar of wine, Jiangzi was already staggering. He threw the jar away, pointed to the sky and cursed, "Crap God, why are you so cruel?" Burp. Jun Changxiao burped. Thinking of the time he had traveled through, he pointed to the sky with a red face and cursed, "Damn God, why are you so ruthless?" Boom. Boom. 2 lightning bolts fell from the sky and hit their feet directly. The two of them sobered up and shuddered. Just kidding. Just kidding. PS. The 5th update. Please vote for me. Chapter 765. Difficult mode of passing the secret realm of life and death. The next day, after Jiangzi sobered up, his realm also broke through to the martial emperor. The whole process was confusing. Until he felt an unprecedented level and power, he was still wondering how he broke through. The reason was simple. The knots and burdens in his heart were released during the painful drinking yesterday. God's help may have played a little role. Sister. Jiangzi stood in front of the bronze mirror, tidying up his clothes, looking at his handsome face again, and murmured, "I will live well for you and my parents." Creaky. The door opened and stepped out. The sun was warm after the rain. Jiangzi stood outside the courtyard and closed his eyes, experiencing everything in the world with his heart. The whole person seemed to be sublimated. Elder Jiang, good morning. Good morning. Elder Jiang seems even more handsome. Nonsense. When will Elder Jiang go to the martial arts hall? I have some questions about martial arts waiting for you to answer. Right now. However, when Jiangzi saw Shangwen's Iao also enter the martial arts hall, he hurriedly grabbed Jelao who was passing by and said, no, I drank too much yesterday and have a stomachache. Jelao, please substitute for me today. Okay. Jelao agreed readily. However, as soon as he entered the martial arts hall, he saw Shangwen's Iao sitting upright and hurried out, shouting, come back. Slipped. Jiangzi pretended not to hear and ran away. Jun Changxiao, who was outside the hall, saw that he not only broke through the martial emperor, but also recovered from his sad mood, and smiled. Birth, aging, sickness and death are eternal and unchanging. The living should not be too immersed in grief, but it is important to face the future with a better attitude. Master. Li Luoqiu came over and said, the information just came in. The previous investigation was wrong. The deceased was not Elder Jiang's sister. Jun Chang smiled and said, so she's still alive. Li Luoqiu shook his head and said, we can only confirm that the target is not the person we are looking for. As for whether she is alive or not, we can't be sure. Jiangzi gave too little information, and the Xinjiang continent is so big. It is really like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone who has been out of contact for a long time. If we can't be sure, there is still hope. Jun Chang smiled and said, tell Elder Jiang about this. Yes. Li Luoqiu called Jiangzi over. After hearing this, he was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. There is still hope. There is still a glimmer of hope. Master Li. Jiangzi suppressed his excitement and said, please pay more attention. If there is any news, whether good or bad, please be sure to tell me. Yes. Li Luoqiu said. Jiangzi walked out of Xiao Hall. At that moment, he saw the sky getting bluer, and who was more handsome, and he felt very comfortable. The CD time of the secret realm of life and death has cooled down. Most of the disciples began to gather at the entrance, to form groups to challenge, hoping to break through to a higher level. Lack of wood. Lack of fire. Various group slogans were shouted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Core disciples like Li Qingyang and Zhao Zuji did not rush in, because they were waiting for the master to call them to open up the difficult mode. It was already very difficult to challenge the normal mode before, and it would definitely be exciting to challenge a higher level next time. I can't wait. Li Fei was full of fighting spirit. Li Qingyang said, this time the experience mode is higher than before, and you must be extra cautious when you go in. The core disciples were waiting for Jun Changxiao's call, and were actively preparing. Even Yi Xingchen and He Wudi were no exception. What the two pursued was not excitement, but the refreshing feeling of realm improvement after the excitement. 3 days later, Jun Changxiao called the disciples over. He was also very cautious in opening up the difficult mode this time, and directly dispatched 200 Martial King disciples, and also brought Jiangzi, the Ning brothers and Jelao's 4F4. Ding Xingwang and Gangsan Hao did not go, because martial saints and semi-saints were not allowed to enter in the difficult mode. Let's go. Jun Changxiao said loudly at the entrance of the secret realm. Swish. Swish. Led by him, 200 Wu Huang disciples and 4 Wu Huang elders walked in. The difficult mode was really difficult, so difficult that the author had no ink to write, and directly used the 10,000 word abbreviation escape technique to skim through it. Hoo. In the ethereal land of the 3rd level, Li Qingyang, Zhao Zuji and others collapsed on the ground and breathed heavily. Li Fei made a big gesture and said weakly, it's almost over. The camera pulled back and up, and it can be seen that of the 200 disciples who entered, as many as 80 were eliminated after finally passing the 3 levels of tests. However, they still passed the level. Except for those who were eliminated, all participating disciples received experience points and their realms were upgraded by 1 level. Jiangzi, the Ning brothers and Jelao also broke through, but they were exhausted, and stood there wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Hoo. Jun Changxiao, who was at the front, supported the King Lang Yanyu sword, and his body was full of the momentum of promotion, and he successfully broke through to the 8th level sword martial arts double emperor. A real sword emperor, always using a knife in a fight, is really incredible. The main reason is that there is no sword weapon that is handy. Although the Zenyang sword is good, it is still far from the King Lang Yanyu sword with special effects. What's more, the significance of the existence of the Sword Emperor realm is that it can be superimposed with martial arts to make one's own strength stronger. Unless he uses a trump card such as the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, Jun Changxiao prefers to chop with a knife in most cases because it is simpler and more crude and has a better feeling. Previously, chasing the semi-saint and slashing in the sunset, the picture came out immediately. Holding a sword and slashing in the sunset, it might be considered that this is a big sand sculpture. Although the difficult mode was successfully opened up, it was also a failure to eliminate so many disciples after 3 levels. It doesn't matter. With this experience, I will have enough confidence to challenge the difficult mode again next time. After all, I know the routes, and it will be easier to fight again. Of course. Jun Changxiao also realized a problem. The disciples are impeccable in cooperation, but lack combined martial arts, such as the 7-star moon grabbing formation of the Lily Saint sect. Especially in the Dragon and Tiger contest, the first class sects encountered all have formation type martial arts, and when they are used, the power is quite terrifying. The system said, the mall has everything. Here we go again. Jun Changxiao finally couldn't hold on, and opened the high level mall. However, after a careful look, he only found the top grade sect protection formation, and no martial arts type formation. The enemies we are facing are getting stronger and stronger. The middle grade sect protection formation is obviously no longer able to cope with it. We can consider buying the upper grade one. Jun Changxiao didn't hesitate, and spent 10,000 contribution points to buy the top grade sect protection formation. This high level formation is not only stronger in defense, but also has a very wide coverage. After all the formations were installed, Tigu town at the foot of the mountain was also covered. In the past, the junior and middle grade sect protection formations only protected the sect, but now they cover half of Tigu mountain. That's really very coquettish. High intensity defense and high coverage rate mean high consumption. As long as it is activated once, it will consume 100 contribution points. It's so expensive. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Thinking back to the time when the system was just activated, the upper limit was only 100 points. Now, it takes 100 points to open a top grade sect protection formation. This shows that. Jun Changxiao stood in the hall, took a puff of cigar, and said calmly, I have become stronger and richer. Chapter 766, 7 Mysterious Clouds of Light Broken Remains Part 2. With a stronger protective formation to protect the sect, Jun Changxiao felt very at ease, even when he was taking a bubble bath in the wooden barrel. Pa. He put the mask on his face, patted it with his palm, and put the back of his head against the wall of the barrel, muttering, I must get the formation type martial arts. The secret realm of life and death is the most direct and effective way to improve the realm, but the difficulty is too high. The disciples have no problem cooperating. If there is a martial arts formation with a fixed number of people, it will definitely improve the combat effectiveness and make it easier to pass the level. Jun Changxiao really needs to consider this issue seriously, because combined with the recent situation, the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect can only pass the level perfectly in the simple mode when they break through the secret realm of life and death. Although the pass rate of the normal mode is also high, there will inevitably be casualties. Not to mention the difficult mode, the sect master and the elders almost wiped out the team when they led the team personally. Although the simple mode and the normal mode can be played repeatedly, the higher the level, the lower the experience value given, so challenging the difficult mode will inevitably become the mainstream in the future. If you don't have the strength to challenge, and you send one batch after another, it will only waste time. Therefore, in order to improve the overall strength of the disciples, you must rely on formation martial arts. What's more, there is also the hell mode. From the perspective of the difficult mode, Jun Changxiao is convinced that, even if there is no limit on the number of teams in the secret realm, if all the top forces of the sect are sent there, it will definitely end in the destruction of the group. Yi Xingchen has a say in this regard, because he has tried the danger himself. For a holy beast level existence, even if 10 martial saints are transferred over, they are just here to send food. What is hell? It is a place that makes you collapse in despair. With Jun Changxiao's personality, he will definitely not be satisfied with passing the difficult mode. He must challenge the hell mode. If the disciples do not have a big enough improvement in strength, they will definitely not be able to play it. Swish. Opening the Gangfa pavilion and taking a closer look. Although there are all kinds of martial arts that blow to the sky, they are all used separately, and there are no formation type martial arts. The system merged. Refresh them all. Okay. Jun Changxiao said, refresh. He finally made up his mind and boldly clicked on the intermediate mall, but was despised by the system. If you want to refresh the high level mall. What kind of hero is it to refresh the intermediate mall? I'm happy. Jun Changxiao said. He was so cowardly for a reason, because refreshing the higher level mall once requires 10,000 contribution points. The intermediate level is 100, and the high level soars to 10,000. This 100-fold increase made Jun Changxiao stunned. Of course, there is a reason for the high price. At least from the perspective of the initialized higher level mall, the goods are still relatively good, and there won't be too many useless goods. But Jun Changxiao just doesn't play, because 10,000 points can be used to refresh the intermediate mall 100 times. If you are a little luckier, you can refresh a few useful things, which is absolutely a sure win. Then refresh it. The system said. Huh. Jun Changxiao took the mask, then put his brain into the water. After a very metaphysical prayer, he began his first refresh journey. Ding. A new product appeared. After a careful look, he found that there was not a single useful one. He had no choice but to buy a multifunctional massage chair and continue refreshing. Swipe. Swipe. After refreshing 4 times in a row, not to mention the formation martial arts, even the martial arts that can be practiced by a single person are gone. This not only made Jun Changxiao collapse, he said, my luck value must be fake. Failure is the mother of success. Don't be discouraged. Keep refreshing boldly. The system merged. Continue. Jun Changxiao adjusted his mentality and continued refreshing. The 6th time, he finally refreshed something good, and it was 7 mysterious clouds broken fragment scroll 2. Ha ha ha. 2. Ha 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 ha. Jun Changxiao jumped out of the bathtub with a swipe, holding a bath towel, and dancing with joy. As the sect's most powerful martial arts, Kixiangxia Guanpo, only has 1 fragment. Now that a fragment of volume 2 has been obtained, it is definitely worth being happy, because the more you learn this martial arts, the more radiance you will gather, and the more powerful it will be. Moreover, according to the introduction, the complete version of Kixiangxia Guanpo is a martial arts above the divine grade. Don't get excited. The system said, maybe there are 999 fragments in total. Go to hell. Jun Changxiao clicked on the details until he saw the price was 5,000 points, and then his mouth twitched and said, Volume 1 is only 1,000 points, why is Volume 2 so expensive? Even if it's expensive, I'll buy it. Ding. The host consumed 5,000 contribution points and obtained 1 fragment of Kixiangxia Guanpo Volume 2, which has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution value. 4,396/50,000 point. The system said, I still have a lot of contribution points for the host, do you want to release them all? Jun Changxiao didn't want to answer him, and took out the fragment of Kixiangxia Guanpo Volume 2 to look at it. Similar to Volume 1, the secret book, whether in the formulas, or between the lines, seemed to contain some complex mysteries. He Woody knew this mystery best, because it contained the secrets of the saintly realm. As long as he figured it out, his cultivation would surely go a step further. Unfortunately, with the current level of the Jun Sect Master, even if he could detect something strange, he couldn't touch it, even if he used up all his brain cells. No. He put his palm on the secret book, and asked in surprise, why is it warm? This warmth was almost the same as body temperature, just like the phenomenon of being stuffed in someone's arms and warmed for a long time. Moreover, there is also a faint fragrance. Jun Changxiao sniffed it and said, "Rose." Boom. A deafening roar came from a dark place, and a figure was seen rubbing against the ground and retreating backwards, and it did not stop until it flew hundreds of miles away, leaving a long deep groove wherever it passed. But the space shook slightly, and a black-clothed woman with a graceful figure wearing high boots appeared. Her beautiful eyes revealed a cold murderous intent, and she said, "Where are my fragments? My queen. Aren't all the fragments kept by you?" "I haven't seen them either." The warrior's face was full of grievances and collapse. Boom. Boom. The black-clothed woman bombarded the sky and the earth. The area suddenly sank for dozens of miles, and the poor warrior was blasted with a swollen nose and face, and he fainted completely. "Damn it." The woman clenched her fingers together and said with murderous intent, "Don't let me catch the thief who stole the secret book, otherwise I will tear his tendons and bones apart and twist him into a dough stick." Jun Changxiao, who had just come out of the wooden barrel and put on his clothes, shuddered and thought to himself, "Why do I feel a little cold?" The system complained, "How can I not feel cold after taking a bath for an hour?" Sect Master Li Qingyang stood outside and said, "Junior brother Su is back." Jun Changxiao was stunned and said, "So soon?" Calculating the time, this kid has only been away from the Wangdu sect for a month or two. Could it be that he has successfully infiltrated the inner circle and stolen the information of Lu Kaiyan Qian and Fang Lingyu? Sect Master. As soon as he entered the hall, Suzaomo hurriedly stood up. His appearance has not changed much, but he looks a little thin. It seems that he doesn't eat very well. Fortunately, Liu Wan she didn't see it, otherwise she would cry again. Jun Changxiao sat down and said, "Have you investigated it clearly?" Suzaomo said, "I have infiltrated Takesu Unholy Sect, but I'm only an entry-level disciple and cannot infiltrate deeper." "Then why did you come back?" Jun Changxiao said. Suzaomo scratched his head and said with a smile, "I was just given a mission to go to Nanhuangzhou, so I came to see you." "What mission?" Jun Changxiao said. Suzaomo said, "I was asked to deliver a letter to Dingyu Unholy Sect in Nanhuangzhou." "Deliver a letter?" Jun Changxiao was stunned. For a first-class sect like this, letters are sent by mail. Not to mention the high-level spiritual seal transmission. At least there should be pigeons to send letters, right? Chapter 767 The Forbidden Land left by the Demon Emperor. First-rate sects must have higher-level information exchange channels. Asking Suzaomo to run errands and deliver letters is one of the most common tasks for beginners, and it can be regarded as a preliminary test. However, she was given the task of delivering letters just after entering Takesu Unholy Sect. It can be seen that they also saw that Suzaomo had good legs and feet and was quite clever, so she was the most suitable person for this kind of thing. "Take it out for me to see." Jun Chang smiled. Suzaomo hurriedly took out the letter from the space ring, but reminded, "Sect Master, there is a formation sealed on the letter. You must not break it forcibly, otherwise it will be noticed by the elders of the Takesu Unholy Sect's formation hall." "It's not difficult." Jun Chang smiled and said, "Go, call Zen Leo." Suzaomo's mouth twitched. At this moment, he had realized that the sect master had to crack the letter. Not long after, Zendejin walked in, understood the sect master's meaning, and after carefully observing it, he said, "Sect master, this formation is just the simplest one. Not only can it be easily cracked, but it can also not be spied on by the arranger." Suzaomo was relieved immediately. As long as he is not discovered, he can continue to be an undercover agent. Otherwise, there is no need to go back for this visit to the sect. "Break it," Jun Changxiao said with a smile. "Okay." Zendejin was really quick and efficient. In a short time, he broke the small formation arranged on the letter. Jun Changxiao took out the letter inside and saw that it was written on it, "The Demon Valley is about to open. Please prepare as soon as possible, and don't waste time." The content is very short. There is no earth-shattering secret. However, Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, "What is the Demon Valley?" Zendejin said, "This is a forbidden place left by the Demon Emperor. There are many martial arts resources such as secret books, spirit stones, and equipment hidden in it. It will be open to the public at a fixed time every year. Can we go? Jun Changxiao said with a smile. Zendejin shook his head and said, the first and second rate sects have jointly issued a statement that only designated sects can enter the Demon Valley, and other sects are strictly prohibited from entering. Heh. Jun Chang laughed and said, the Demon Emperor has fallen, and the forbidden area he left behind has long been ownerless. What qualifications do the first and second rate sects have to deprive other sects of the right to enter? This is why he hates some of the self-proclaimed and upright big sects. They completely put themselves at the highest point and act like strong men to point fingers at other sects. Zendejin said, the Demon Valley is full of dangers. If a sect without sufficient strength goes in, the end is often annihilation, so the major sects will strictly prohibit entry. And he paused and said, some people say that this might be a trap set by the Demon Emperor before his death to trick the major sects into jumping in. Although they can gain martial arts resources in the end, they will also pay a heavy price. This is similar to the man who opened the age of navigation. Jun Changxiao pondered for a moment and said, if our eternal sect insists on going to the Demon Valley, will the first and second rate sects stop us? No. Zendejin said, after countless bloody lessons, sects whose strength is not above second rate will not dare to enter, even if they are given the qualifications. Is it dangerous? Very dangerous. Zendejin said with a serious face. Jun Chang smiled and said, now that you mention it, I'm really a little tempted. Zendejin's mouth twitched and said, Sect Master, I think this matter must be carefully considered. After all, it's not entering the secret realm of life and death. Failure is nothing more than being weak for a while. Failure in the Demon Valley means death. Jun Chang smiled and said, a true warrior dares to face death. A true warrior can only grow through wind and rain. Zendejin, how long will the Demon Valley be open? Jun Chang smiled. This. Zendejin counted on his fingers and said, about 6 or 7 months. It's still early. Jun Chang smiled and put the letter into the envelope and handed it to Suzaomo, saying, don't waste time, send it over quickly. Yes. Suzaomo said weakly, Sect Master, can I have dinner before leaving? I haven't eaten the food made by junior sister Liu for a while. I can be said to be worried and unable to sleep at night. Now I come to the sect to take a look, mainly for this reason. Okay. Jun Changxiao paused and said, by the way, what's your name and take so unholy sect? This. Suzaomo scratched his head and said weakly, Su Gaosheng. Boom. Boom. There was a loud noise in the hall. In the cafeteria. Liu Wanshi sat on one side, holding her chin and said, brother, you've lost weight. Badgie. Suzaomo, with a big bump on his head, wolfed down all kinds of delicious food. At that moment, his soul seemed to have flown into the sky. Gulp gulp. After drinking a big bowl of soup, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve and smiled. The food cooked by my junior sister is still delicious. The food in Takes Unholy Sect is simply rough and plain. Liu Wanshi said, brother, when you come back from undercover, my junior sister will cook for you every day. I guarantee that you will be fat and white in a few days. Yeah. After Suzaomo finished his meal, he said hello to his fellow disciples and left the Wangu sect. Lu Kai and Qian leaned against the door of the main hall, folded her hands and said, Master, if you have anything to say, you can ask me directly. Why did you let junior brother Su take the risk of being an undercover agent? Jun Chang smiled and said, this kind of thing is actually a test for him. Lu Kai and Qian frowned and said, it will be very dangerous if he is discovered. Jun Changxiao turned around and looked over, saying, you, the eldest sister, are able to care about your junior brother, and you have made great progress. Lu Kai and Qian turned and left. By the way, Jun Changxiao said, I heard that the Demon Valley is about to open, and I plan to take you there to have a try. Lu Kai and Qian stopped and said, the Demon Valley is extremely dangerous. If you don't have the strength of a second-rate sect, you will definitely be in danger if you go in. However, if the sect master insists on going, the disciple will obey. Let's see. Jun Changxiao said, I haven't thought it through yet. Suzaomo successfully delivered the letter to Dingyu and Shengzang. Because of her speed, She was praised by the Hall Master in charge of the task of Taixuan Shengzhang and transferred her to his side as a clerk. Gao Sheng, you are really good. You are valued so quickly. In my opinion, you will become a formal outer disciple in a few months. Hehe, it's just good luck. I'm not like my senior brother who has become an outer disciple at such a young age. It is also a sure thing that he will be promoted to an inner disciple in the future. Brother Zhang, don't move. How can you collect the quilts? Leave it to me. Suzaomo has fully regarded himself as a disciple of Taixuan Shengzhang and tried to build a good relationship with the disciples who entered earlier to lay the foundation for further intelligence acquisition. Master Jin, this new disciple Su Gaosheng is not bad. He is a seedling that can be cultivated. An elder commented. Master Jin smiled and said, what the elder said is very true. Usually, disciples who enter the sect are not welcomed in large sects, but Suzaomo uses his cleverness to tell the world that, as long as he puts himself in a good position, he will definitely be able to build a good relationship. The road to undercover is very dangerous. However, with this guy's face and personality, as long as he is not discovered, he will definitely be able to mix and take Taixuan Shengzhang. In the future, he will accidentally become a core disciple and an elder. Don't be surprised, it is really possible. Of course. Suzaomo had no interest in the Taixuan Holy Sect. All her performance was based on infiltrating the sect as quickly as possible to obtain useful intelligence, and then return to the sect, eat Liu meals every day, and brag and chat with Li Fei and others after practicing. 3 months later, the CD cooldown of the life and death secret realm of the Eternal Ancient Sect was restored. Jun Changxiao organized 200 Martial King disciples and 4 elders to challenge the difficult mode as usual. Because of the experience, the clearance was smooth this time, but it was still inevitable that more than 10 people died and could not get the full star achievement. Now it is the 9th grade sword and martial arts double emperor, and it is closer to reaching the peak and opening the epic task. Another 3 months passed. Jun Changxiao took his disciples to challenge the difficult mode again. Although there were no casualties, the experience points given were obviously reduced, and they did not break through to the peak sword and martial arts double emperor. This is more fucked up. Jun Changxiao collapsed. Sect Master Li Qingyang said, are we still going to the Demon Valley? Of course. Jun Changxiao said. During this period of time, he has also thought it through. If he can pass the difficult mode without any damage for the 3rd time, he will go to the Demon Valley. I just don't believe it. Can the forbidden land left by the Demon Emperor be more difficult than the secret realm of life and death? The system crashed and said, you are so active because of the side quest. Okay. When are you leaving? Li Qingyang said with a burning look. Originally, he was the only one who was a little normal in the Eternal Sect, but under the slow influence of Sect Master Jun, he gradually went from the path of seeking stability to the path of seeking death. Get ready. Jun Chang smiled and said, let's leave tomorrow. Yes. P.S. Please vote for me. Chapter 768 Super Luxurious Lidoop. The Devil Valley is located in the southern wasteland state. According to the rules set by the major sects, it is the turn of the Dingguan Holy Sect this year. However, this sect has been a little depressed recently, because they don't really want to enter the Devil Valley, and don't want to sacrifice a large number of disciples for martial arts resources. There are many things in this forbidden area left by the Demon Emperor, but whether you can get or get more depends on chance and strength. Some sects often get less when they enter, and more people die in it. For example, last year, the same second-rate sect sent 1,000 disciples and more than 10 martial kings in, but only got a small amount of spirit stones and ores, but more than half of them were killed or injured, which was completely not worth the loss. In this case, why do the major sects never get tired of entering? In the final analysis, there are a large number of high-level martial arts, weapons, treasures, etc. in the valley, which are really tempting. The Dingguan Holy Sect is depressed, because if they are lucky enough to get a martial arts book of the holy level after entering, they will definitely make a profit, but they are worried that they will get nothing, and end up with heavy casualties. The rules have been set, and it's my turn. I have to go, so it's a bit embarrassing. Some sects want to enter the Demon Valley to try their luck, but they can only wait anxiously for their turn. The weaker sects don't want to go, but due to the rules, they can only bite the bullet. Sect Master, an elder of Dingyu and Shenzong suggested, just send 5 martial emperors and 20 martial kings. Agree. Many elders expressed their support. 5 martial emperors and 20 martial kings can be considered a luxurious lineup, but they also need to bear huge risks, because if there are any casualties, the sect will definitely be seriously injured. After thinking seriously, the sect master of Dingyu and Shenzong decided, then follow the advice of the great elder, and send 5 martial emperors, 20 martial kings and 500 sect level disciples into the Demon Valley. However, just when this second-rate sect was about to set off with a large force, Jun Changxiao had already brought his disciples to the border of Nanhuangsao. Their configuration is: the sect master is a 9th rank sword and martial arts emperor, 4 elders are martial arts emperors, and all 200 disciples are martial arts kings. For 6 months, Jun Changxiao ordered Zia Tang to carefully inquire about the Demon Valley, and confirmed that all the major sects had suffered heavy casualties when entering and leaving. In order to ensure that there is no risk of error, a team that can pass through the level without injury was directly sent. The lineup of the Dingyu and Holy Sect can be described as luxurious, and the lineup sent by the Wangu Sect is definitely super luxurious. On the way, Li Fei asked, "Second brother, how far is the Demon Valley?" "More than 2,000 miles. Li Qingyang estimated. Xian Qi said, "Are there many powerful beasts or spirit beasts in the valley?" Li Qingyang said seriously, "Not only are there, but there are many." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Li Fei, Xian Qi and others' eyes suddenly became hot. Although they have passed through the secret realm of life and death many times, they failed but did not die, and lacked excitement. Entering the dangerous Demon Valley will definitely feel different. Under Jun Changxiao's training, and with their extremely high cultivation, the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect are really more suicidal than each other, and more fond of jumping around on the edge of death than each other. In short, if the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. Puff, puff. In the sky, the black eagle of the Demon Ridge flapped its wings and flew slowly. Jun Changxiao stood on it and said, "Girl, why are you so depressed all the way?" "No, no." Yao Mengying said. Since the Demon Valley was created by the Demon Emperor during his lifetime, Jun Changxiao would naturally bring her here with her awakened innate demon body, and look forward to getting opportunities in it. "Sect Master," Yao Mengying whispered, "I heard from Grandpa Zen that many big sects will come on the day when the Demon Valley is opened. I'm worried that they will find out." Although the little girl is not very old, she has gradually understood during her time in the sect that she is a demon cultivator and is not accepted by the world. She is a big disaster star. "Don't worry," Jun Changxiao said, "as long as you keep practicing the hidden cultivation technique, even the martial emperor will find it difficult to detect that you are a demon cultivator." This martial art brought by He Wudi from a higher plane is very perfect in hiding the cultivation and aura. As long as it is not released actively, it will definitely not be discovered. Looking at the back of the sect master, Yao Mengying's original nervousness gradually dissipated, and a bright smile appeared on her face. At first, the little girl was resistant and afraid of Jun Changxiao. As they got along over the years, she has gradually regarded him as the most respected elder. The brothers who care about her in every possible way are also like relatives. Yao Mengying likes it very much, and is willing to stay in the Eternal Ancient Sect for the rest of her life. Even if she just looks at her fellow disciples every day, she will feel extremely happy. South Wasteland, a desolate land. Jun Changxiao has been here once, and entered the tomb of the 100-face medical saint. However, the place he went to this time was more remote and desolate, because there was a demon valley hidden there. The Demon Valley is not a valley, but an independent space opened up by the Demon Emperor with his magical powers during his lifetime, and it began to open regularly thousands of years later. Saint-level warriors can cross the void and achieve a similar instant transfer. Emperor-level warriors can forcibly open up an independent space. The 8 martial emperors in the world rarely appear in the world, and they all shrink in the space they have opened up to practice, hoping that one day they can see the secrets of heaven and ascend to the upper realm. Swish, swish. In the wild land, Li Qingyang and others rode on hurricane wolves and galloped, raising a cloud of dust behind them. Jiangzi and others flew in the air, following the Black Hawk of Demon Ridge. Sect Master Gelao transmitted, "The Demon Valley is almost here." "Yes," Jun Changxiao responded, and his spiritual thoughts had already spread over, and he saw that at the end of the wasteland, a lot of people had gathered. Judging from the momentum, there were quite a few martial kings and martial emperors. The strong men who are rarely seen on weekdays may only appear in this situation. That's not right. As Jun Changxiao's strength grew, and the status of the sect continued to rise, encountering strong men of the level of martial kings and martial emperors has become the most common phenomenon. The strong men from various sects gathered in the wasteland also caught a large number of warriors approaching, and turned their heads to look. At first, they thought they were from the Dingyuan Holy Sect, but after seeing the gorgeous uniforms, they were all surprised and asked, "Wangu Sect? Why did that shameless junior bring his disciples here?" A second-rate sect elder frowned. "Why should I describe it as shameless? It was because Jun Changxiao advertised it repeatedly in the Dragon and Tiger contest. The major sects not only remembered Li Qingyang and other young juniors with good strength, but also remembered him as the shameless sect leader. Recently, a place of spiritual energy revival appeared. The Wangu sect forcibly occupied it, and made the Heoguang Holy Sect and the Aoshi Holy Sect suffer. It is quite capable." A strong man laughed. "In my opinion, those two sects are also cowards. If it were me, I would definitely take people to the southwest Yangzhou to ask for it." The second-rate sect elder said lightly. "Don't let the Heoguang Holy Sect and the Aoshi Holy Sect hear this, otherwise they will definitely blush, because they did so, but they didn't succeed in asking for it, and they even paid a lot of spiritual stones." Puff, puff. The Black Hawk of the Demon Ridge flapped its wings and flew over. Jun Changxiao looked calm, but Yao Mengying became nervous. After all, there were powerful men from various sects standing below. What if she was discovered? "Don't think about it, don't think about it." The little girl tried hard to control her emotions, and then kept practicing the hidden cultivation technique. After making sure that they were all with the sect master, and didn't pay attention to her, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sect Master Jun, a powerful man from the sect, said, "What are you doing here?" Jun Changxiao said calmly, "I heard that the Demon Valley is about to open, and I brought my disciples here hoping to go in and try my luck. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 769. Thank you for your support. I will live up to your expectations. When Jun Changxiao told the purpose of his visit, the masters of the major sects were stunned. A fifth-rate sect actually wanted to enter the Demon Valley to try their luck. Are they sure they are not in a hurry to die and reincarnate? Many people subconsciously looked at the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect. Seeing that the aura they exuded was mostly at the sect level, they shook their heads secretly and said, "Did this guy get kicked in the head by a donkey?" Sect Master Jun, a master, laughed and said, "Entering the Demon Valley is not like playing house." Jun Changxiao said, "So I brought 200 disciples this time." The masters present laughed. If the sects entering the Demon Valley do not have many top forces, they will definitely send more than 1,000 disciples to enter. Even so, there will be heavy casualties. Bringing 200 disciples, they are definitely going to die. An elder of the sect said, "Master Jun, some of your disciples are quite outstanding. If you train them well in the future, they will have a promising future. Why do you have to take this risk? If you have to give a reason, it's..." Jun Changxiao paused and said, "I'm happy to do so." This was said very arrogantly, and deserved a beating. The strong men of the sect who were originally planning to persuade him shut their mouths. "Humph," an elder said coldly, "what an arrogant young man." Although they looked down on the fifth-rate sects in their bones, they did not allow the Eternal Ancient Sect to enter, at least with good intentions. After all, it was not that there were no low-level sects that entered before, and they were all wiped out without exception. Jun Changxiao also knew it. But at this time he had to be a little arrogant and pretentious, because only in this way could he stimulate the major sects to allow himself and his disciples to enter the Demon Valley. To put it bluntly, he wanted to show his arrogant side as much as possible, so that the major sects would feel extremely disgusted, and wish that the eternal ancient sect would go in and die. Master Jun, an elder of the sect, said, "The quota for entering the Demon Valley this year has been designated. If you, the Wangu sect, want to enter, you have to wait until next year." Jun Changxiao said, "No, since I'm here, I must go in." The more he spoke, the angrier the sects became. They even secretly hoped that the Dingyu Holy Sect would give up and give the quota to the Wangu sect so that they could die quickly. Jun Changxiao's routine was effective, but it also had a negative effect, which was to instantly reduce the sect's favorability towards the Wangu sect. Swish, swish. At this moment, streams of light flew in from a distance, and the space was filled with vast momentum. The faces of the warriors present changed slightly, and they said in surprise, "Half-step martial saint." Not long after, several streams of light stopped above the crowd, showing 3 old men with fangs and ao bones, with a faint chill all over their bodies. These 3 people are the 3 elders of the Elder Hall of Taixuan Holy Sect. The leader is named Lin Yuan, whose strength has reached the level of half-step martial saint, and has a certain say in the sect. The other 2 are at the level of martial emperor. After the 3 people appeared, this area suddenly seemed quite cold, as if it had turned from summer to winter. The half-step martial saint from Taixuan Holy Sect is more powerful than the half-step martial saint from Haoguang Holy Sect and Aoshi Holy Sect in terms of momentum. This is the heritage. The heritage from the top first-class sect. Elder Lin. The strong men from the major sects bowed and said, "Yeah." Lin Yuan nodded, looked at Lu Kai and Qian below. His eyes flashed with disappointment, and then asked lightly, "Has the people from Dingyu Holy Sect not come yet?" "No." Someone laughed. Taixuan Holy Sect is definitely one of the top forces in Xinjiang continent, and the major sects naturally have to show more enthusiasm. Elder Lin, an elder from a second-rate sect, said with a smile. "Master Jun of the Eternal Ancient Sect said he wants to take his disciples into the Demon Valley to have a try." Lin Yuan looked at Jun Changxiao and said calmly, "The Demon Valley is full of dangers. If a second-rate sect enters, it will be a death. Take your disciples back quickly." His tone was unquestionable, as if he had already determined that the strength of the Eternal Ancient Sect was not good enough. This made Jun Changxiao very unhappy, and he said, "The Demon Emperor has fallen for thousands of years, and the forbidden land he left behind belongs to no one. What qualifications do you have to stop my Eternal Ancient Sect from entering?" As soon as these words came out, the major sects were in an uproar. Just now, they just thought that this kid was just a little arrogant, but now he dared to argue with the half-step martial saint of the Taixuan Holy Sect, which was a living death. Lu Kai and Qian frowned slightly. She had practiced in the Taixuan Holy Sect and knew Lin Yuan's character. The sect master's words would probably anger the other party. Sure enough, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with anger, and he said, "How can a 5th-rate sect like you question the qualifications of my Taixuan Holy Sect?" Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, "You first-rate sects are awesome, that's undeniable, but what I mean is that anyone can enter the Demon Valley, and no one has the right to stop it." Although Lin Yuan was unhappy with the attitude of this junior, after all, there were so many people present, so he suppressed his anger and said, "Master Jun must enter the Demon Valley?" "Yes," Jun Changxiao said firmly. Lin Yuan said, "In that case, we should help you." Looking at the heroes from all walks of life, he said, "What do you think?" An elder said, "Since Master Jun is so stubborn, we naturally have to help him." Agree. Agree. All the major sects expressed their opinions. In fact, they wished that the Demon Valley would open now, and then let the Eternal Ancient Sect go in to die. No one objects. Lin Yuan looked at Jun Changxiao and said, "When the Demon Valley opens, Master Jun can bring his disciples in." "Thank you." Jun Chang smiled lightly. He also knew that the major sects agreed to let him in, and they definitely had no good intentions. However, since he had already obtained the qualification, he must go and try. If he took away all the good things inside and didn't leave them a single bit, it would be even more perfect. Not long after, the leader of Dingyu and Shenzhen came with a large army. Sect Master Hao. Lin Yuan said, "The leader of Wangu Sect wants to enter the Demon Valley. Is your sect willing to give up this place?" The leader of Dingyu and Shenzhen was stunned. An elder of the sect smiled and said, "Sect Master Heyo, this time, Master Jun sent 200 elite disciples to the Demon Valley. We must cooperate." 200 disciples? The corners of Master Heyo's mouth twitched. He made a very big decision to send out a luxurious lineup of 5 martial emperors, 20 martial kings and 500 sect level disciples. Wangu sect took so few disciples in, are you sure they are not going to die? In that case, Master Heyo said, it's okay to give this quota to the Eternal Sect. Entering the Demon Valley is a gamble. He was a little reluctant at first, since the newly rising Eternal Sect is fearless and wants to take 200 disciples to die. He will definitely be happy to give up the qualification to enter. It's settled. Lin Yuan announced, the qualification to enter the Demon Valley this year belongs to the Eternal Sect. Thank you all for your support. I will live up to your expectations. Jun Changxiao clasped his fists. Everyone's mouth twitched. It seems that this kid didn't realize that everyone let you and your disciples enter, actually hoping to die quickly. But at this moment, the space in the originally desolate area suddenly trembled slightly, and then gradually cracked and expanded infinitely, and finally formed a circular vortex. Hoo-hoo, a gurgling gloomy breath whistled out from the inside, and the warriors of various sects who were closer couldn't help but shudder. Although they have been here many times, and have brought disciples in, they still feel apprehensive every time they feel the demonic energy. The disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect are fearless. When they see the vortex appear, they all mutter to themselves, this is very similar to the entrance to the sect's secret realm. Master Jun, Lin Yuan said, the Demon Valley is open, and your sect can go in. See you later. Jun Chang smiled and bowed, leading the disciples in one after another. However, just as Lu Kai and Qian was about to go in, Lin Yuan said indifferently, your take so a nice heart body is hard earned. Why do you want to die with them? Take said a nice heart body? The faces of the warriors from various sects changed in shock. This physique is definitely the strongest in the ice system. Lu Kai and Qian stopped, turned her back to the 3 elders of the Taixo Unholy Sect, and said in a cold voice, because I'm a disciple of the Eternal Ancient Sect. Chapter 770. There are so many good things in the Demon Valley. The Demon Valley opened, and Jun Changxiao led his disciples, and walked in under the attention of the crowd. When they all disappeared, the vortex gradually closed, and everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Warriors from various sects began to discuss. This kid is so arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that he won the Dragon and Tiger Championship, I really want to teach him a lesson. Don't underestimate this boy. The Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace has the cultivation of a half-step martial saint, but he still fell in his hands. Isn't it just relying on the magical power to improve cultivation? You can't use it casually. The news that Jun Changxiao abused Gongsun Heohe had spread in the martial arts world a long time ago. Although it has been confirmed, the major sects have always firmly believed that the guy relied on some kind of magical power. Don't say it. The effect of the Kyankan talisman is indeed similar to the use of certain magical powers. And as the major sects thought, it cannot be used casually, and it can't even be used anymore, because the purchase limit is 2 times, and Jun Changxiao has used it all up. By the way, without that trump card that instantly improves the martial saint, how can he still be so coquettish? Because of the modified difficult to hold knife and the newly opened talisman, Sect Master Jun had reason to believe that once he used it, he would definitely be able to act like a big shot. The last time I led hundreds of disciples into the Demon Valley, it seemed to be a 4th-rate sect hundreds of years ago. In the end, only the sect master came out, and all the disciples died inside. Let that kid watch his disciples die miserably, and he will know how ignorant he is. It's a pity for this year's quota. Everyone was discussing and waiting, and even estimated that the Eternal Sect could hold out in there for half an hour, which should be the limit. In a vague area, Jun Changxiao and his disciples appeared out of thin air. In the sky directly in front of them, the 3 words Demon Valley were written, and because of the environment, they were swaying erratically. Hoo-hoo, gusts of cold wind that penetrated the soul blew from an unknown direction, causing Li Fei and others to shudder involuntarily. Master, Jiangzi said solemnly, the demonic energy here is very heavy. If it is corroded for a long time, it is likely to cause hallucinations and even make the disciples lose their minds. It's not a big problem. Jun Chang smiled and said, just practice the Kinksanju. Yes. The disciples received the order and practiced the Kinksanju in the small and large Zaoshan. The demonic energy that inadvertently penetrated into the body was quickly purified. The demonic energy penetrates the sea of consciousness. If the brain is always kept awake, it will naturally not be disturbed. The demonic energy in the Demon Valley can penetrate the mind of the warrior. It is easy to go crazy without enough perseverance. In my opinion, the group of disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect should have killed each other now. A strong man from the outside world said. Many people from the sect had bitterness on their faces. The terrible thing about the Demon Valley is that the demonic energy is everywhere and disturbs. The longer you stay in it, the disciples with weak realm and perseverance will fall into madness and even turn into killing each other. An elder sighed helplessly. When he and the sect master entered the Demon Valley, he saw the disciples killing each other with red eyes, and he could only kill them by force. The feeling of killing one's own people with his own hands was the most painful. However, just when all the sects collectively looked down on the Eternal Ancient Sect, Jun Changxiao and his disciples had already begun to explore inside. Because of the Kinksanju, they supported each other all the way, cared about each other all the way, and completely ignored the disturbance of the demonic energy. The most excited person was Yao Mengying. Because the demonic energy that was very evil to others was like a tonic to her. Sect Master. Yao Mengying said weakly, can I absorb the demonic energy here? If it has no effect on me, just absorb it casually. Jun Chang smiled. Well. Yao Mengying sat down cross-legged and circulated the blood cloud heaven residual sutra. Hoo-hoo. The demonic energy gathered in the ethereal space suddenly surged over like a wave. The little girl slowly absorbed and refined it slowly, and then merged it into the demon core in her body. Awesome. Li Fei, Shanqi and others widened their eyes. This kind of property that is poisonous to the body. Not only did the little sister not suffer any harm after absorbing it, but she also smiled at the corners of her mouth, which is really enviable. For Yao Mengying, the Demon Valley is definitely the best holy place for cultivation, because such pure demonic energy cannot be found outside. Buzz. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly trembled, and huge beasts appeared out of thin air. Their eyes were red, and they exuded hostility, as if they had lost their minds. Just like the beasts in the Demon Ridge Valley. Jun Chang laughed. Buzz. The frequency of space vibration accelerated, and one after another violent beasts appeared. Although they were only at the level of martial artists from the aura, their number increased, and finally reached tens of thousands. Faced with this situation, the disciples of the major sects who entered for the first time must have been frightened, and their faces changed drastically, but the eyes of the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect were full of fanaticism. Prepare for battle. Jun Chang laughed. Hoo-hoo. Li Qingyang and others released their cultivation, posed in various postures to fight, and smiled at the corners of their mouths. The large-scale beasts that other sects feared were nothing more than warm-ups in their eyes. Go. Boom. 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 The first test of the Demon Valley is to face tens of thousands of beasts. The Eternal Sect only sent 200 disciples, so they would definitely be exhausted and die. It is undeniable that some disciples of the Eternal Sect are quite strong, but surrounded by densely packed mad beasts, they can only hold out for an hour at most. In my opinion, half an hour at most. Although the warriors from all walks of life could not watch the Eternal Sect break into the Demon Valley, this did not prevent them from desperately fantasizing about the bad things. Unfortunately, it didn't go as they wished. Because in just 10 minutes, the tens of thousands of violent beasts that appeared inside the Demon Valley were all solved. Not only was the air filled with a pungent fishy smell, but there were also black crystal cores scattered on the ground. Swish. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and put all the crystal cores into the space ring, then ordered, keep moving forward. Just after walking a few steps, he saw a square box appear out of thin air in front of him, a bit like the airdrop box in PUBG. Is this the reward for killing all the beasts? Jun Changxiao walked over. Crack, the box suddenly opened, and there were piles of yellowed books inside. Sect Master. Jiangzi said in surprise. All martial arts secrets. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up immediately, because there were at least 100 secrets in the box, and from the names on the cover, there were boxing, palm techniques, sword techniques, and martial arts practiced by evil cultivators and Buddhist cultivators. This is absolutely all-encompassing. Gelao said, it is said that the fallen demon emperor loved to collect all kinds of martial arts when he was alive. He also claimed that he had collected at least 100,000 kinds of martial arts, from low grade to divine grade. 100,000 kinds? Jun Changxiao covered his chest and his breathing became rapid. There are so many martial arts secrets, even if they are only the lowest quality, as long as you get them, you can exchange them for the secrets in the Gangfa Pavilion at will. Of course. If the warriors of the major sects in the outside world see a box of secrets, they will definitely be dumbfounded, because after they pass the first test, the rewards given are only a few books at most. Everyone comes according to the rules. Why does the Wangu sect give so many secrets as rewards? Or is it that a group of disciples who are destined to be the protagonists must be given the strongest protagonist halo? Not really. Jun Changxiao can get so many secrets as rewards entirely because he solved tens of thousands of spirit beasts in just 10 minutes. On the other hand, although other sects came in and passed in the end, they either took a long time or had disciples sacrificed, which was completely incomparable to the Wangu sect's unharmed and fast clearance. Swish. Jun Changxiao happily put all the secrets into the space ring and then opened the Gangfa Pavilion and saw that many secret realms had been matched below. Although it was still far from the exchange, it was undoubtedly a small step forward. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, the surrounding space shook again, and fierce beasts with stronger strength appeared out of thin air. Get rid of them all. Yes. Boom boom boom. The disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect burst out their cultivation, like a lawnmower, frantically harvesting fierce beasts. After a while, the ground was full of crystal cores. It's so fucking cool. Jun Changxiao grinned. This demon valley is simply a place where you can pick up money anytime and anywhere. As for whether it is dangerous, judging from the current 2 waves, it is not even a warm-up. Sect Master Li Qingyang pointed to the front and said, there is another box. The second box that appeared was larger than the previous one. Jun Changxiao estimated that there must be a lot of things in it. Sure enough, after walking over, the box opened by itself. Not only were there dazzling secret books, but also various swords, many of which were materials used to refine the black iron shield and the true yang sword. Quick, quick, quick. Jun Changxiao said with a smile. Trigger the next wave for me. There were secret books, ores, and so many crystal cores, which made him boil with excitement. He wanted to open all the next ones. But the third wave of beasts appeared again. From the perspective of number, it was obviously less, but the strength had reached the level of martial artists, so the difficulty was relatively increased. Outside, the warriors of the major sects were still imagining the scene of the Wangu sect being abused and killing each other. Some people were still enthusiastically helping with the countdown. Boom. In the Demon Valley, Ziozuji directly killed a spirit beast comparable to the Martial King level, and the illusory land in front of him once again showed a large square box with 4 edges. Oh my god. Jun Changxiao walked over and saw thousands of secret books placed in the open box. His eyes suddenly widened. Master. Li Fei stretched out his hand from the box, holding a sharp sword, and said, this weapon seems good. Jiangzi and Gelao saw the words Ask the Sky engraved on the hilt and the dragon engraved on the sword body, and exclaimed in unison, Jade Dragon Ask the Sky Sword. Very strong. Jun Changxiao said. The system said, this sword is inherited from ancient times. It is said to be made of dragon yuan stone, and is revered as one of the 10 ancient swords in Xinjiang continent. 10 ancient swords? Jun Changxiao was surprised and said, how does it compare with the sword forged by Master Fan? Master Fan's sword is probably not even worthy of carrying shoes. The system said. Really? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up, and then he took the imposing Jade Dragon Ask the Sky sword from Li Fei. The moment his 5 fingers touched the hilt, he felt a special breath, so he blurted out, good sword. Outside, Someone said boredly, I heard that the Demon Emperor not only collected a lot of martial arts secrets, but also collected a lot of high quality weapons. Among them is the Jade Dragon asking the Sky Sword, one of the 10 famous ancient swords. Every year, people are sent into search, and the best is only a top grade sword. In my opinion, the Jade Dragon asking the Sky Sword may not be placed in the Demon Valley. And there is also the 9 phosphorus body armor, and I don't know where the Demon Emperor hid it. It has not been seen to this day. Master, this armor is 9 phosphorus body armor. The quality has reached the high level holy product. And there is also the Spirit Wheel Tower, which is said to be a defensive treasure that can withstand the bombardment of the Martial Saint, and it was also found by the Demon Emperor. Master, this small tower is likely to be the Spirit Wheel Tower. After being activated, it can form a spirit wheel barrier, which is enough to withstand the attack of a martial saint. The strong men from various sects and the outside world listed the Demon Emperor's collections one by one. Jun Changxiao in the Demon Valley and his disciples got them all from the boxes. HMPH. Lin Yuan said indifferently, the Demon Emperor is also a great figure, but his ambition is too big. He is not tolerated by the people in the martial arts world, and finally he ended up with a defeat and death. Alas. An elder of the sect shook his head and said, it's a pity that so many treasures disappeared forever in the Starfall continent with the death of the demon. 2/4 of an hour have passed. I'm afraid that the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect have been killed or injured. It's not far from being completely destroyed. Someone brought the topic to the Eternal Ancient Sect, making everyone sneer. Isn't it good to be alive? You have to go to the Demon Valley to die. Boom. Boom. While everyone was discussing, the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect successively wiped out several spirit beasts comparable to the Emperor level. Li Fei shook his head and said, I finally found the feeling of breaking into the normal mode of the life and death secret realm. Sect Master. Long Xiang said, the Demon Valley is not difficult. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. Entering the Demon Valley, he has been cautious, and he has played the word steady to the extreme, but when he really broke into it, he realized that it was so easy. Overestimated. Jun Changxiao shook his head. According to the information he got, he thought that the Demon Valley was a dangerous place. In order to ensure safety, he brought in the team that had cleared the difficult mode without any damage, but the difficulty coefficient was not as good as the normal mode of the secret realm of life and death. If he had known this, he would have sent dozens of people instead of mobilizing a large army with 200 disciples. The leader of the Dingyuan Holy Sect would definitely be sad if he knew what Jun Changxiao was thinking. After all, most of the elite members of his sect were in a panic when they were dispatched, and he thought that bringing 200 disciples was too much. Sect Master. Li Qingyang said, there are a lot of secret books and weapons and equipment in the box. It's just giving away equipment and resources for free. Jun Changxiao grinned, and then put everything in the big box into the space ring. In less than 30 minutes, the secret books, weapons, treasures, and crystal cores he obtained were countless. Looking ahead at the seemingly endless ethereal land, Jun Changxiao said with a fiery gaze, keep going deeper, take away all the good things inside, and don't leave any for the major sects. Yes. The disciples shouted in unison. Hoo-hoo. However, when they were about to set off, a strong demonic energy suddenly emerged from behind them. Everyone looked back and saw that Yao Mengying, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes turned red, and her black hair fluttered without wind, as if she had entered a state of rampage. Li Fei was surprised and said, what's wrong with the little junior sister? Jiangzi frowned and said, no matter how you look at it, it seems like she has gone crazy. Something is wrong. Jun Changxiao frowned and said, swish. Suddenly, Yao Mengying stood up and said coldly, how can I let the villains take away the things that this emperor left here? Swish. As soon as the voice fell, the little girl suddenly rushed over, with demonic energy running through her hands, and the momentum was huge. Junior sister, what's wrong with you? Xiao Zuji shouted. Boom. Yao Mengying rushed to her, and the demonic energy condensed in her palms suddenly exploded, directly blasting Xiao Zuji away, until he fell more than 10 feet away in a mess, and then fell to the ground. Sect Master. Jiangzi said, this girl has gone crazy. What are you waiting for? Jun Chang laughed and shouted, hurry up and control it. Swish. Swish. Jiangzi and the Ning brothers gathered their spiritual energy and rushed over, but just as they got close, they saw Yao Mengying suddenly spread her hands, and a stream of demonic energy turned into fists, and suddenly blasted over. Bang, bang, bang. After a fierce bombardment, the three elders flew out, and then fell to the ground one after another, covering their chests and vomiting blood. Li Fei, Shanqi and others were stunned. It was so scary that the little junior sister easily beat the 3 emperor level elders to vomit blood. Boom. Boom. Yao Mengying rushed over again, and wherever she passed, all the disciples of the Eternal Sect flew out in fancy ways. Swish. Jun Changxiao rushed in front of her, and the momentum of the 9-rank sword martial arts double emperor burst out, and he directly clasped her wrist, and said in a deep voice, girl, are you crazy? Yao Mengying, who originally had a gloomy face, suddenly stiffened, and then tried to look over, and said with difficulty, Sect. Sect master. Bang. A punch was thrown. Thump thump thump. Jun Changxiao covered his chest, and stepped back a few steps, angrily saying, who is controlling the body of my precious disciple? If you have the guts, come out and fight me in a duel. Hoo. Behind Yao Mengying, a monstrous demonic energy emerged, and gradually condensed into a huge body, and a cold voice came, little guy, are you qualified to fight this emperor in a duel? PS. The third update, a big chapter of 4700 plus words. Please vote for the monthly ticket and the recommendation ticket. Chapter 771 Demon Emperor. Sect. Sect Master. When Jun Changxiao grabbed Yao Mengying's wrist, her originally red eyes regained a trace of clarity, as if she was struggling fiercely. There is a problem. There must be a problem. So, when Jun Changxiao was knocked out, he said angrily, who is controlling the body of my precious disciple? Come out and challenge me. Little guy, are you qualified to challenge this emperor? A gloomy voice came from the phantom behind Yao Mengying. The voice contained extremely strong penetrating power. Even if the disciples of the Eternal Sect in the Demon Valley practiced the Kinksanju, they were gradually penetrated into the sea of consciousness, and their faces became ferocious. This emperor, Jun Changxiao said, the Demon Emperor of the Demon Emperor Sect? Yao Mengying has the innate demon body of the Demon Emperor. Now she is in the space he once opened up. If she can't guess, there must be something wrong with her brain. Little guy. The shadow said in a deep voice, everything that this emperor left here is to make the famous and upright sects enjoy it. How can I let you take it all away? At this point, Jun Changxiao was 100% sure that the shadow controlling Yao Mengying was the demon emperor who fell 10,000 years ago. Of course, it was not the real one. Judging from the ethereal form, it might be a trace of soul left. As for how Yao Mengying was suddenly occupied, it might also be related to the fact that the little girl took in the demonic energy unscrupulously as soon as she came in. Careless. Jun Changxiao secretly blamed himself, but also bowed his hands and said, Senior Demon Emperor, this is a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. If the disciple is controlled, and it brings irreversible side effects, it will be screwed, so we must find a way to separate the two first. Are you sure that the opponent is not very strong, and you may not get the upper hand if you really fight? The system said inappropriately. The shadow controlled Yao Mengying's body and rushed over, and the strong demonic energy roared and burst out, instantly turning into a cold and fierce palm print. This palm blast made the surrounding atmosphere even colder. The disciples who were practicing the Kinksanju to fight against the demonic energy in their bodies looked more and more ferocious, as if they were about to lose their defense. Swish. Jun Changxiao stepped on the Zanga and stepped to bypass it, and said very quickly, Senior Demon Emperor, the girl you control, is a disciple of my Wangu sect. I will accept her as my disciple, to support the Demon Sect. Yao Mengying, who was preparing for a second attack, stopped immediately. The black shadow hanging above said, support the Demon Sect? Yes. Jun Changxiao said righteously, there is no distinction between good and evil in this world. Those guys who claim to be famous and upright have no qualifications to deny the Demon Sect and deny everything they don't like. Humph. The black shadow said coldly, they are just a group of hypocritical hypocrites. Agree. Jun Changxiao said, this time I entered the Demon Valley. I also hope that this girl can improve her cultivation and then revive the Demon Sect step by step. Really? The Black Shadow questioned. Jun Changxiao said seriously, although the senior left so many treasures in the Demon Valley, it was a trap to lure the famous and upright sects. But in my opinion, it is also a huge wealth left for the revitalization of the demonic path. The shadow said, this is something I have never thought of. The senior did not think of it, but the junior did. Jun Changxiao said, that's why I brought this girl in, not to take it for myself, but to help her get everything left by the senior. To be precise, to obtain the inheritance left by the senior. The speed of speaking was super fast, and the last word inheritance was also particularly loud. The shadow did not speak, nor did he make a move, and seemed to fall into silence. The system said, what a bullshit. As a person with the same idea, it naturally knew what Jun Changxiao meant by coming to the Demon Valley, but in this sudden situation, he spoke so clearly and righteously, which is difficult for ordinary people with thin skin to do. Little guy, you are right, but how can this emperor be fooled by 1 or 2 words from you? The shadow said coldly. Jun Chang laughed and said, since the death of the predecessor, the Demon Sect has completely sunk. Even if there are survivors, they are nothing more than rats crossing the street and everyone shouts and beats them. This situation is really heartbreaking. The world will not be destroyed, and the Demon Dao will last forever. Although I'm not a demon cultivator, I can't stand the style of claiming to be a famous and upright sect, so I'm willing to be an enemy of the whole world, to revitalize the Demon Sect and the Demon Dao system. Didn't I just come to the Demon Valley to challenge and earn martial arts resources? Why did the style suddenly become so serious? And I also took the responsibility of revitalizing the Demon Sect on my shoulders. I have no choice but to appease that guy first. Jun Chang laughed and said with a mental breakdown. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the Black Shadow laughed and said, little guy, your sentence that the world will not be destroyed and the Demon Dao will last forever is very much to my liking. But, he paused and said, there are many good things left in the Demon Valley. If you want to take them all, you have to defeat this emperor first. Jun Chang laughed and rolled his eyes. Feelings, I have been talking for a long time, but I still can't escape from fighting him. Senior wants to fight, Junior will accompany you. Jun Chang smiled and said, but please leave my disciple's body. Who? As soon as the voice fell, the demonic energy that enveloped Yao Mengying suddenly flew out, and then hung in the ethereal land and gradually gathered into a heroic man in a black robe with long hair. This man looked about 20 or 30 years old, with a knife-like face and sword-like eyebrows. His narrow eyes exuded a kingly aura that seemed to be born. Demon Emperor. A top powerhouse who fell 10,000 years ago. Although it was not the real body, but just the soul of the remaining Demon Valley, Jun Changxiao still felt respect in his heart, and said, it's a pity that I was not born in the era of the predecessors, and I have no chance to witness the majestic figure that swept the world, and swallowed mountains and rivers. Stop flattering. The Demon Emperor said, come and fight. Jun Changxiao glanced at Yao Mengying who had fainted, and saw that her face had returned to normal, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Then the Jade Dragon asking the sky sword he had just obtained appeared out of thin air, and said with great pride, it is a great honor for the junior to fight with the Demon Emperor 10,000 years ago. Little guy. The Demon Emperor said coldly, this Jade Dragon asking the sky sword is a famous sword from ancient times. It is not something that ordinary people can control casually. Swish. Jun Changxiao strode forward, his right hand shook violently, and the Jade Dragon asking the sky sword cut through the void, and hundreds of sword lights burst out in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The Demon Emperor waved his hand, and the vast demonic energy turned into palms, destroying all the attacking sword energy. He was surprised and said, so you are not only a martial emperor, but also a sword emperor. TSK. At this age, you have achieved both sword and martial arts emperors. It is true that there are talented people in every generation. Jun Chang smiled and said, it's nothing but luck. Swish, swish, swish. After speaking, he held the Jade Dragon asking the sky sword, and performed the Lingjian Shenju one-word quick ju, and immediately launched an overwhelming sword shadow offensive. Although Jun Changxiao usually fights with a knife, once he has a stronger sword, the power of the Sword Emperor will be very strong. If he was in the valley, with the Jade Dragon asking the Sky Sword in hand, the half-saint of the Heoguang Holy Sect would never be chased around the world, because he would have been injured and fell to the ground early. Boom. Boom. Even though the Demon Emperor was only a soul, he was very powerful in the forbidden area he left behind, so the two of them immediately started a fierce battle. Because the target was always locked on Jun Changxiao, the demonic energy that permeated the space gradually weakened, and the ferocious faces of the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect were able to relax. Ling Yuanxu hurriedly hugged Jiao Mengying back, put his fingers on her pulse, and was relieved to make sure that she was just unconscious. Swish, swish. In the distant void drifting land, Jun Changxiao's strength was fully unleashed, and the Lingjian divine art was completely released. The one-word quick art and the two-word momentum art were frequently switched, and the fight with the Demon Emperor was brilliant and evenly matched. Awesome. The sect master's swordsmanship is so strong. The disciples exclaimed. Zhao Hang's eyes were even hotter, especially when he caught the sect master's every move, and a strong admiration suddenly rose in his heart. Sword Emperor. When can I step into this realm? Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, streams of light suddenly appeared in the space, and then turned into swords. Jun Chang laughed and shouted, everything is a sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword light that appeared out of thin air was instantly pulled, and then dragged the streams of light together, to form a giant sword, and suddenly blasted towards the Demon Emperor. Whoosh, the sword condensed quickly, and blasted down quickly. Under the eyes of all the disciples, the Demon Emperor's body was directly cut in half. Zhao Hang's eyes almost popped out. From the appearance of the sword light to the gathering of the giant sword, the whole process was formed in just a blink of an eye, but the sword force that was emitted deeply shocked his heart. Little guy. The split shadow gradually healed, and the Demon Emperor said in a deep voice, your sword moves are definitely not from the Xingyan continent. As a master who loves to collect martial arts secrets, he has made in-depth research on various aspects of moves. The sword moves performed by Jun Changxiao are very different from those in the Xingyan continent just from the starting moves. Not bad. Jun Changxiao said, my sword moves are called Wanji and Gizeng, and they were taught by a mysterious great man from the upper world. System. It was obviously bought from them all, but it was said that it was taught by a mysterious great man in person. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shameless people. The Demon Emperor was surprised and said, have you been to the upper world? No. Jun Changxiao said, my sect came from the upper world. Sure enough. Yi Xingchen said secretly. Since joining the Wangu sect, he has always been guessing that Jun Changxiao and the sect are involved with the upper world. Otherwise, how could there be so many martial arts resources for the disciples to grow? Now that Jun Changxiao said it himself, it is completely confirmed. He woody thought to himself, the fact that I can come to this sect and become a closed disciple shows that I have an indissoluble bond with Senior Kixun. The two of them have now been completely fooled by Sect Master Jun. Sometimes, there is no need to explain, and they will automatically force their brains to make up the reason. Fortunately, Zilin Demon King did not follow. Otherwise, after hearing what Sect Master Jun said, he would definitely force himself to comfort himself first, and then force his brain to make up a wave, and happily be called the brain-making trio with Yi Xingchen and He Woody. Little guy. The Demon Emperor was silent for a while, and said in a slightly weak voice, you defeated this emperor, and everything in here can be taken away. But, he paused and said, this emperor also hopes that what you said just now is true. After saying that, the body that was barely gathered together gradually faded, and the Demon Emperor's voice came in the space, tired, it's time to live forever. The remaining souls in the Demon Valley were finally destroyed in the eyes of the disciples of the Eternal Ancient Sect, and the pervasive powerful demonic energy gradually weakened, until it returned to the strength when it just came in. Senior. Jun Changxiao said seriously, I never lie. I said I would revitalize the demon sect, and I will definitely do it. Buzz. The space rippled, and 10 large boxes with 4 square edges appeared. These were the remaining martial arts resources in the Demon Valley. Because the soul of the Demon Emperor was defeated, all of them appeared. Sect. Sect Master. Just at this moment, Yeo Mengying woke up from her coma, tears streaming down her face, crying very sadly. She remembered clearly that her body was occupied by the Demon Emperor, and that he attacked her fellow disciples and elders. Although she had been trying to gain control, she was powerless. It's okay, it's okay. Jun Changxiao came over and touched her head. Woo woo woo. Yeo Mengying cried even more sadly in Ling Yuanxu's arms. The sect master and her fellow disciples were what she cared about the most. If she had really killed them, because she was controlled by some kind of power just now, she would definitely never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Fortunately, this did not happen. Fortunately, Yeo Mengying had awe of Jun Changxiao in her heart like an elder, and when he said, "Girl, are you crazy?" under the stimulation, he managed to take control of his body with difficulty, although it was only for a short time. Junior sister Zio Zuji patted his chest and grinned. Senior brother is fine. Don't say it yet. Jiangzi endured the injury and pretended to be normal, saying, "I spit out a mouthful of blood and I'm more energetic than before." The injured fellow disciples and elders were trying to show that they were fine and coaxed Yeo Mengying to prevent her from blaming herself too much. This scene was very warm and very Wanguzang. Crack. After Jun Changxiao came over, 10 large boxes were opened at the same time, and a dazzling array of secret books, ores, weapons and equipment came into view, making him smile from ear to ear. "Master," Li Qingyang said, "there are so many Buddhist martial arts in this box." Jun Changxiao hurried over, and after a review, he was surprised and said, "How could the Demon Emperor, who is a demon cultivator, get so many Buddhist martial arts?" Jelao guessed, in the battle between good and evil, Buddhist martial artists were the main force. To counter the Demon Emperor sect, the Demon Emperor collected so many Buddhist martial arts, probably thinking about how to crack it. "Know yourself and the enemy, and you can win every battle," Jun Changxiao said. "The Demon Emperor is also a great hero." Swish. With a wave of his hand, all the things were taken away. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, the demonic energy in the space suddenly gathered together crazily, then formed a cyclone in the sky, and finally rushed into Yeo Mengying's body crazily. This sudden change startled Jun Changxiao. However, seeing that the little girl's face was normal, and she did not enter the rampage state again, he gradually relaxed. A few minutes later, all the demonic energy in the space was integrated into Yeo Mengying's body. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "So much demonic energy should be of great help to her, right?" But the space in front of him gradually tore apart, gathering into an elliptical vortex group. "Is it over?" Jun Changxiao said. It was not difficult to hear from his words that he was still a little unsatisfied. The system said speechlessly, "The treasure was taken away by the host, and there is no demonic energy left. Are you still not satisfied?" Outside, a big boss of a sect calculated, "It's been half an hour, and the Wangu sect has not come out. It seems that not only all the disciples have been killed, but the sect master has also died in it. There is a price to pay for being impulsive." Warriors from all walks of life shook their heads. Although this ending was within their expectations, it was a pity to think that a newly rising sect would be left alone in the Demon Valley. Disperse, disperse, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, when the warriors of the major sects were about to leave, the space suddenly gathered into a vortex, and Jun Changxiao walked out of it. Is he still alive? Everyone widened their eyes. P.S. It's a long chapter with 4,000 plus words. Chapter 772. Forced. Tap. Stepping on the heavy and solid ground, Jun Changxiao stretched out his arms and swayed them in a wave-like manner, singing, "Come on, have fun, there's plenty of time anyway. I thought the Demon Valley was full of dangers, but it turned out that it was easier to come here with elite disciples than to fight against a robot, especially to obtain all the martial arts qualifications inside, which was really cool." Suddenly, Jun Changxiao felt that the atmosphere was not right, so he looked around and saw that the warriors from the major sects were looking at him with unbelievable expressions in their eyes. Forget it. There are so many people outside. Jun Changxiao hurriedly retracted his hand, put it behind his back, and suddenly turned into a serious face, gathering the style that a sect master should have. This kind of difficult face-changing action can only be done by a very shameless person. Of course, the warriors from the major sects did not pay attention to Jun Changxiao's wavy singing and dancing, but their minds were full of thoughts. How could he be alive? He shouldn't be alive. All the warriors present were experienced warriors. After a brief surprise, they thought that this guy came out alone, and the more than 200 disciples who went in should all have died. Although it was a bit unbelievable, it was generally the same as expected. Wait. Even if this guy came out alive, he should have been injured, right? But except for a few wrinkles on his chest, why does he look like nothing happened? The wrinkles on Jun Changxiao's clothes were caused by Yao Mengying's beating just now. Master Jun, a big boss of the sect, smiled and said, "Did you make it?" This smile was full of a series of idioms such as kicking someone when they are down, gloating over someone's misfortune, and watching the fire from the other side of the river. More than okay. Jun Changxiao grinned and said, "It's amazing. Everyone." The disciples died in there, but he was still smiling so brightly. It seems that he was disturbed by the demonic energy in there, and his brain was completely broken. Swish, swish. At this time, Li Qingyang and others came out of the vortex one after another. Are there any survivors? The warriors from all walks of life looked surprised. However, thinking that Li Qingyang and others had participated in the dragon and tiger contest, their strength was not bad, so it was reasonable for them to survive. 1, 2, 3. 200 disciples and 4 elders of the Wangu sect appeared in the desolate land and stood in order behind Jun Changxiao. After the strong men from various sects counted the number of people, their expressions froze. You read it right. How many people went in? How many people came out? What's going on? Shouldn't the end of the 5th-rate sect entering the Demon Valley without permission be the annihilation of all the disciples? How come they all came out fine? The most devastating thing is, judging from their state, they don't seem to be injured. Are they going to the Demon Valley for training, or going to a scenic spot for an outing? Originally thought that the Wangu sect would be wiped out after entering, but in the end, all of them came out without any harm, and their faces were slapped. Elder, a martial emperor of the Taixuan Saint sect, whispered, "It's a bit strange." Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Obviously, even this half-step martial saint couldn't understand. How could the Wangu sect go in and come out without any losses? Master Heyo. Jun Changxiao walked up to the master of Dingyu and Shengzang, shook his hand cordially and said, "Thank you for giving the quota to my Wangu Zhang. I'm really grateful." Master Heyo looked confused. He brought his disciples here this time, expecting most of them to be killed or injured, but when Wangu Zhang went in, nothing happened. It was really a bit weird. Or, they didn't trigger the group of fierce beasts and sat inside for half an hour. Someone also thought of it, so he asked, "Master Jun, did you break into the Demon Valley?" "Yes." Jun Changxiao said, "It was very exciting." "Impossible." An elder of the sect said, "Since you broke into it, why didn't you lose people?" "Need I say that?" Jun Changxiao said, "My disciples of Wangu Zhang are strong, and the fierce beasts in the Demon Valley are not a threat." "Nonsense." A strong man next to him said, "They must have found a space loophole, squatted inside for half an hour, and then were sent out again." This statement was agreed by warriors from various sects. In short, they absolutely did not believe that more than 200 people from the Eternal Ancient sect would come out unscathed after entering. "Master Jun," a warrior said calmly, "even if it is a top-notch sect, it would take at least 2 hours to pass the many tests to enter the Demon Valley. How come your sect came out in half an hour?" Jun Changxiao said, "They came out naturally, after passing the level. Do you think I will spend the new year in there with my disciples? Passed the level? Ha ha ha, how funny." Warriors from all the major sects laughed. Jun Changxiao knew that these people did not hold any hope for his sect to get in, and now they would definitely question the fact that they quickly passed the level when the sect was full, so he was too lazy to explain. "Goodbye. Sect Master Jun, wait a moment." An elder of the sect stopped him and said, "Since you said you have cleared the level, it means you have obtained a lot of good things. Can you take them out so that we can see them?" "Sorry." Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, "I'm afraid that if I take it out, you will have bad thoughts, so it is better not to show it. In my opinion, it can't be taken out, right?" Elder son, don't be so straightforward. At least give him some face. After all, you are the leader of a sect, and there are so many disciples present. Lin Yuan, who was always hanging in the air and looking high and mighty, said lightly, Sect Master Jun, you can rest assured. The rules for entering the Demon Valley have long been set. Everything you get in it belongs to you. Others are not allowed to rob it without authorization, otherwise they will be sanctioned by the major sects. Elder Lin, a warrior, said with a smile, Master Jun was just joking with everyone, and we just laughed at it. It's quite a skill to be able to find the loophole in the Demon Valley. It's not a skill. At most, it's a waste of one quota this year. I should have let Dingyu and Shengzan go in earlier. Jun Changxiao, who was originally planning to leave, was immediately angry when he heard them laughing at him. Me? Should I pretend to be cool? Forget it. Don't show off your wealth. I'd better continue to keep a low profile. Swish. Thinking of this, Jun Changxiao waved his hand and summoned the Jade Dragon Questioning Heaven Sword. The sword body flashed in the sunlight and swept across the faces of the warriors from various sects one by one. Blind your eyes. Is it true? This is a warrior who was knowledgeable about swords, saw the dragon on the sword body and the words engraved on it, and his face changed drastically and exclaimed, Jade Dragon Questioning Heaven Sword. What? The warriors from all walks of life stared at each other. They had discussed this ancient 10 famous swords before. Jun Changxiao raised the Jade Dragon Questioning Heaven Sword, ran 2 fingers across the sword, and said with a smile, Everyone, this sword was obtained in the Demon Valley. Impossible. Someone questioned. It must be fake. Swish. Before the voice fell, Jun Changxiao suddenly flew into the air, slashed with the sword, and the unparalleled sword energy burst out, instantly sweeping through the distant boulder. It appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Step. Jun Changxiao fell to the ground, the tip of the Jade Dragon Questioning Heaven Sword directly touching the ground, and the posture matched his delicate face, which was handsome to a new height. At this moment, the boulder in the distance suddenly showed a diagonal mark, and then slid down with a bang. Is it true or false? Jun Changxiao said with a smile. The expressions of the warriors from all walks of life were stunned, and their eyes were solemn. They were all quite strong, and could sense that there was no spiritual energy fluctuation when Jun Changxiao made his move. He just waved his hand casually, but he cut off the huge rock in the distance. This meant that the sword was very sharp. Not bad. A strong man who was proficient in weapons affirmed. The sword in the hands of the Jun Sect Master is indeed the Jade Dragon Questioning Heaven Sword, and it is definitely not a fake. He did not judge it from the sword's might, but from the overall workmanship of the sword body, and even the most subtle aspects. After all, this ancient famous sword has not appeared in the world for a long time, and even if it is imitated, it is difficult to start. Oh, right. Jun Changxiao's mind moved, and his whole body was suddenly covered with armor like fish scales, and he said, I also got this thing in the Demon Valley. I wonder if anyone who knows the goods can recognize it? 9 phosphorus body armor. Someone exclaimed. After this was said, the warriors of the major sects were confused again. Even if the Eternal Ancient Sect was lucky enough to get one of the 10 ancient famous swords, how could it get an ancient armor that is as famous as the Jade Dragon Questioning Heaven Sword? Over the years, all the major sects have repeatedly entered the Demon Valley to explore. When they obtain a treasure of the first level of the holy item, they all feel that they have made a steady profit. Jun Changxiao took out 2 pieces of equipment from ancient times, and it was really a scene. Snap, snap, snap. Everyone. These 2 items were obtained in the Demon Valley. It should mean that my Wangu sect has cleared the level, right? Everyone was silent. Let's not talk too much. Jun Changxiao bowed and said, see you again, if we are lucky. Swish. With a wave of his sleeves, he left with his disciples in a swaggering manner, amid the envy and jealousy of everyone. On the road, he said helplessly, I really don't want to show off, they forced me to do it. I can see. The system said, the host is wronged. Chapter 773 Epic Mission 78. Holding the Jade Dragon Heavenly Sword, and wearing the 9-scale body armor, Jun Changxiao walked away with a timid step. The masters of the major sects could only watch helplessly, feeling very uncomfortable. He passed through the Demon Valley without any injury in half an hour, and also obtained 2 ancient treasures. How could he be so lucky? In the eyes of these major sects, everything beyond their understanding must be classified as luck, and they never dare to face up to, or admit that others are strong. Let's all go, Lin Yuan said lightly. Although everyone was very envious of the 2 treasures that Jun Changxiao got, they could only suppress it and leave because of the clear regulations. Master Heo sighed. At this moment, his intestines were almost green with regret, because if he didn't give up the quota, maybe the 2 treasures would be his own. Everyone dispersed, but they also argued on the way. The Eternal Sect was able to obtain 2 ancient treasures, which means that the Demon Emperor really put everything he collected in the Demon Valley when he was alive. That's right. If we enter it next year, if we are lucky, we may be able to find his other treasures, which may not be weaker than the Jade Dragon questioning Heaven Sword. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Little did they know that they were fantasizing here. Not to mention the treasures, even the demonic energy in the Demon Valley was taken away and completely swept away. Wait until a sect enters next year. Oh no, there is no next year. This kind of forbidden land will never be opened again after losing the blessing of the demonic energy, and will become a thing of the past forever. All the good things in the cemetery of the 100-faced medical saint were taken away by Jun Changxiao, and now even the Demon Emperor's forbidden land has not been spared. If those strong men who left various inheritances in their lifetime knew about it, they would probably be trembling at this moment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and obtaining 10,000 contribution points. Ding. Contribution value 14,296/50,000 point. Ding. Complete the side quest. Trigger the hidden reward. Obtain the ultimate sword qualification X1, experience symbol X1, and have been transferred to the space ring. After hearing the prompt, Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up and said, this is a good thing. He had a better understanding of the various products in the system, and instantly realized that the ultimate sword qualification liquid was very important to him. Because he possessed both sword and martial arts, if he wanted to break through to a higher level, his sword qualification must be improved. Otherwise, even if the martial arts reach the standard, he would always be stuck at the Emperor level. The system said, with the ultimate sword qualification liquid, the host does not have to worry and can successfully break through to the semi-saint. Isn't it a martial saint? Jun Chang smiled. The system said, although the half-step martial saint is only a small level between the Emperor level and the saint level, it is also divided independently. Therefore, if the host wants to upgrade, he must step from the peak Emperor level to the half-saint, and then from the half-saint to the martial saint. It's really troublesome. Jun Chang laughed. It's such a simple thing to upgrade from the Emperor level to the saint level. There must be an extra level in the middle. Wouldn't the salted fish author feel uncomfortable if he doesn't think about the number of words? It's brave enough. The system said. Jun Changxiao drank the top grade sword aptitude liquid. The taste was still a strong malt flavor, and then the aptitude in swordsmanship was improved. The whole process was as simple as before. Don't say it. After the sword aptitude was improved, he had a higher understanding of swordsmanship. Thinking about Lingjian Shenju and Wanjian Gizeng for a while, he also had a more comprehensive understanding. Snap. Jun Changxiao crushed the rewarded experience talisman again, and heard a prompt. Ding. The host successfully broke through to the peak Emperor level. Ding. The host broke through to the peak Martial Emperor, met the requirements, and the epic mission started. Ding. The sect master broke through to the peak Sword Emperor, met the requirements, and the epic mission started. Sure enough, it's another double yolk egg. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, if I practice the sword again, and become a martial sword casual cultivator, will I get a triple yolk egg? The system said, don't even mention 3 cultivations. As long as the host is willing to spend the contribution points in them all, it is not a dream to cultivate all the systems. You are really wasting your talent if you don't go to the market to do sales. Jun Changxiao opened the system data panel and clicked on the first task, Epic Task 7. Task details. Please ask the host to make the sect obtain 4th-rate certification within 1 year and rank above 80 on the list of heroes competing for the throne. Task failure. failure to reach the 4th rate sect within the specified time, and failure to rank among the top 80 on the list of heroes competing for the throne within the specified time. Task reward. Seeing that the sect was upgraded to the 4th rate, Jun Changxiao was immediately happy. At present, the Wangu sect still lacks several thousand disciples in terms of number, and its realm has long exceeded the standard. However, when he saw that he had to enter the top 80 in the list of heroes, he was a little frustrated because he had no idea how to improve his ranking. Participating in the Dragon and Tiger contest and winning the championship, Wangu sect's ranking increased from 100th to 99th. After receiving this news, Jun Changxiao was very depressed. How could he only improve one rank after defeating 2 first-class sects in succession? It's very simple. The Dragon and Tiger contest, which sends some disciples to participate, cannot represent the overall strength of a sect. Therefore, the list of heroes also gave a rank increase for winning the championship, otherwise it would still be 100th. Jun Changxiao shook his head and clicked on the second task, Epic Task 8. Task details. Please ask the host to take Liu Wanshi to participate in the upcoming God of Cookery competition and get the top 3 results. Mission failed. Did not sign up. Did not advance to the top 3. Mission reward. Jun Chang laughed and said, with Dudu's current cooking skills, he is definitely the champion. Entering the top 3. This is too disrespectful. The system said seriously, the God of Cooking competition is the highest level event in the culinary world of Xinjiang continent, just like the world's #1 martial arts competition. All the contestants are the best of the best. Really? Jun Chang laughed and touched his chin and said, it seems that after returning, I have to let the little girl prepare quickly. It is related to whether I can break through the semi-saint, and I must take it seriously. Even if I don't let Liu Wanshi cook, let all the disciples starve, and focus on studying cooking, it doesn't matter. The sword aptitude and realm have been improved, and there is another epic task. Master Jun is in a very good mood. So while flying, he sang, my dear, are you hungry? If you are hungry, please tell Xinjiang and Xinjiang will make you noodle soup. The voice that was out of tune throughout the whole process resounded in the air. Xiao Zuji and Li Fei covered their ears, and Li Qingyang silently closed his ears. Those disciples who didn't believe in evil listened to the story halfway through, and their eyes were dull and bleeding from all 7 orifices. Swish, swish. However, when they were about to enter the territory of Yangzhou in the southwest, 4 streams of light flew out from the darkness and stopped Jun Changxiao in the air. They were dressed in black, wearing masks on their faces, and their whole bodies exuded a gloomy aura. Damn. Jun Changxiao collapsed and said, it's you again. Master Jun. The masked man hanging in the front said in an old voice, we have no ill intentions, but we are ordered to invite you to be our guests. Be our guest? Jun Changxiao said, where? Fenghui Valley, Zizhu Forest. The masked man said. Jun Changxiao said, can I refuse? Yes. The man said, but in order to prevent your sect's disciples from encountering trouble in the future, Master Jun, please be sure to go. Jun Changxiao's eyes gradually became colder. Are you threatening me? P.S. I was busy in the morning and didn't write anything, so I'm sorry for the slow update. Chapter 774. All the people who are more handsome than me are women dressed as men. Jun Changxiao hated being threatened the most, so his face became more and more ugly. Master Jun. The masked man said, this is not a threat, it's a friendly reminder. Swish. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao raised his hand, and the Jade Dragon questioning heaven sword appeared out of thin air, infusing it with spiritual energy, and slashing it fiercely. Swish. The sword energy tore through the space, carrying a terrifying sword power. The masked man was startled, and hurriedly used his body skills to dodge. The sword energy just swept past his scalp, and swept over the distant mountain. Boom. The mountain showed sword marks, and the upper half of the mountain slid down directly. The marks left by the cut were extremely smooth. Seeing this, several masked men were immediately horrified. This seemingly casual move could directly cut off the distant mountain, so the sword in his hand must be very powerful. Although the quality of the Jade Dragon Questioning Heaven sword is only a holy product, as one of the 10 famous swords in ancient times, it is still very powerful. Listen carefully. Jun Changxiao said with murderous intent, dare to have evil thoughts about my disciples of the Eternal Sect, and the end will be this mountain. The masked man in the lead was silent for a while, and said, Master Jun, as long as you follow us to the purple bamboo forest to meet the master, maybe we can become friends. Jun Changxiao said lightly, I'm an upright man of 7 feet, how can I be friends with a group of you who hide your head and show your tail? Pa. The system said. Swish, swish. At this moment, Jiangzi and the Fawning brothers flew over, and the emperor level momentum burst out instantly. It is obvious that, as long as the master gives an order, they will start fighting immediately. Master Jun. The masked man bowed and said, I have delivered the message. It is your business, whether to go or not. We are inconvenient to disturb you. I will take my leave first. Let's go. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 masked men in black came quickly and left quickly. Jun Changxiao did not stop them, because he knew that this group of people were good at escaping, and forcible interception might not be successful. Where is Fenghua Valley? In Xianzhou. Let's go. Jun Changxiao said, come with me. The masked man who appeared this time had no intention of killing, and it was obvious that he was responsible for delivering the message. Since the other party had repeatedly invited him, he was interested in meeting the so-called master. Of course, it was uncertain whether it was a hangman banquet, so Jun Changxiao did not take a group of disciples with him and asked them to continue to return to the Wangu sect, and only took 4 elders with him. Fenghua Valley, a famous 5-level scenic spot in Xianzhou. There are countless literati and poets who have been here for a long time. The most well-known one is Master Fan, who built a hut in the valley and lived there for more than 10 years and successively cast many weapons that were famous on the mainland. This day, the sun was shining and the sky was clear. In Fenghua Valley, many literati with swords and poets with their heads shaking were enjoying the scenery along the way, and occasionally they did not forget to recite a poem. Swish, swish. Suddenly, 5 streams of light flew through the sky, shocking everyone and making them stare wide-eyed. Martial Emperor. 5 martial emperors. The martial artists with cultivation opened their eyes even wider. Sect Master. After flying for a while, Elder Je pointed to a bamboo forest in front and said, this is the purple bamboo forest. Jun Changxiao released his spiritual thoughts and found that the scenery in the forest was nice, but no tourists entered. Some martial artists even nervously avoided it when passing by. The purple bamboo forest was not too big. There was a thatched hut in the central area, and 4 masked men who had left earlier were standing outside. Swish. Jun Changxiao landed with the 4 elders and swept the bamboo leaves on the ground away. Sect Master Jun. The masked man smiled and said, the master is waiting in the room. Yes. Jun Changxiao walked towards the thatched hut. Because his cultivation had reached the peak emperor level, he was not worried about traps inside. Elder Jiangzi accompanied them, but was stopped by the masked man, who said, my master wants to talk to Sect Master Jun alone. You wait outside. Jun Changxiao said. Yes. Jiangzi and the other 3 stopped. However, they were always on guard against the masked men, fearing that they would do something bad to the sect master. Creaky. Jun Changxiao pushed the door open and walked in. What appeared in his field of vision was a relatively simple room with no extra decorations, only a chair and a tea table. A long veil divided the room into 2, and someone could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged inside. Master Jun. Finally I invited you here. A gentle voice came, sounding very young. Jun Changxiao sat carelessly on the chair specially prepared for him, habitually put his right leg on his left leg, and said, Your Excellency has repeatedly sent people to trouble my Wangu sect. What is the meaning? Master Jun misunderstood. The man smiled and said, I just want to make friends with you. Jun Changxiao said lightly, sending people to Xianzhou to kidnap my disciples. Your way of making friends is really incomprehensible. The man said, this matter. Don't explain. Jun Changxiao interrupted and said, since you invited me here, it's a bit inappropriate to hide behind the curtain all the time. Swish. As soon as the voice fell, the veil in front was pulled away. A young man with sword eyebrows, star eyes, and fair skin appeared in the field of vision, with a smile on his face, which made people feel comfortable. At this moment, Jun Changxiao had to admit that there were men more handsome than himself in Xinjiang continent, so he questioned, "Are you a woman dressed as a man? System. Is it difficult to admit that someone is more handsome than you, Master Jun?" The young man said, "I'm a man." Jun Changxiao said, "Take off your pants and let me see." He must break the law that the protagonist must be blind no matter what and can't see that a woman is dressed as a man. However, it's a bit of a horsefly to ask someone to take off his pants to prove it after just a few words. The young man's mouth twitched and said, "Master Jun, I asked you to come here for something serious to discuss. Tell me, what's the matter?" Jun Changxiao thought to himself, all the people who are more handsome than me are women dressed as men, and I will not accept any rebuttal. The young man adjusted his slightly collapsed mentality and smiled. Master Jun is so young, but he has developed a low-ranking sect to its current scale, which really makes me admire him. Don't say flattering words. Let's get straight to the point. I'm in a hurry to go back. Jun Changxiao said with a smile. In that case, let's make it short. The young man said, I wonder if Sect Master Jun is willing to cooperate with me? Cooperation? Jun Chang smiled. The young man said, from Sect Master Jun's behavior during this period, he is definitely not a person who keeps to himself. Why don't we join forces and do something big in the martial arts world? Why does this sound so familiar? That's right, Sect Master Jun had fooled the Purple Ridge Demon King in this way. What is considered a big business? It's very simple. The young man paused and smiled. Break the current rules and establish a completely new rule. Jun Changxiao was stunned and said, your business is really big, Jun can't afford it. Please find someone else. The big business in his mind is nothing more than building the strongest sect. He never thought about breaking the existing rules and establishing a completely new rule. Is Sect Master Jun afraid? The young man said. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, I just don't want to be an enemy of the whole world. The young man shook his head and said, sometimes, if you don't make an enemy of the whole world, the world will be an enemy of you, because in the eyes of the famous and upright sects, there cannot be uncontrollable forces, such as the Demon Emperor sect 10,000 years ago. You mean, my Wangu sect will become the next Demon Emperor sect? Jun Changxiao said. The young man said, Master Jun's sect has not been taken seriously by the top sects, but I can conclude that it will sooner or later become the target of public criticism. Why? Jun Changxiao frowned. Because. The young man narrowed his eyes and smiled. Your sect has disciples who should not exist. As long as the news leaks out, it will inevitably become the enemy of the whole world. Chapter 775 Jun Changxiao and Master Fan must have had a grudge in their previous life. A disciple who shouldn't exist? Jun Changxiao's eyes gradually narrowed. This expression was rare and scary. The young man smiled and said, Master Jun, you can rest assured. I will never spread the news about your disciple, because, boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came. The manic spiritual energy instantly shattered the thatched house. Master. The four masks said in surprise. However, when they were about to rush over, Jiangzi and the Ning brothers had blocked their way and said coldly, stand still. Whoosh. The airwaves whistled, and the weeds flew. Jun Changxiao stood proudly, and the spiritual energy in his fist had not dissipated. The young man stood up with a dusty head and smiled. Master Jun, you have a bad temper. Remember. Jun Changxiao said coldly, don't try to threaten me, and don't challenge my bottom line again and again. His bottom line is his disciples. No one can threaten him, and no one can test him wildly. Understood. The young man smiled. He didn't seem to care about being hit by a punch just now. I will consider the cooperation after I return. Jun Changxiao said, I'll take my leave first. Master Jun. The young man said, I really want to make friends with you. Whether we can be friends depends on your performance in the future. If you continue to threaten and cause trouble, we can no longer be friends, but enemies. Let's go. Jun Changxiao left with the four elders. The mastermind who always caused trouble for the sect was finally seen, so naturally he was not interested in arguing with him. The masked man came forward and said worriedly, "Master, are you okay?" "No problem." The young man rubbed his chest and said, "This guy is very powerful, Master." Suddenly, a black shadow appeared out of thin air behind him and said in a gloomy voice, "Judging from the momentum that this boy just burst out, his strength is probably not weaker than that of a half-saint. His feet were hanging like a ghost. Judging from the breath he exuded, his strength was very strong. If Jun Changxiao had not discovered him early, he would definitely not have only punched the young man, nor would he have left in such a good temper." "Half-saint?" The masked man was surprised and asked, "So strong?" Just now, Jun Changxiao was very powerful when he cut off the distant mountain with a sword, but it was really hard to believe that he had the strength of a half-saint. The young man said solemnly, "It is really terrible that an unknown person can grow to such a level in a short time, and those old antiques insisted on using tough means to win him over. It is really more of a hindrance than a help." The last paragraph was obviously a little angry. "Master," the black shadow reminded in a low voice, "some things can be thought about in your heart, and there is no need to say them out loud, so as not to be heard by the walls." Alas. The young man shook his head and said, "It's really a wrong step, and it's wrong at every step. It's probably very difficult to recruit Jun Changxiao for our use. Master, in my opinion, although the Eternal Ancient Sect has great potential, it may not be able to bring substantial help to our great cause, and with that guy's personality, he may make trouble everywhere," the masked man said. The young man said, "I have been paying attention to this sect since it first rose to prominence. I thought the same as you did at that time. What happened? Today, 3 years later, it is already qualified to compete with first and second rate sects." The masked man was silent. Moreover, the young man said, "With a character like Jun Changxiao, as long as it is used properly, he will definitely make the Xinjiang continent a mess. There is a girl with the physique of a demon emperor in the Eternal Ancient Sect. We can make a fuss about this," the black shadow said. The young man shook his head and said, "If we really do this, Jun Changxiao will fight us to the death. The master seems to be very afraid of him," the black shadow said. The young man said, "I didn't realize it at first, until I met him today. I realized that this person is definitely not a good person. It is best to make friends with him if you can, and try not to provoke him if you can't. I'm afraid that group of old guys will use their own methods to provoke Jun Changxiao again and again," the black shadow said. "Let's go," the young man said. "Go back to the headquarters." Before leaving, he took a look at the destroyed house and shook his head, saying, "It's a pity that the place where Master Fan once lived was destroyed. Either the swords he forged were frequently destroyed, or the house he lived in was demolished. Jun Changxiao and Master Fan must have had a grudge in their previous life," the black shadow said. The young man smiled and said, "Fortunately, Master Fan went to Donghei Yazhao and has not been heard from since. Otherwise, I would definitely go to Wangozong to find him and have a good argument." The black shadow asked curiously, "Why did Donghei Yazhao take away so many forgers 20 years ago?" "The value of a foundry master lies in forging equipment," the young man said. "The value of equipment lies in war. In that case, the 3 states outside the border don't seem to be peaceful either," the black shadow murmured. "The 3 states outside the border. They are Donghei Yazhao, Zheilingsao and Nanheihao. They were originally one with Xinjiang continent. In ancient times, the emperors fought and were forced out to the depths of the ocean. Because of the endless sea, the 3 states and the inland 9 states have almost no contact, which is equivalent to 3 separate independent small worlds. Wango Sect." After Jun Changxiao came back, he sat in the study thinking about the young man and thought to himself, how could he know Yao Mengying? The little girl has been practicing in the sect all the time, and she has the hidden cultivation technique. Even if she went to the Demon Valley, she was not discovered. It should not be leaked. The system said, could it be that she awakened her innate demon body and was captured in advance by them with some ability? Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair and murmured, if so, it means that the other party is related to the remnants of the demon sect that separated that year. Yes, the system said. When it comes to business, there is no need to make jokes. Then we just need to follow the line of the remnants of the demon sect and investigate. Jun Chang said with a smile. If there was not a very powerful master lurking outside the thatched cottage, with his temper, he would have pressed the young man to the ground and rubbed him hard and then caught him for a thorough interrogation. You think too much, the system said. How can you not be on guard when someone invites you over? Jun Changxiao smiled and shook his head and said, if we don't find out about this dark sect force quickly, it will be like a thorn in my throat. Sect Master. At this moment, Liu Wanshi came in and said, what do you want to talk to me about? The god of cooking competition is about to start. You must prepare well and make sure to win the championship for me. Jun Changxiao said with a smile. Yeah. Liu Wanshi said, since the end of the cooking competition, I have been preparing all the time. When the god of cooking competition starts, I will never embarrass the sect master and the sect. Leave the canteen to your father for now and concentrate on studying cooking. Jun Changxiao said with a smile. Okay. Liu Wanshi said. Soon, the Ning brothers were also summoned. Jun Changxiao ordered, speed up the recruitment of disciples and strive to recruit 30,000 people as soon as possible. Yes. After the two left, Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair, rubbed his temples and said, how can I improve my ranking on the list of heroes competing for the throne? Could it be? He paused and said, do I have to take my disciples to challenge higher level sects? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.